It's the first day of the playoffs here at CFSPH Impact 2026, and we have two matches with four teams trying to go to the final spots and claim a possible title. My name is Pipo, together with ㍍Semi, your casters for our first series of the day. And syempre, why not simulan yan with EKISQUAD and with Alliance Gaming?
Yeah, man, there's lots of potential dito sa matchup natin, no. Squad, of course, everyone knows very, very experienced. But on the
Mhm.
other side of the server, no, itong Alliance Gaming, medyo may mga kailangan silang patunayan, no.
Oh yeah.
Considering nga na nanggaling sila ng Masters and they really had to go through the gauntlet of impact to prove na kaya pa rin na makipagsabayan sa mga pinakamalalakas sa buong Southeast Asia.
I mean, let's look at the bracket muna dito para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang kailangang hatakin ng ating mga teams, or at least here coming to the playoffs. Of course, we have our day one semifinals up until SGJ and MOMEN Esports, and then we have our battle for third tomorrow, I believe, and then we also have the finals, which will be pretty amazing, no? You know what? It's gonna be interesting because SGJ and Alliance Gaming both have something to prove here. Meanwhile, itong EKISQUAD and MOMEN Esports, they're here to actually claim something out of these two teams na parang pantanggal, basically, para mawalan ng pag-asa ba dito ang Alliance Gaming as well as SGG. But you know what? These two teams, the MOMEN and as well as EKISQUAD, they have a lot of powers despite them, one team just like EKISQUAD, very parang nag-audition palagi. They have their singular plays. Meanwhile, MOMEN, they have their own set plays. Parang there's a lot of things to talk about. Parang magkakaiba talaga yung timpla ng ating mga teams.
Yeah, it's really hard to say, no? Kasi here at the level of impact, we have undeniably pare, maraming highly skilled individual players
Of
dito sa
course.
bracket natin, even sa groups natin. But when it comes to the higher levels of CrossFire, kung gusto mo talagang makatawid into the upper echelons, pare, kailangan mo talagang magkaroon ng magandang system, magandang structure. And as compared to both EKISQUAD and MOMEN, Alliance Gaming and SGJ do have some semblance of that macro play na hinahanap-hanap natin kung gusto nila makipag-challenge, kung gusto nila makipagsabayan sa mga pinakamalalakas nga sa server ng CrossFire. But on the other hand, no, itong bracket natin pare, wala nang bawayan to. Best of 5 tayo ngayon, ALG versus EKISQUAD in the same mamaya. And if you lose today, wala ka ng choice, man. Wala tayong lower bracket. Ibig sabihin, talo ka, wala na. Hanggang third place match up ka na lang kinabukasan.
Yun na nga, diretso ko na sa third place, tapos fight for bronze na lang or battle for third na pwede mong paglaban or at least get a little bit of a podium finish. Pero syempre, these teams, they know it pretty well na they don't want that. They want to get that easy spot sa ating finals and to claim a possible championship. But of course, again, everybody, ito na, Alliance Gaming versus EKISQUAD, and just like what ㍍Semi said kanina, na parang ito na nga, Alliance Gaming, they have the macro, they have what we call team play. Meanwhile, EKISQUAD, meron pa silang mostly individual plays. Yan yung makikita natin. Looking at the stats of these teams, especially for Alliance Gaming, look at that. Del QQ, Nuken, Butamski, Cedric, lahat yan heavy hitters and they're very much tenured. One of these players na kailangan natin tutukan is syempre itong si Nuken, because sometimes nakikita natin siya ㍍Semi up high, down low, minsan yung performance.
Yeah, that's the thing about Alliance Gaming. They do have that macro play na sinasabi natin, but meron pa rin talaga silang tendency sometimes overheat, sometimes get a little bit too confident, no? And in a high stakes matchup, pare, you can't be taking your foot off the gas pedal. So kailangan talagang full focus itong roster na to. Mas lalo't lalo na, no, matagal na natin pinag-uusapan to, is that the possibility of, if I'm not mistaken, Del Q retiring after this one. So syempre, they're gonna be out to prove a point na kaya pa rin nila, and maybe just go out with a bang for this entire iteration ng Alliance Gaming.
I mean, Del QQ has been open about saying his retirement, or at least ending his career after possibly a win here on Impact, or at least his run. But on the other side, we have players that have been in the scene for a very, very long time, or at least have been tenured as well. But in individual powers naman, EKISQUAD, you have Teng, Jomero, Carl, Owen King, as well as Ram, which are heavy hitters ng Dilis. Pero kung kanina may tendencies tayo para dito sa Alliance Gaming, EKISQUAD, difference naman. They have weird set plays. Meron silang parang ginagawa na, i-bait out namin to, magpupush kami palagi, pero aasahan namin na kakagating kayo ni Teng every time we peek out, or minsan talaga parang one by one lang silang pumapasok, and it works out because just look at the headshot percentage of 4 of these players. Coming from Jomero all up towards RAM, lahat yan almost 0.6 or at least 0.5, and that's the powers of EKISQUAD. Kaya kayo bigyan ng Ekis sa mapa wherein sila yung pumapatay and sila yung kumukuha ng kill per round. That's why they're always good for one, and that's the crazy part about EKISQUAD. Kahit na up against sila sa Alliance Gaming that has big team play and big macro play, now once they don't have that big body system, pwede sila pitasin isa-isa dito ng EKISQUAD.
Yeah, pero to the credit of EKISQUAD, pare, despite them not having as structured of a look pag naglalaro sila sa server, they do have a good read on the macro. It's just that mas flowy pa sila compared to Alliance Gaming. And maybe that looseness is something na kailangan nila para mapanalo tong matchup na to. Kasi pare, in a best of 5, it's so important to have experience on your side. Kasi if not, then it's you just need that consistency. You just need to be able to play at the same level for an extended period of time. Imagine if you go all 5 maps, then syempre yung ALG, there is that possible likelihood na medyo mapagod, or maybe even on the mental side, may tilt factor. And we've seen ALG tilt out of control quite a few times nung Masters Spring.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, ㍍Semi. And feeling ko naman, we can get an easy or clear picture once we see our head-to-head. Especially these two players right here that you need to look out for both of these teams. Kasi ㍍Semi, makikita natin dyan, si Nuken, pati si Carl, these are very, very different players. Pero still, somewhat in terms of stats, they're very much the same.
Yeah, that's for sure, no. High impact itong dalawang players. I think we've talked about ALG quite a few times na yung si Nuken, pare, is that one player na kailangan ng team na kailangan maging consistent talaga. He doesn't have to put on a world level performance, pero kailangan niya maging consistent, kailangan niya maging impactful in order for ALG to work out. And in the same parallel, despite the fact that they're not necessarily playing in the same role, Carl has that same impact, no. Pag bigla na lang nagpakita si Carl sa harapan mo at hindi mo siya ine-expect, you would expect him to be in the most impactful places. He might not get the most kills, but the impact, just the map control, and all that comes with Carl's performance is really what converts these rounds para sa EKISQUAD.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Nuken, no, powerful as a sniper, powerful as a, as a PL player din, lalo na kapag he is gonna be just holding out these rotators, palaging triple kill, double kinikita niya. On the other side naman, we have Carl na out of 77 kills, he already has 56 headshots, and that's gonna be insane. Pero ngayon, oras na para makita natin kung saan maglalaro ang ating unang dalawang teams for our semifinals number 1. Here goes our map, Vito. Mababan out ang Black Widow. Good ban actually mula din sa EKISQUAD. And ALG, they're not known for their sub-base, so yun na lang tatanggalin nila. Ano nga ba ang 5 maps na lalaroan natin dito, ㍍Semi?
Sisimula nga naman tayo dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 and New Mexico, which is very funny if you're being honest. No, by far, these are the more of the least picked maps during the season, followed by yung medyo mas normal natin ng mga pick. No? New Compound, Port, and if we go all the distance of 5 maps, magpapakita tayo sa Ankara naman para tapusin ang lahat. Back to default, back to basics, fundamental test of CROSSFIRE kung umabot tayo ng 5 set.
Yeah, this is actually pretty crazy. Itong map Vito natin, no? I mean, New Mexico, EKISQUAD hasn't won here for the longest of time. Pero ito ng Alliance Gaming naman, di sila nakalaro dyan for the entirety of the group stage. But the difference is this first pick? With EKISQUAD picking this out, they have a 100% win rate here, pero naglalaro din naman dyan ang ating players mula sa Alliance Gaming. Plus, they have a 50% win rate, so I feel like it's gonna be an uphill, downhill situation kung saan can individual powers work up against the mind of TelQQ and Cedric kung paano nga ba nila lalabanan itong Eagle Eye, lalo na sa GR side sila magsisimula. On New Compound naman, these two teams know it pretty well. Lalo na itong Alliance Gaming, they have 100%, even for Port. So Ankara, being our decider, is really, really good since both of these teams know it pretty well. Pero syempre, mainit na labanan ang may kita natin dito for ating unang semifinals. ㍍Semi, what do you think, no? Parang ang interesting kasi New Mexico Eagle, parang magkakaiba yung tempo na pwedeng laruin ng ating mga players. Parang every map change, magre-reset sila.
Yeah, man, it's sobrang vastly different ng galawan ng mga teams between these two, between all 5 maps. Para sobrang interesting nga nito. And I feel like, no, regardless of what happens on the first map, kung ano yung mangyayari sa second, it's gonna be very different. Depende na lang if the mentality starts falling apart for these players, and it will be a real test kung gaano nga ba kalalim yung strat ng dalawa nating koponan, no? Kasi nga, like you said, they're all very different. Eagle Eye New Mexico in terms of size, in terms of the corners, the angles na kailangan mo cover, and of course, no, the different approaches, the map control, the different lanes, how to get inside. I mean, New Mexico in itself, no, sobrang unique nga ng layout ng New Mexico as a map na sobrang unpredictable. Mas lalo't lalo na no kung they can even get space on sa may lagusan, no, yung mga ganyang mga bagay, even on Eagle Eye, no, sa may tower, sa may mid, it's so varied here na it just interests me to a fault right now na why would we pick the most strange, quote-unquote strange map picks to start yung series natin. And like, you know, the most obvious thing here is that it's most likely gonna be pocket picks para sa dalawa nating squad, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, the unpredictability might play into the hands of these players, no? Pero syempre, we also have our predictions here on our desk. And of course, may kita natin yan right now with me predicting ALG together with ㍍Semi. It doesn't really feel like na we're siding so much dito sa ALG, no? Kasi if you think about it, parehas na itong dalawang teams natin. The only thing that's separating them is my master's experience itong ating Alliance Gaming, itong ating EKISQUAD. Not really that much, but in terms of the group stage run kasi ㍍Semi, ang pinagkaiba lang dito, may angat ng 2% win rate dito sa ating map, sa ating set win rate ang players natin for Alliance Gaming. They have what? 1 kill, 2 kills above for the entire total kills ng EKISQUAD. So, if you think about it, magkaiba sila ng playstyle, but their performance so far has been pretty much similar. Medyo equal tayo dito ngayon for our first match of the day.
Yeah, I feel like it's a disservice to say na magiging sweep to. No? Most likely, I'd see maybe a 3-1, maybe even all 5 sets being played dito. Kasi nga, ganun lang talaga kalapit yung individual prowess, the experiences from both these squads. I mean, we've seen sina Jamero, sina Carl na grabe yung pinapakita pagpasok ng server, regardless kung sino yung kalaban mo. No? They might not have won every game, but it's just that experience, it's that practice that you have, and the individual plays as well. No? Hindi naman natin din pwedeng sabihin na macro dependent ang dalawa nating squad, because when things hit the fan, man, kaya na naman makipagbardagulan na pag naubusan na sila ng strat, no?
Yeah, I mean there's really a big possibility na most of these rounds ㍍Semi will be very much dog fights, will be pig fights, will be very scrappy and very dirty. Yan ang aasahan natin dito for both of our teams. So very interesting talaga may kita natin dito. A good tone setter bago tayo mag second match na I would believe mas calm, mas calculated yung may kita natin dito. But man, we talked to these players beforehand, though. I mean, Alliance Gaming, they have one more stint possibly again. They have Boo now on the mix, which is pretty cool. And you have Tams as well. Pero dito for the rest of EKISQUAD, they want to prove something. They want to do something, and they want to do it right now and claim the first spot pagdating dito sa ating finals. And look at this, everybody. We are going towards Eagle Eye 2.0, and welcome to our semifinals of CFS.PHT Impact.
Ito na nga, EKISQUAD gonna be on the BL side. Wait, ang bilis ka agad ang pagkuha ng space dito sa may mid. Naghahanap ng tauan na gusto mag-explore forward, pero wala muna silang makikita, no? I do like how ALG is stacked up just outside of A. Ready sila sa may LA, nag-aantay ng extremities. ㍍Cedric will be waiting for any kind of sound, any kind of hue habang may nakabantay, dito sina Tams. See if they can catch anything on the angle. Parang 2 layers lang of defense here. And look how far up Boo is as well on LB, pare. Sa may ilalim lang ng bypass dito, kung hindi ka nag-check ng corners mo, sobrang delikado ng buhay mo. So I do respect EKISQUAD for really taking their time para sa round na to. Pero mukhang si Jamero, mag-check na nga. Hindi ko alam kung nakita niya doon, ha? There's a small pixel, possibly. Teng, mag-ingat ka dyan, ㍍Cedric.
Oh, ㍍Cedric, wide peaks and gets 2, make it 3 as Boo also gets Jamero on the other side. It's just pretty insane na nakagawa dito ng malaking milagro ang Alliance as they claim the first round, and it's a flawless cleanup. Imagine this, ㍍Semi. Both players coming from Alliance Gaming just pushing forward, getting so much map control na kahit mamatay sila doon, they are always good for one. And now, look at this. Alliance Gaming will fall in the first blood. The QQ falls down.
Yep. All caution to the wind dito. Magsisimula kagad ng EKISQUAD with lots of violence on the map. I think Nuki, nakita niya yata yung tumatawid doon. Ingat ka dyan, Ram, kasi napalitan ka na nga. Now it's a 4v4. Jamero pushing all the way up. Careful kung may makita siya sa may second mid, but Boo sa kabilang dulo lang ng Ecoms. There's plenty of control here on mid ha, para sa EKISQUAD. Pero ang nakabantay na si Tam, siya ay magiging fail-safe ng lahat. All pressure on his shoulders here. If he gets caught out, it's an opening para sa EKISQUAD. And now this 3v4 will be a messy one for the ALG squad.
It's gonna be high priority itong EKISQUAD towards high mid. Pero ting, spots out kay Cedric lurking in the shadows, and I feel like yung sakit ng EKISQUAD na mag-push one by one, nahawa na dito ang ating Alliance Gaming. But nonetheless, it's still a 2v4, still doable, especially with Nuken and Boo online. Ang problem lang, yung C4 going towards B. Alliance Gaming doesn't really know this. EKISQUAD going for the execution. Boo.
Oh,
Spotting Carl, Owen King as well. Pero Owen King di pa rin nakatingin. Oy, nasa kaliwa mo na si Boo. And he just gets an easy frag and it becomes doable as Nuken spots out Teng on the box. But Teng with a quick scope on towards long A. And it's all up to Boo. Kaya niya nga bugulatin ditong EKISQUAD. Hiwa-hiwalay. Jamera spotted. Carl peeks out and he gets the kill. Headshot in first round for EKISQUAD.
I like the individuality na pinakita dito ng EKISQUAD. But ALG, I think we're much more messy. No? I think this is the classic look ng ALG na naging weakness talaga nila moving out of the spring season ng Masters, no, na na-expose kung gano'n sila ka-active. And you know, sometimes if you're too active on the GR side, mabilis ka lang ma-punish. Buti na lang si Nuken dito makakapag-silo ng maganda. And again, it's a high impact player, Jamero, who says goodbye early in this round. Could be one of the things that make a difference para sa round na to. But as of right now na EKISQUAD, medyo same lang, no? Mag-aantay sa loob ng mid. Si Teng din nakabantay sa may LA. Kung sakaling may magpipi kay Cedric, pag magpapakita dyan, mag-ingat ka sa buhay mo.
Delikado. I feel like they know naman, no? Because the EKISQUAD only has one dedicated sniper right now. So kay Cedric, not really gonna be pushing out too much. Pero I do agree with you. Delikado to pag nag-wide picks kay Cedric and Teng. Ooh, testing the water kay Cedric. Stop that, man. Stop it! Sabi sa'yo, stop that! Wag boost! Pero Teng just hits the easy shot through the smoke.
Matelok ka, matelok nga dyan. Kaya ganun na lang yung punishment. Ngayon si Carl uli dito, and DLQ very aware of the presence dito sa may LA natin as they are now stacking up. ALG rotations coming in and some contact sa may mid as well. Tams versus Owen King here could make all the difference. May paparating din sa bypass. They need to take care of everything on this set kasi paparating na nga yung flank, and with Ram the last man standing, not long for this world para ALG. Very active.
Yeah, and even itong si Teng, no, triple kill to end off that round. That was pretty crazy to see. But Alliance Gaming did had just more firepower, more manpower dito sa ating A side. So napakagat din doon kahit makapatay dito si Teng ng isa pa, probably he already had that, you know, presence noon na pwedeng mapunish dito ang Alliance. But EKISQUAD, big push onto LA. Mabilisan lang kay Stred.
Oy! Did you check? Yes, they do. But kay Cedric Pari, he has everything all over it. The rest of EKISQUAD, grabe yung sagot. Isa para sa iyo, tatlo para sa amin. Ngayon, si Bot, si DLQ, kailangan na makapag-retake dito. I do like the separation they have. Konting doubt lang kung saan magagaling dalawang ALG players. Boo has been spotted out as well. And they're aware of DLQ trying to make an attempt na makapag-push galing sa my mid. But now, hunkering down sa loob ng site natin, si Teng medyo kumakati yung daliri. Tumama yung isa at si Boo na maalam na rin. EKISQUAD, grabe yung sagutan ng dalawa nating koponan, men.
Yeah, I love that so much. That was like seeing Pick Stallion sa A-push natin. Bato lang ng flashes, grenades, and smokes. This direction and side. I love the boost plant as well. Wala dito sa EKISQUAD. 2 players sa maba ng top A or sa looban mismo dito. Tapos 1 on bunker, just playing in a position very high above with great coverage. Pero look at this, EKISQUAD realizing that wala na masyado mag-focus it for ALG. So they'll push up towards Hotel. Jomero is close by. Pero del QQ will be waiting patiently sa pinakadulo ng Hotel.
Yeah. Much more patient than one would have expected galing sa ALG, no? Pero sa mga gantong moments, nag-overextend yung mga players ng ALG, ah. So they need to keep up with this for at least a few more seconds. Wait for EKISQUAD to show their faces. Boo now. Ito na nga, kumakate. As you can see, nakabantay na nga si Jamero dito. Oy, buti na lang tumama yung headshot ng EBR. Pero si Ram hindi in-expect na 1-for-1 dito. DLQ around the corner as well, taking control here of Hotel. Hindi pwede mag-check-in, wala kayong reservation. Ngayon, si Carl sa may kabilang dako ng mapa natin, walang makita kundi puti. Ang kapal ng Ecoms din. May protection si paring Tams, si K. Cedric. Nag-aantay lang kahit anong contact ka rin si EKISQUAD. But as of right now, that's all the players right here. Carl with an impact frag and the rest of EKISQUAD closing in.
I mean, look at this. EKISQUAD slowly making their way towards A. Flash on Samson. Tank together with Carl. Distracts them and picks them one by one. EKISQUAD with the lead. And you love to see that, no? Na despite kailangan sana manalo dito ng EKISQUAD towards hotel side para maparotate dito ang ating place for Alliance game. Pero digression here as Owen King does kill off Boo. Nagulat sila with multiple flashes inbound and just like what they did on A, kakuhin nila dito sa may LB Tams. Fast rotations expects ng pupush pero Ting too deadly with the USP. At dahil dyan, papadalan siya dito ng bomba! Ni K. Cedric, Ting falls down and the B side push will commence pa din for EKISQUAD.
Wala silang choice dito. They have to go all in. Luckily, si Nuken mag-isa lang. At makapal yung Ecoms, no? Not the best environment for a player, but they don't check. Buti nandiyan si Ram. And they are aware of the flank galing sa ALG. Kay Cedric. Kailangan nyo mapagsapal na rin sa 1v4 dito as the bomb now goes down kay Cedric. Not checked by Ram, but buti na nandiyan si J.Mero para tapusin ang lahat. 4 na round ngayon para sa EKISQUAD. Lumalayo-layo na nga ang distansya ng dalawa nating squad.
I love this big lead, no? That's why EKISQUAD has a lot to work with if they go out with a 6-2-3 possibly best case scenario. Pero EKISQUAD gets spotted out as DelQQ whips out the TRG and kahit di siya dito yung main sniper natin, DelQQ can wield the sniper as well and once he always needs that firepower, siya na lang magdadala ng big flash kung saan blinded parehas pero Ram gets the easy headshot, B-side open. Pero Boo, no, hindi niya napansin nandun si J.Mero.
Hindi niya nga napansin. May nakarating na rin ng RS dito. Si Ram na hindi ine-expect ngayon ng ALG. Holding off the hordes ngayon. Nakikita natin yung mga rotation. Si Tam, di niya alam. May paparating din na flank galing kay Carl. Mag-iingat sila dito. Depende sa timing. The counter flash is coming in from ALG. At nandito na mag-isa si Tams. Wala na nagawa masyadong maraming tauhan. At panglima na ngayon para sa EKISQUAD.
Oh, you really love to see it, no? EKISQUAD. Ito yung set play nila. Ito yung team play nila. Push as 4, push as 3. Meanwhile, other players go towards the mid area natin for any kind of map. And in the case of Eagle Eye 2.0, push tayo ng isang long side tapos very late conversion sa may second mid or dito sa may lane or high mid depending on what the site they want to go through. But with the spread out defense kasi ng ALG, it gives respect towards EKISQUAD. And if EKISQUAD enters so much na mabilisan, madali lang makapasok kasi they're always gonna be outnumbered or at least out-aimed because these flashes are gonna be insane mula sa EKISQUAD now. Difference though, no? Round number 8, sabi ng EKISQUAD, bagala natin. Try natin pumik mula sa tower.
Yeah. Change in tempo could be another weapon in the hands dito ng EKISQUAD, no? Not to mention din na sobrang aware nila of the times na kinukuha nila. I mean, they would not be able to get yung mga second hand lurks, yung mga late lurks in the rounds if wala silang awareness kung nasaan nga yung mga teammates. So, props sa chemistry talaga dito ng EKISQUAD kasi it's working out really well. The 3-round lead here looking to be maybe the 4th. As you can see, for declaration ulit si Teng, konti na lang, magkikita na sila. Do you check your corners here? Utility being thrown out. Tams aware of the possibility. Si Teng, nakita. Teng! Oh my goodness!
They still get 2 kills! Pero yung mid, ito na nga, big layer of offense mula sa EKISQUAD as Nuken still alive with 1 pero he gets killed mula dito kay Owen King. Boo, left alone. Pero malapitan EKISQUAD, unaware na nandito na si Boo, malapitan, gets the kill on Owen King and J.Mero, low in HP, piso. Boo, he's playing with J.Mero. Umiikot lang siya sa baba ng top A. And J.Mero will fall down over contemplation in a 5-3. We call a timeout for Alliance game.
So, parang tama lang yung timeout at Omen. 5-3, they win the round before the timeout as well, no? So, not only is it gonna be a boost for them na makapag-usap sa macro nila, but it's also the opportunity here to get a little bit more confidence, no, considering that. Although, no, I feel like medyo awkward yung pag-call ng timeout dito, no? We have only 1 round before we switch sides, so They really need to make the most out of this one. No? And even if they do, we're gonna end with a 5-4. So I'm not necessarily sure that I would have called the timeout in this fashion. Maybe a few rounds earlier sana siguro. Or move on and wait for the second half. No? Pero syempre, sila naman yung magde-decide. No?
Yeah, siguro preemptive na lang, no? And yeah, I do agree with you na kailangan nilang gamitin to its full potential, because this last round, the first half might end in like 20 seconds sa ating timer. So it might be pretty crucial na kailangan makausap ni Del QQ and the rest of ALG to actually form a plan, especially that they're going to the BL side. But man, you saw that quite clearly, no? Teng just spotted out immediately sa may bunker without even getting a kill. That's why nakita natin dito na palapit na nga ulit ang EKISQUAD on their LA push, pero it just didn't quite pay well. Kailangan makapitis agad doon ng Teng, and since he was overstepping too forward papunta dito sa dulo ng side ng bunker, he gets spotted out, and it was just instant 2-for-1 exchange kung saan biglang napatigil doon ang ating EKISQUAD. Alliance Gaming, big rotations, and I love for Buno na he is very much aware na he does really need to fight that. There's 30 seconds on the clock, the bomb is still not planted, and all he needs to is wait. And J.Mero with 1 HP needed to fight that. Good duel, J.Mero is good, but at that time talagang deado siya. But man, imagine this, no? Second half, is there some point in time na makakita tayo dito ng parang big retakes mula sa side ng ating EKISQUAD, or talagang asahan nila si Teng na makahit ng very crucial and impactful headshots, or at least TRG shots, no? Mula dito sa long A or long B?
I mean, at least so far, no, we've seen a fair amount of impact. I think both teams are functioning very well. Wala naman tayong nakikita mga underperforming players on either side of the server. So I feel like we're gonna be getting as good a matchup as we're ever gonna get sa dalawa nating squad dito. Pero si DLQ, yung double TRG set when ginagawa ng ALG the last couple of rounds, it took a while para mag-convert, but it converted nonetheless. So we're gonna stick to this plan of action. The problem is this time, medyo mas open yung mid. As he taps around the corner, does not expect yung push galing sa EKISQUAD.
May dire-diretso lang sila kay Cedric and Nuken. Double pistol. And whammy mula kay Cedric and Nuken as ALG does close out after a timeout in a 5-4 fashion. And man, we are gonna be very much excited here kasi talagang akala natin from that lane push and high mid push mula dito sa EKISQUAD, wala na. It is gonna be 6-3 scoreline, pero sabi dito ALG, we have a smoke on the site itself at di kayo makakapatay dito because you have to get into the smoke, and we have clear shots with the pistols, with the pulse, with the USPs mula dito sa top and bottom A natin, man. That was good. That was a very good round dito sa last GR side ng ating Alliance Gaming, but the question now is, itutuloy ba na yung double TRG setup? Will Del QQ also will the TRG para tatlo sila with K Cedric in the board? Kasi guys, ito yung kakaiba pag Alliance Gaming, especially in these kinds of maps na has multiple sniper angles. They have 3 capable snipers. Meanwhile, itong EKISQUAD, they only have 1 formidable. And kaya naman dito ng other players na mag-sniper din, but it's rare to see, no, na EKISQUAD going for that double TRG. And I feel like kailangan nila yun. Lalo ALG, kalaban nila is on the BL side now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about Eagle Eye is that it is built for snipers. Similar to Port, no? Masyadong maraming angle na pwede mong, na kailangan mo, rather, na magtiwala sa sniper mo. So ngayon, with the possibility of 3 TRGs on the map, kailangan doble talaga yung ingat ng EKISQUAD dito. But the thing about this right now, no, is how we're going to approach this. Kasi nga ngayon, no, the amount of utility, we talked about the utility usage nitong EKISQUAD, very effective nga naman. A well-placed flash should be able to deactivate his TRG. As of right now, no, dalawa lang naman yung nakikita nating sniper dito. Or in fact, isa lang para sa ALG, which does, I do find interesting dito bipolar. Na kung kailan nasa GR side sila, nag-iisa na lang yung sniper nila. And in fact, they left it to Nuken as well. Pero Nuken should be able to, kaya niya sigurong gampanan yung role niya dito. Hindi na natin yung Nuken. Oh, no.
Oh, you love it, man. That's why it's very deadly itong mapa natin, because this double TRG setup mula dito kay ㍍Mero pati kay Teng will be instantly depleted mula sa Alliance Gaming. Pero 3-4-3, 2-4-2 na tayo ngayon as we enter EV3 situation. Call spots out Tams. Di man lang aware si Tams na meron doon sa may side ng lane. EKISQUAD has full domination now dito sa GR side, Boo. And as well as si Cedric, very much far away.
Oops. Gusto ko yung awareness dito ng EKISQUAD, the possibility that somebody's lurking out through mid, kaya hindi na binibitawan yung angle na yon. But at the same time, no, if you look at bypass, no, occupied na yan ng EKISQUAD. So kay Cedric, mag-ingat ka sa pwestuhan mo kasi pag nakita ka, laut ka sa buhay mo. Carl's down. Now it's gonna be a 2v2 but he's not aware. Oh, ̍Semi, muntik na mahuli. Kailangan niya umatras kay Cedric. Catches him on his back. Owen King para maka-clutch to, man. Maganda na sana yung pwestuhan nila kaso binitawan nila. Hindi sila nakapag-commit. Now Owen King holding off on these 1v1s, trying to isolate dito. Pare sila sobrang low. Wala po muna makakapag-plant ng C4. Ito na nga, Boo. Fully committed. Look at this, man. May HE pa si Owen King. A well-placed HE should be able to take care of yung dalawang players natin galing sa ALG. But with only 20 seconds left, here comes the pressure. Boo! Ever so slightly out of range. Hindi siya natumano. Mga shrapnel galing sa HE na ngayon. At si Owen King walang choice. Kailangan niya magpakita ng lakas. Kailangan niya mag-commit. Push forward. Smoke in his face. Boo right above. Spotted. Kay Cedric. Owen King, what the hell was that? An adjustment for the ages. At isang round para sa EKISQUAD para simula ng second half.
That was pretty nice for Owen King. Akalain mo na, wait lang, delikado to. Bakit yung 3v2 naging 2v1 pa in favor ng ALG? Pero Owen King is always the king. And he prevails in these kinds of fights, picking them one by one. And just with the sheer utility niya dito, na tatlo pa, no, he had so much ways para makapasok dito on that retake. But EKISQUAD
Ram.
pushes towards LA and Ram gets the first kill as Teng and Duken trades blows dito sa kanilang mga kampi. Alliance Gaming down by 2. EKISQUAD has a good GR side dito sa Eagle Eye.
Yeah. I mean, parang hindi makalusot itong ALG natin at least so far, no? But it's only the first round. It's hard to mention na si Nuke nakakuha ng ganyang frag without much help from his teammates, but it's the awareness dito ng map control galing sa ALG. Now with only ̍Semi and Teng left here, yung dalawang TRG players natin, alam ng ALG kung saan yung possible pwestuhan ng dalawang players na to. I've seen nothing as of right now. ̍Semi has an inkling na may paparating sa may likuran niya, kaya medyo papalik-balik yung tingin niya dito kung nasa mid nga ba, kung nasa B nga ba. He's in a very dangerous angle. Once he gets peeked out here by Nuke, and he could be a goner. Teng spots out the TRG sa may mid. JJF missing out on the shot. Nuke paparating. Drive-by lang galing kay Nuke. And Teng has to save it, but he can't even do a single thing, pare. May sagot kaagad ang ALG.
Yeah, ALG just, dominating sa may hotel sa that LB, tas playing in for Nuke. And ito yung sinasabi ko every time, no? You have Alliance Gaming that has a capable sniper of Nuke, pero kakaibang playstyle siya. He's very passive in these like post-plant situations kung saan he'll just cut off rotations. Pero talk about aggressiveness naman as Ram just pushes towards LA and almost connects entirely dito kay Cedric. But he will fight flash and bound, and Cedric doesn't even get the shot in. As the counter flash does come from the site itself. Pero diretso ulit kay Cedric. Makapitas sa aalis lang. Diablo, bumalik pa siya as Ram gets a second kill. Del QQ recovers with the nade to kill off Ram.
Sobrang chaotic ng round na to, men. Lahat ng possible na makita mong kill, may flash kill, may smoke kill, tapos may HE pa. ̍Semi! Makakusa na ng timing, pero buti na lang nakatingin si Boo. So 2v2 dito, makahiwalay ng landas yung dalawa nating players on both sides. Teng mag-isa sa A. And as you can see, Owen King once again put in a situation na kailangan niya mag-explore. Pero nakuha na nila yung B site dito. Boo is fully committed to taking the space. Owen King has no idea. May paparating sa likuran mo, men. Mag-ingat ka dyan. Hinahabol na siya. Kaso si Owen King sobrang atrasado na ngayon. So it's a fully free B site para sa Alliance Gaming. All they need to do is commit to the plant and hold on to it.
Nukan na rin, no? M14 in his hands now, pero Owen King, alam ni Boo na doon siya manggagaling. At yon ang gulat factor na kayang ibigay ni Boo. And Nuken from high mid, ipit dito si Teng, and Boo just gets an easy double to end the round. 6-6 scoreline, and as we say it, very fair, very pantay laban natin. Talagang nagkakalituhan lang tayo kasi may overextension and that's why di nila ma-read yung mismong labanan. Tapos tulad nito, LA side natin has been very deadly.
Kakaroon na nga ng ideas dito yung ELG kung paano mag-function itong GR side ng EKISQUAD. A small difference now, Ram. Slightly backward, no, compared to the last couple of rounds. And Jamero as well. Kung ano man yung passivity from the LA side, si Jamero naman nag-push all the way up. Konti na lang mag-push siya sa may bypass at buti na lang wala nakabantay doon. At ALG right now, no, the longer this goes on, the more likely it is wala sila makuhang space. Waiting!
Wow.
My goodness! Walang makatawid galing sa ALG. DLQ taking matters into his own hands but is quickly taken care of. Nukin and ㍍Semi, walang choice kundi makipagbardagulan sa loob ng A-site natin.
It's a 2v2. ㍍Cedric realizes na kailangan niya ditong gumawa ng kakaibang play and that's to pick mula dito sa may looban, pero Jamero with the flick towards the left. Kills up a low HP player. Nuken with 40 spots out Jamero and that's an easy kill. Pero Piso, pero he has a great gun. All he needs is one tap to the head of Owen King. Pero same goes. And he can play for time. There's still a lot of time sa timer natin, yung swabe.
Haba ng pasensya dito. Nuken is fully committed. And I-expect niya mag-overextend itong si paring Owen King. But where do you want to go? Where do you end? Kasi at some point, pare, mahubusan na siya ng oras dito. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, Nuken needs to somehow put the C4 on either A or B. And it's gonna be a gamble, pare, kung saan siya pupunta. Either nandun si Owen King or wala. Literal heads or tails situation dito. And di mo alam kung saan ka titingin, kung saan ka magpapakita. And Owen King is in the safest possible spot. He can't be seen. So talagang walang choice. Magagamble talaga dito si Nuken. The question is, where does he really want to end? Kasi with only 13 seconds left. Ito na nga!
Oh my God!
Grabe yun, man. Hindi ko in-expect. Pero nakuha niya yung headshot na kinakailangan niya. In-execute si Owen King ng parang wala lang.
Man, Nuken!
Jesus!
Oh my God! Cedric, ano yun? Tigil mo yan. Kadiri yun, boss. We talked about it. He needed one shot. Sa ulo dapat tatama ni Owen King. At na-spot out niya yung isang crouch peek dito, or at least yung crouch spam dito ni ni Owen King na kanina pa siya nag-aabang. Akala ko talo na siya doon. Kasi that was a great timing for Owen King. But Nuken, somehow animal na galawan with an HK as well. And now, they can easily break the system here and get a 2-point gap. Round number 14 for these two teams. And passiveness, yan ang gagawin ng dalawa.
That's so close. EKISQUAD, not really willing to overextend here except for Ram. Isang ka nakatingin? Pare, may nakita yata siyang langgam. We're gonna pretend we didn't see that. But regardless, no, it cannot be denied na apat na lang na players yung natitira para sa ALG dito. They need to be much more put together in terms of trying to take space sa ating mapa, no? And I think that's gonna fall onto kay Tams at kay DLQ. Kailangan niya maging medyo mas active ng kaunti, no? But because of just the utility, the delaying utility galing sa EKISQUAD, na patuloy na nauubusan ng oras itong ALG. At wala silang choice at some point kundi mag-decide kung saan nga ba sila magpapakita. And it looks like si JJF. Delikado na spot out niya. Kung nasaan itong ALG has no choice. Kailangan niyang umatras, magtawag ka ng backup men. Kasi delikado yung buhay mo dyan.
Nice gaming though. Realizes the LA with a push towards Jamero. He's gonna be free, Carl.
Timing.
Depende na lang to kung mahanap niya agad si Tams. Pero Carl overstepping now. Can he spot out Tams? Kitang-kita and Tams doesn't even react. Alliance Gaming now in shambles. In a 3v5 scenario, kailangan na mag-push dito sa B. 15 seconds left. Mauuna dito si DLQQ. First shot, misses. Jamero with a peek. And as well as Boo. Pero Carl gets the last kill. It's an equalizer. It's a 7-7.
I don't know about the way that last round ended, no? Kasi wala talagang nakuha kahit anong mag-control itong ALG other than pushing out on LA, no? They were hoping for maybe a little bit more control sa may second mid. Kaso nakabantay talaga itong EKISQUAD. And now, Boo, Once again, taking a risk. Pushing underneath the bridge. I think nakita yung si Jamero. Owen King not expecting the drive-by. Galing si ALG dito. At buti na lang dyan si Jamero to equalize the stakes. Kay Cedric again and again. Biglang magpapakita ngayon ng kaguluhan sa mapa natin. Second mid is fully covered here by ALG. And the last two players ng EKISQUAD paparating pa rin ng site. And it's covered. Sprawling the players ng ALG. Teng na lang natitira at hindi magtatagal. ALG ulit with the lead.
What a pretty cool round, no? Para din sa ALG, na-realize nila na tama naman yung ginagawa nila on the previous round. Ang problem lang, they were very, very slow. And once they realized that na, kailangan lang naman natin diretsuhin to, just like what we did from the previous rounds, they cut into the site immediately. Tapos may insurance pa on mid to get those, para ma-pinch up dito yung second mid place natin. Pero kay Cedric, didn't even really need any help there. So, Alliance Gaming now regains the lead, pero 1-point lead lang yan. EKISQUAD can always come back from these kinds of situations.
Yeah.
Pero deadly, no? Look at this. Ram na may nasa sikip. Big plays awaiting on A site. Pero wala. Naghahanap pa ng picks dito ng ALG.
Yeah. And I like, the change in tempo galing sa EKISQUAD. No? This time around, they're not looking for violence. Tetenga lang sila sa loob ng site dito. Hanggang sa may magpakitang ALG player. DLQ has been spotted. Nothing yet. No impact is felt. May smoke dito paparating. That means ALG have some sort of cover para makakuha ng medyo mas advanced na position dito patungo ng A site natin. The rest of ALG, as of right now, they're really just waiting. They're really sticking to the default until they have enough information, until they have adequate map control para mag-commit sa kahit anong site dito. Looks like he wants to take a risk. We got some utility being rained down sa loob ng A site natin para mabaling yung attention ng EKISQUAD. GGF. Timing. Tumalikod yung dalawa nakabantay sa mid. Primero, spotted. Boo takes him down. And that's one for ALG, but still no space has been found.
Okay. Mag-isa rin dito, oh. I mean, the Flash. Not gonna be helping itong Alliance Gaming as Owen King taps away and only gets one. They've entered P site. Pero Ram, mabilisan lang. 100 HP. Claims one already. It's a 1v2. And shots flies by. Flashes as well. Ram, testing Tams. Tumitesting din. Pero with 30 seconds on the clock, with 9 HP, Ram only gets one. And finally, we go into match point or set point. Alliance Gaming with a 97.
One more, pare. One more. And the ALG are gonna be able to steal away itong Eagle Eye. Which does make me fearful for EKISQUAD. Kasi if they can take Eagle Eye, the pocket pick from EKISQUAD, problems gonna start to arise at some point during this series, pare. Baka hindi na kailangan mag-extend itong serya natin. ALG, once again, no? Slow down. The EKISQUAD, the same thing, very passive. I think the main difference the last couple of rounds dito by Polo was that yung EKISQUAD, yun nga, no? Sobrang passive. It wasn't just an adjustment, it's a full commitment to really stay away. Really just wait for them to show their faces. Buti na lang, no? At nakita si Nuken doon. Kailangan niya mag-ingat ng mas maigi. Boom. Trying to lurk through mid to see if he can catch any kind of contact. Jamero spots him. Headshot doon. And that's the first conversion for EKISQUAD. One step forward, but one step back. Nagpakita si Teng at nawalay sa landas ng kabuhayan, men. 4v4. And it's so slow from ALG.
And they're always just going to the side last 20 seconds, no? But this is the crazy thing. Look at Nuken. Realizes na pwede na siya maging expendable dito. So, he goes in for the kill. Carl gets killed. Pero Jamero with the trade. Pero okay lang yun. Kasi malambot na yung A site. Pero syempre, in ALG fashion, padalin natin si Del QQ sa mid. Kay Cedric with one more. And this might just be it. Eagle Eye, the map pick of EKISQUAD, might go into the hands of the entirety of Alliance Gaming. Ram with one more. Pero papasok na sila, Suave. Smokes inbound, flashes as well. They will plant the bomb. And Ram, mabilisan lang. Can find the timing here, pero Tams throws an aid. And he enters B site. Ram unaware, concealed with the smoke. He enters and peeks left. He doesn't find anyone. Si Tams nagpakita na, pero with a spray down mula kay Cedric, they close out Eagle Eye 2.0 in a 10-7 fashion. Set 1 goes towards Alliance Gaming.
And closer than one would have expected, but not in the same direction one would have expected. ALG, what a steal dito sa EKISQUAD. No, nakita mo yung ginawa nila. Moving into the second half, they changed the tempo. They slowed it down to a crawl na hindi alam ng EKISQUAD kung paano sila magre-respond in terms of that map control. May forward exploration, may punishment. If you wait too long inside the site, may punishment na nakalaan para sa iyo galing sa ALG. It was some great macro calling galing kay DelQ.
Yeah, DelQ just, commanding these teams, itong team natin for ALG, really precisely. There was rounds na very questionable, pero after a bad round, may sagot agad si DelQ and the entirety of ALG. Just like what happened, I believe it was around number 15, I believe. Nakita natin parang, sabi dito ni DelQ, try natin mag-be ng very, very slow. Tapos, nung hindi gumana yon, pero na-realize nila, uy, libre hotel. Wala naman tao dyan. Jamero is nowhere to be seen. Owen King is far from far from hotel. I-push na lang natin agad. Gawa agad tayo, set up play, tapos padali natin isang play assignment. So, there's always that kind of layer na parang, uy, makakapag-adapt kami and you love to see it. The flexibility coming from Alliance Gaming and their shot call is just pretty insane. For EKISQUAD, doong ganda ng GR side nila, just swabe on that very first start dito sa ating second half, napakita na na parang they have set plays. They have very good plays kung saan they will not overextend. And when they do, it's very much it's very much calculated. Nakita mo naman yun. LA push wala dito sa side ng ating players mula sa EKISQUAD. Padalin na lang si Ram, padalin dito yung ating players, pero with big trades. Kasi tatlo palagi ng push ng LA, but man, they got picked apart. Once DelQ showed up with the TRG, together with Nuken just pushing and every time Fearless, Alliance getting freeze out in ang first set natin.
Yeah, I want to mention also na you just finished mentioning itong TRG. Napansin natin nung pagsimula ng second half, there was only one TRG and that was Nuken. But when ALG made that small adjustment na nag-commit sa ginagawa nilang double TRG setup, talagang nag-move forward, umusbong ng maayos yung laro nila dito sa Eagle Eye. Kasi nga naman, like you said, there's too many angles na kailangan mong ma-follow, kailangan mong malagpasan na pwedeng pagpwestuhan ng mga sniper natin. And that's why the biggest difference really here was the capable sniper that is DelQ na kind of goes under the radar for quite a bit, pero when he's there, he's online.
Yeah, looking at it, no? 10-7 scoreline, look at that. Every time ng EKISQUAD makakapuntos dito sa, sa ating second half, may sagot agad ang playstyle for Alliance Gaming. And hindi lang yung isa. It's always a triple round para dito sa ating Alliance Gaming. Big plays doon mula kay Teng. Palagi niya naharap dito yung mga crucial plays natin bago pa maka-entry or at least makaset pang ating plays for Alliance Gaming. Even itong si Ram and si Owen King when they go in for the clutch. Amazingness ang nakikita natin. For Alliance Gaming though, kakaiba. Tingnan mo naman, Cebu! Mag-isa lang yan sa B-side kanina. 1.82 the lurks, the big plays, and the big flanks together with Cedric. Pero syempre, sino nga bang set MVP na?
Yeah, none other than Boo himself. Like you said, the 1.8 KD, a guaranteed kill per round, the plus minus of 8, no? High impact player. Hindi nga siya masyadong hindi siya masyadong noisy, hindi siya masyadong flashy, but he will give you impact on the map regardless.
He's not loud. He's an underrated player, some would say as well. And Boo just able to know what his role is on this team and to get immediate frags in or at least lose flanks up and as well as looks na gumagana talaga. We're going towards New Mexico for the second map pick ng ating team. So in the map Vito, pick by Alliance Gaming. Pero syempre, we go in for a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang ating ㍍Semi Impact 2026. Welcome back to the ㍍SPH Impact 2026 kung saan tuloy-tuloy ang labanan dito sa ating semifinals or sa ating semis. It's still Alliance Gaming versus EKISQUAD, and if you are just tuning in, nakapuntos na po dito mula sa map pick ng EKISQUAD ang ating Alliance Gaming in a 10-7 fashion. But before we move on, big shoutouts muna sa Flo, sa Queen Sisters, and as well as kay Kai or Johnny mula sa ating community. Big shoutouts to you guys. You know what, J_Suave, we're going in towards New Mexico. Any thoughts, no? New Mexico is a pretty wild map para dito sa ating dalawang teams.
Yeah, but man, if there's any map na pwede mong i-embody yung pureness ng Alliance Gaming, it is Mexico, no?
Oh yeah.
We talked about Alliance Gaming being that really scrappy, very chaotic team back in Masters Spring, and all they need to do is bring that back here sa New Mexico just because of the sheer size or lack thereof nitong New Mexico, no? Ready makipagsuntukin itong Alliance Gaming, especially when it comes to those yung mga high octane rounds na pwede natin makita dito, no? Yung pag-push sa may Tapsu, di mo alam kung sa may Lagusan nga sila tutuloy. Ang daming pwedeng gawing kalokohan itong Alliance Gaming to keep EKISQUAD on their toes.
Yeah, it's very, very insane, no? And meron akong naalala na dare ko dito kay, kay Del QQ na once na lumaban sila dito sa ating semis or sa ating playoffs, magpakita siya ng Crispecto or something else of agad. No, alam ko may sinabi rin si isa nating cases dito na we call Sneaky Frog, pero hopefully we do see that kind of playstyle. And I'm also curious kung magve-vepper nga ba dito ang ating players for Alliance Gaming, because if they do, that's gonna be pretty insane. And EKISQUAD, we know them to be very, very much heavy hitters, so all eyes on Ram and as well as Carl and Owen King once again. We go in so our game kung saan Alliance Gaming starting on the BL side and EKISQUAD on the GL.
Like I said, no, suntukan ka agad. ALG has 4 players peeking out sa Tapsu. Kung may magkamali man na mag-push dito, delikado buhay niya. Romero takes contact, cannot get any of the kills. And there's nobody to be seen. Look at the rotation. Carl's already here, pero mamba out muna yung ALG. Wala na siya makita. Sobrang tahimik, sobrang kapal ng ecoms to the point na if Carl chooses to push forward, it's very, very risky dito. But he does catch Tams on the way out. Tamang drive-by lang. And the rest of ALG fully committed now to making their campaign papasok ng B side.
Yeah, I like this. Open a portal. Punta agad dito sa 2F ng Bay. One of the most, sought after spots or areas dito sa buong New Mexico. Para EKISQUAD does put Carl in a position kung saan pwede siya maglabas ng lagim at mapatigil ang isang push ng ating Alliance Gaming. But yeah, it's pretty crazy though, no? Hard to swing. Kailangan mo tignan dito yung baba ng 2F if you're ALG. Then you peek out towards the right side kung saan Carl's just waiting. And now, battle commences as EKISQUAD Owen King nag-aantay lang dito sa site. Attention taking kay Cedric Rowan HP. Carl, nag-aantay lang. Nuken gets the kill instead. Alliance Gaming opens up B and Owen King doesn't even get to. Kay Cedric with 1 HP from the Tapsu side from Portal claims their very first round. Wow.
Alam mo, minsan talaga bipolar. Yung trigger discipline nakakamatay, no? Nakaisa sana siya doon, kaso hindi, nagantay siya na masyadong matagal. And some of the hardest shots to take are when your opponent has their backs turned to you. Pero ito this time, EKISQUAD pushing forward. May sagot ng suntukan dito sa loob ng water natin. Do they even check kay Cedric? Buti na lang may bawi. But in the end, no, ang lamang pagkatapos ng kaguluhan sa sewer, sa water, EKISQUAD.
Nagkakaguluhan dito yung players natin for Alliance Gaming. Hindi sila makakit, hindi sila maka-double jump dun sa taas. Dito, na top suicide ng ating BL. Wala tao, alam ko, dire-diretso dun yung EKISQUAD. But good awareness, no, na na-realize nila agad, second round pa lang, na multiple players coming from Alliance Gaming will just clump up and always take control dito ng portal natin or water or itong papunta sa may top su ng outer. Pero Jomero, spots out Nuken. Low HP. Nuken still fighting and he wins the fight. The duel goes into hand dito ng ALG. Pero Nuken all alone as Carl does find the IGL of ALG. Pero ganda nito. Pinarinig niya yung portal. Papagatin niya dito si Rateng. And Nuken with the flash goes in for the wide kick mula sa EKISQUAD. They claim their first round on the second round ng ating New Mexico.
Templa's mid. Fortunately, did not work out para kay paring Nuken, no? with this 1-for-1. We'll see if there's gonna be any kind of adjustment dito galing sa ALG. This time, there's much more emphasis sa may BR Owen King. Saan ka nakatingin? Mag-ingat ka dyan kasi tatlo na nga yung pwede mag-pop up sa harapan mo. Luke can also taking his time. Where will it go for the first time? No? We're actually not seeing any kind of waters control from either of the teams other than si Boo dito na naka-check lang kung may mag-overextend gang si EKISQUAD. As of right now, much more patient, much more slow for both of our squads here. And ALG attempting to piece together kung ano nga ba talaga yung itsura na tong default ng EKISQUAD sa ngayon. No? It's very, very quiet, very, very slow. Mukhang gusto na lang lumusot dumiretso ng A-site, no? Kung saan, Canelo does have some cover, but the utility is thrown out like this. Owen King is like shooting fish in a barrel para wala makita tong ALG, pero namamaalam sila ng sunod-sunod.
Deadly fights here on CR as EKISQUAD just hold down the trigger and pushes them one by one. Mag-isa na lang dito si Cedric on Ali A. And he has 2 HP.
He's solo.
And he just falls down immediately. Boo, left alone in a 1v5. Yung C4 pwede pong makarap dito ng EKISQUAD.
Yeah, but he needs to get an ace first. Now down to only 68 HP kung saan nakabantay si Teng, pati si Ram. Playing around the pillar. Does get 2. Pare, an attempt was made but unfortunately, walang malakas sa 5. And now EKISQUAD, secure na nga ng lead dito. 2-for-1 here on the GR side. Deciding to continue with that same setup yung ginagawa nila. No? High priority sa may alley para walang makatawid papasok ng site. With only one person na nakatoka kung may magpupush galing sa may top 2. With ALG here, this time much more quiet, much more methodical. Once the utilities are gonna start to break. Sakit nun para kay Owen King, man. Kinain niya yung HE. But the rest of ALG now look to be going to accelerate onto the A side. Kay Cedric. Testing waters kung may mag-overextend. Jamero, wag ka lang mag-aabante dito pero hindi niya alam. Hindi alam si Carl. May tao sa likuran niya. Does he look? Does he look? The check from Jamero. Catches Kay Cedric. First blood for this round on the other side. With this 4v4 ngayon may deniability. Ang ganda sana ng pwesto doon, pare. Kaso hindi. Na-check siya ni Tams.
Doli yun. How did Tams know? Now ALG. Oh, Nuken even wins the 1v1 fight dito sa may kasingit-singitan ng Ali A. Del QQ also finds Jamero, but it's all up to Teng.
Oops.
With the USP, he pushes from CR or from L towards A site. Flash inbound and Teng gets the first kill. Pero ikot ang mukha ni Teng. 360, YY, wala na siya magagawa dito. 30 seconds left. Can easily just hold this down. But despite the odds, he finds an M14. Can possibly go in for the clutch. Pero dehado siya dito. Tingnan mo naman HP ni Boo, ni Tams, almost full. Del QQ also almost full. And he's just gonna be using this time para makapag-isip ng possible defense na mas better on the 5th round.
Yeah. Small pseudo timeout galing sa EKISQUAD here to try and figure out what the hell is going on. But to be fair, yung dalawa nating squad, it's still close. Itong simula natin ng New Mexico, it really does to see, it's really hard to see any kind of separation between yung dalawa nating squad. It's to the point na they seem very well put together as long as it doesn't get to the later parts of the game. Kasi doon na nga, pag naubusan ka na ng strat book, nakikita mo na yung mga butas dito sa EKISQUAD as was what happened kanina sa Eagle Eye. He said,
The Vapor. The Vapor comes out! Jamero falls down at ito na inaabangan natin. Just swabe. The crazy gun comes out at Carl. Haharap pa! Pangalawang patay para kay Cedric. And he just opens up a one-man army. Going towards win A. At alam niyo, may tao na dito. The Vapor doesn't even get used. It's a USP to get the 3rd kill. And with Owen King entering the site, he cannot get any kills. EKISQUAD bombarded and dumbfounded on round number 5.
I'm trying to remember kung kailan natin nakita yung Vapor ng ALG. Parang spring season on port yata yun.
That was
And it's
very
been a
long
pocket
ago.
pick from their from ALG. Kasi pare, hindi nila to ginagamit ng masyadong common. But when they do, it's really effective. No?
Oh yeah.
Hindi mo talaga alam kung kailan yan lalabas yung Viper na yan. And now ELG pulling out a pocket strat like that nets them another round, no? To push forward. And the hope now is to continue with that same candor. Boo again trying to make an entry, dadaan ng portal. The rotations from EKISQUAD have been triggered, man. Kailangan nilang mag-invest na mas maraming tao sa may B area ng map natin. But Carl will be lying in wait para kay Boo.
Oh! Oh, just taps him with an easy HK habang tinatangke niya yung multiple rounds ng Vepper. So, good trades coming to the side of EKISQUAD, or good kills. But ALG, big flash all the way from bridge. Cedric enters.
Oh, wow.
Does get the kill on Ĝomero. Does fall back a little bit. They realize na marami pong oras yung Suave. So, paglalaroan mo ng ALG ang EKISQUAD.
Yeah. I also spot out Teng here just on the end of alley. Trying to beat out na, okay, it looks like they might be rotating away. Pero parang mag-isa lang dito si Owen King. Sa may likod lang ng bato. 4 people coming his way. He gets one. Playing a ring around the Rosies. Only gonna be able to net one. Pero buti na lang sakto yung pagdating ni Ram, no? Just in the nick of time. And now they can't even plant the bomb unless they can cover themselves here. Tams? Atras. Laro ng patintero. At sinukin na naman matitira mag-isa. Covered on both sides.
Reload. Teng. Hindi niya mahanap si Nuken. He spots him going towards the top side. Pero he reclaims the C4. Teng with the spray. And Nuken misses every shot there. Laki ng pinanggalingan ni Nuken dun all the way from the second floor of B side. So tayo ngayon. Still no snipers muna para sa EKISQUAD. Meanwhile, Vepper still in hands of Boo. Trying once again. Possibly going to...
Yung alam natin dito pare, hating kapatid. One for you, one for me. Pero eventually may mandadaya dyan. Kailangan may lumamang. We'll have to see which team it is. No? The Cedric switches to the Vepper this time around. It looks like they want to set him up for some sort of hijinks na paparating sila dito sa may taguan, just in case anybody pushes up. Kasi if naalala mo, just a couple of rounds ago, si Ĝomero na nag-overpush. Na nahuli. If I'm not mistaken, it was Cedric, no? On that lurk, moving towards the A site. So now ALG, much more put together. 3 on one side, 2 on the other. The utilities getting set up. Gani sa ALG. Kung gusto na lang tumuloy sa may alley or diretso ng A-side, ba't ka pa dadaan ng mahabang area? Rotations here.
Ĝomero, second flash, very delayed for ALG. As Ska pushes mula din sa may CR. It's just a big hold down coming in for EKISQUAD. As they say, you shall not pass towards A site. Alliance Gaming cannot enter A. What a setup for EKISQUAD.
Well, the setup is right. Lead ngayon para sa EKISQUAD. Remember, they lost their own map pick. Gusto nilang kunin naman yung map pick nitong Alliance Gaming. ALG pushing all the way to top 2. Kita yung magiging unang contact here, but there's 2 other players on the other side. Carl! Grabe, walang makakatabi dito sa top 2. And Ĝomero shows up just in time as well to bolster the forces. Adding sa depensa dito ng EKISQUAD. But where does ALG go from here?
Wala na naman for ELG as they try to recover some kind of trade. Ram, I think he didn't see Cedric. Alam pa si Cedric sa pinaka-corner dito ng 2F.
Nakalusot pa siya doon, no? Hindi pwedeng basta-basta mag-rotate yung EKISQUAD dito. Pwede silang mahuli. But again, we talked about the ALG kanina. They know how and when to play the clock, and they are playing the clock right now, no? Trying to make it uneasy para sa EKISQUAD. If you look at yung mga pestuan nila dito, no, yung nag-iisang Carl, kung may tumawid man ng top 2, he'll be in quick danger. Si Ram nandito, I think it's been spotted out as well. Kailangan niya mag-adjust ng positioning. Probably calling for his teammates as well. Utility, thrown, flash out, and Ram.
Nuke. Only get one there. Now finds the second. One posible pa to para sa Alliance Gaming as Nuke holds down the high ground. 40 seconds, Carl goes in and he gets the shots connecting to the body and shoulder dito ni Nuke. So 5 rounds now para sa EKISQUAD. They have a better lead going through second half. Pero Alliance, ganito rin yung last time. Naging 5-4 din yung una nating mapa.
Pero mahirap dito na I feel like the main difference in that last round was ALG were taking a little bit too much time compared to the last couple of rounds. Kaya sila na-convert doon, no? This time again, no, much more attention being afforded sa may alley natin, sa may mid natin. Pero yung EKISQUAD, no, mukhang natuto na nga sila sa mga ginagawa nilang kalokohan kanina. This time they're gonna be much more passive. Just waiting, not even gonna push through top 2. O sa ano, may paparating na buo dito as well. They are threatening that presence, no? Flashes, pero may mga rotation galing si EKISQUAD na nagkakahiwa-hiwalay sila ng ganda. So si Teng na naman mag-isa yung kailangan maghawak dito.
Dami tao Nasa bato si Teng pero makamatay lang din siya. ̍Semi now also falls down from sheer will mula kay Tams. The defense has been crumbling pero Ram enters the fight. Carl papasok na din to get an easy headshot pero Tams with the M14. What a gun indeed. As Owen King now shows himself sa may CR. Alam na. Pero with 26 seconds, this HK needs to hit every shot from here on out. Flashes will connect. Kay Cedric and Tams, crossfire for the ages. All they need to do is wait. But they're peeking left and right. Owen King di alam with 18 HP and he gets killed out. Another or at least a 5-4 in New Mexico and now we switch sides.
Boy. Yun na naman, 4-5 na naman, Bipolar. I'm feeling a little bit of deja vu. And that's not necessarily a good thing para sa EKISQUAD, no? Kasi ngayon na sa GR side itong ALG, we will see mga ba nga talagang magiging itsura nila dito. Ram, some explorations here kasama si Carl kung sakaling may mag-push galing sa may water. As of right now, there is nobody to be mentioned. But what is the idea here? So yung ALG, no, dahil nga sa ginawa nilang kalokohan, they have no choice. They have to put DLQ in a spot na pwede niyang bantayan itong B-side natin.
They control water though, no? After i-open dito yung portal, sabi ng Alliance Gaming, let's just push it out. And if walang tao dito, let's just hold Senbu. The very position dito sa may arko ng water. Difference though, EKISQUAD wants to go for an ace split. Kung saan it will be stopped by Boo with an immediate frag, but Ram goes in for the trade. Tams needs to get this pick mula kay ̍Semi pero ̍Semi doesn't know. Meanwhile, Tams alam na alam niya kung saan kailangan tumingin at kung kailan pa papatay. And Nuke though, what a wall bang mula kay Teng. So even playing field tayo, madami pang oras ang EKISQUAD. Pero nililikuran sila ni kay Cedric.
Yun nga. Any kind of delay galing sa ALG dito, magiging ipit na ipit itong EKISQUAD. Tatlong alon sila dito. Tams, hold off, calling for DLQ's assistance. Checks, headshot, nandun! At kailangan niya lang si Tams para tapusin ang lahat, men. Walang kahirap-hirap.
How does he know though, no? Nandun lang siya sa pinakakanan ng bato, tapos magpipick at siya at the right freaking time. How does he know when to peek? And nagtatapok pa naman dun yung buong EKISQUAD. Somehow, he just knows. But EKISQUAD does go and, you know, give around for a 5-5 scoreline. So, they want to get the lead back again. Pero hirap kasi, no? ALG on the defense. Look at this. 2 on A, 1 sa may L. No priority on A side or B side, by the way. Tapos, dalawa lang dito sa may corner ng CR. Mag-aantay lang ang buong ALG.
Parang ayaw talaga nila. Medyo allergic sila sa B so far. In fact, the farthest they got was water. They didn't even really explore itong top 2. And that's what makes it much more simple para sa ALG na mag-defend. Unless they overextend again. DLQ, extension na naman. Kakasabi ko lang, bigla siya magpapaalam ng maaga. And now they have to hunker down, no? Kasi with that being said, Boo, taking the opportunity na makapag-explore. He's looking for JJF. He's inside the portal. He catches one. Tinahanap niya. Nasaan na si JJF? ̍Semi is caught out. And again, ALG dehado ng isang tauhan.
Carl, na. Pero waiting in the shadows
Oh!
is one player. Good trades coming in for ㍍Cedric as he claims one more. EKISQUAD falters in CR and now it's a 1v1. ㍍versus ㍍Cedric. One player going in for 9 kills, another for 13 para dito kay ㍍Cedric, pero they meet their ways dito towards A site. And ㍍Cedric waits on a C4 taken by ̍Mero at babalik pa siya. He doesn't know ㍍Cedric is on Ali A.
Surely not, right? Does he check?
And they cross paths. ̍Mero knows. So he doesn't want to plant the bomb. ㍍Cedric overpicks. And he gets the kill. ̍Mero. What a clutch up to get their 6th round sa New Mexico.
Masakit na nga yung mga bala galing sa EKISQUAD at tapatan talaga ng malala yung dalawa nating teams. EKISQUAD much faster this time around. If you look at ALG as well, no? Sinusubukan nila mag-compensate in terms of that control on Ali. But EKISQUAD, they're just sticking to the plan, no? I mean, considering as well na important na buksan na naman, dagdag problema ulit. Kailangan humiwalay na naman ni Boo. What do you do? How do you make sure dito na hindi kayo maikutan itong EKISQUAD? Kasi it seems to me that they're so effective in trying to divide and conquer itong ALG to the point na isa lang or dalawa yung nakabantay sa kung anumang site yung gusto nilang pagpatuloy. As of right now, ̍Mero still lurking around and ALG are calling for attention dito sa top soup kung saan wala nga namang tao, man. It's lots of patience from EKISQUAD. They're just waiting for them to overcompensate here. I feel like na yung kailangan ng ALG to be able to take matters into their own hands, to be much more active.
Deadly signs on CR once again, just suave. Every time Owen King or Carl peeks out mula sa posisyon na to, they always get an easy shot towards the players on the corner side. ㍍Cedric finds ̍Mero. Pero ito 2v4 kung saan B side will be denied as ㍍Cedric finds one. Pero ting, nahanap si Boo sa may alibi. Dediretso sila ng A site. Pero ㍍Cedric knows na hindi na B ang priority dito EKISQUAD. He needs to come in mula dito sa may window A and divide the fight and surprise itong si Ting. Pero nakaabang lang sa ilalim ng win A. And even Owen King close by, low HP, and Owen King gets the kill. 7-5, 2-point lead para sa EKISQUAD.
There was a world kung saan possible yung pangalawang kill na yun, pero kasi masyado marami para sa EKISQUAD. Now 7-5, like you said, no, starting to run away with the lead na ginugusto nila. ALG, like I said, no, sobrang defensive right now na medyo pinapanggelan nila yung space. Wait a second, LQ! So aware, able to take down 2. The rest of EKISQUAD crawling on the site.
Triple kill for the LQQ and just easy pickings para dito sa Alliance Gaming. Man, the IGL putting in the work on that round itself, no? On round number 13. Tapos, easy pasok na lang dito sila ㍍Cedric. ㍍Cedric currently has 16 kills. That's how insane ㍍Cedric is right now sa New Mexico. Meanwhile, we have Owen King with 14. 11 assists dito kay Ram. He's always good for at least damaging these players ng Alliance Gaming, but we digress. Kalmado muna, 3-man on A. 2 players close towards B for Alliance Gaming. So very, very default actually. Pero wala pa ring prioritization dito sa may wallet.
Ayan, ALG, they're kind of going back to yung default kanina na hinahayaan na lang yung EKISQUAD to do whatever they want on the map. Which has not necessarily been the best idea, no? Kasi, especially dito, no, binuksan yung portal. At dahil doon, maghihiwa-hiwalay na naman. May magpipeel off na naman na isang player galing sa ALG. They need to be more active here. Kasi kung hindi, no, uulit-ulitin lang ng EKISQUAD itong macro play na to, no? Open the door, give pressure elsewhere on the map, and then wherever everyone else is not, pupush na nga, papasok ng site.
EKISQUAD. Just waiting, no? Just really depleting the time. First time natin may kita dito. Alliance Gaming now going in for the check.
Oh.
Boom! Gets spotted!
Oh.
Oh no. They're scrambling now. Pwede na mag-B-side dito ang buong EKISQUAD, especially if makakaharap dito si Carl ng opening. Pero look at this. Mabilisan lang Nuken now with the TRG. First time that we see him on the TRG on New Mexico on the GS side. At maharap niya agad si Carl. He saw the red tag, I feel. Pero babalik na lang siya dito sa may pinakababa ng 2F. Sneaky plays!
Wow.
And he gets the shot onto J.A.M.E.R.O. Pero EKISQUAD, makakapasok ng side, crunch time now. Pero makakapatay pa rin si kay Cedric. Ram with the cover. And it's a 1v2. Tams found out. EKISQUAD depletes the timer and claims another 2-point lead. Man, oh man. Just suave EKISQUAD is on another level.
Yes, sir. Really playing it up dito yung magkakaibang itsura ng mga default nila. The tempos at which they're switching back and forth between slow and fast na ALG can't find any kind of answer. And I feel like no, it just seems to be the same problem. Na yung ALG, nag-aantay lang talaga sila. They're not actively trying to take any kind of map control, which is why EKISQUAD have so many opportunities presented to themselves on a silver platter, pare. Kailangan nilang maging mas active, kailangan nilang maging mas aggressive, or else more rounds like that are gonna happen. Nuken gone early, na wala pa nakikita kahit sinong kalaban. Oh?
Different time. Ooh! Nilapitan ng pintuan ng portal at aalis na lang din siya. Actually, he goes back! Big balls on Boo! Pero deadly pa din yung CR. They keep peeking that just suave. Alliance Gaming. Just losing the fights sa may CR.
Just too much, man. Too much aggression. Ill-advised itong nakikita natin. I feel like ALG are really struggling to try and create map control but it's not necessary. Tapos kung saan nila kailangan bigyan ng attention yung mapa natin. Wala naman sila doon! Now Boo's gone and B-side should be ripe for the picking. DLQ. Can he catch J.A.M.E.R.O? I don't think so, no? Mag-uusap na yung dalawa natin player galing sa Alliance Gaming, DLQ and Tams. Hindi nila, ano pa saan magagaling mga EKISQUAD players, and with Tams now left alone, fully aware of where they are. Not much na kaya niyang gawin. Considering na spot out pa siya dito ni Owen King. And he will be taken care of. Isang puntos na lang, men. Tutuloy na tayo ng new compound.
Yeah. EKISQUAD wanting to trade maps now. Alliance Gaming very, very sloppy on their GR side. Let's see.
Sloppy is right.
It's very, very scrappy. Tingnan mo naman to. They wanna push towards LA pero kakabanggaan. Umalis daw tayo dyan. Sabi dito ni Owen King. So EKISQUAD will fall back. They confirm players are on A. They confirm there's 2 players there. At babalik na ata sila sa may CR hold nila dito for EKISQUAD.
Oof. Hey, what can you do here, man? Yes, Carl is still alive, but he's so low, might as well forget that he's alive. He's even there. The rest of ALG, pare, wala pa rin nagbabago sa setup nila dito. Kaya nakita mo yung mga utility na binabato ng EKISQUAD dito, no? Mga double nade na bigla na lang nagiging popcorn yung kalaban nila. Again, the space. But EKISQUAD, once again, playing the tempo, playing the man. Kung may gustong magpakita galing sa portal, pero wala. Kay Cedric says goodbye. And that's 1 down, 4 more to go para matapos ang New Mexico, man.
LQQ finding the trade on CR. So first time out of 5 rounds nanalo sa CR fight dito ang buong ALG. EKISQUAD. I feel like the plan is to just go at 20 seconds ulit, no?
Yeah,
They can
mga
play
ganun.
with the timer.
Quick explosion of aggression galing sa EKISQUAD kasi paparating na nga si JJF dito, ah. Bo's gonna see if he can catch anybody trying to show their faces on the A side, but there's nobody home. There's nobody here. I mean, look how far away, no, na naka-split up itong ALG. Yung ALG. Dito sa mapa na to. Bo does catch J.A.M.E.R.O. and Ting is gone as well. Mukhang hindi pa yata tapos ang lahat. Depende kay Owen King. And it's not gonna be there. 7 for ALG. But still, no? Hindi na pwede magkamali.
You have 2 more rounds here to catch up towards EKISQUAD. Pero delikado EKISQUAD now. Pushing a little bit too fast here towards Portal, opening it up para makuha dito atensyon nila Boo. Possibly dito ni Cedric to push towards the second floor again. Pero it's just a big distraction, no? Itong push ni Jamero sa may Portal.
What do you want to do? Down to a slow crawl, pare. Parang ang ginawa ng EKISQUAD dito. Tayo naman. Hintayin natin na mga kamay ng ALG. And mukhang sure enough, no, kumakate na nga. They're pushing forward with 4. Trap set, but not quite hitting the target. But that is information granted to ALG. Where is everyone else, man? They have portal open. Si Ram nag-aantay sa may lagusan kung may magpupush galing sa may top 2. Pero it's layers and layers here from EKISQUAD, no? Different timings, different players. Kay Cedric, kung katitingin saan ka pupunta, mag-ingat ka kasi 4 yung paparating sa'yo. Man, wala siyang kasama, wala siyang katulong. He has no choice, he has to take the fight. Everyone's looking the wrong way.
Big flash. Boo gets the kill first! Napatigil yung push! He's still alive somehow! Now he falls down! Pero ELG, despite the fact na nandito sila ngayon lahat, EKISQUAD still gets 2! Then QQ falls down! This might just be it! EKISQUAD falling one by one! Nag-audition na naman! Nuken with one more! Can they fighting? Tang falls down! EKISQUAD! They cannot close out New Mexico, ㍍Semi! Isang puntos na lang! Papasok tayo ng OT!
And na naman tayo sa mga pagkakamali na. Ito yung sakit ng EKISQUAD. Pag naging masyadong confident sila, rounds like this happen, no? So now Delq once again pushing forward with the help of HE's generating space para sa kanya. They force EKISQUAD to go to the A set kung saan nakabantay si paring Delq. Romero trying to do the fancy footwork. Do they check times? I don't think they will. Out through the window, spotted out, playing inside the site, somehow still alive, pare! Nagipagpatin din sa mga bala na itong EKISQUAD. At ngayon si Teng at si Jamero na natitira. 2v3.
Oh, 3v1. Kay Cedric with the last kill. They're going to overtime in the big map of New Mexico. How did that work out? Paano palaging nabubuhay yung mga singular players natin? Meanwhile, 3 na ay nasa harapan nila for EKISQUAD, no? I mean, they had a 3v1 fight for the majority of those last 3 rounds dito sa ating New Mexico. But, man, I did not expect this. This is anybody's game now. Akala natin, EKISQUAD will claim New Mexico mula dito sa Alliance, pero kinulang mag-close out.
Yeah. I mean, it was so close to the point na it looked so hopeless, no? Yeah. Except, yun nga, yung sakit ng EKISQUAD nag-flare up ulit. Nag-audition, nagiging masyadong confident, and then everything starts falling apart. So that being said, I feel like ALG, are gonna be hoping na makakuha sila ng kahit anong impact dito sa first half ng OT and then try and close it out in the next. But EKISQUAD, back to the drawing board muna habang wala pa tayo sa server na kailangan nila pag-isipan. Saan nga ba tayo nagkakamali?
I mean, I feel like for EKISQUAD, the only problem here is that hindi na na-utilize ng todong-todo dito yung mapa natin. They're always clubbed up. For some reason, they have possibilities dito mag-push towards water kasi wala namang taong nag-hold doon mula dito sa ating Alliance Gaming once they're on the BL side. But different set muna tayo ngayon. First round in OT, EKISQUAD goes back to the GR side. Wala na ring TRG dito si Teng, which is pretty good. They realized all they need is 4 or 5 na rifles. And they just need to hold out itong mga site natin. They don't even need to fight itong CR.
What is the idea? Ito nga, after a long silence, ALG walk out into an empty alley. Ram, ganda sana ng timing pero nakita siya ni Boo. Now the rest of ALG looking to flood inside of our alley. At siya natutuloy. Carl, ang isa, he's gonna have to absorb the pressure dito, calling for his teammates. EKISQUAD waiting, patience. ALG, this pause in the round is gonna be unexpected. And if Carl overextends, pwede rin makakuha si Cedric dito. Does he check? He gets checked. Pero hindi niya alam kung nasaan yung mga natitirang members ng ALG. Kasi nga,
Tokong.
dire-diretso lang yung mga pangalan na kulay orange. At ngayon, si Teng at si Owen King na lang natitira. Magkahiwalay pa nga.
Oh, I mean, they're just trading blows here kung saan palaging angat dito ang ating Alliance Gaming. And this is why I said na they don't really need to fight CR. Because Alliance Gaming will always go there. Kung hindi Portal, pero Owen King,
Oops!
only sa Ali Bay, makes it possible for a 1v3.
Ganda na pwesto ni Boo.
50 seconds on the clock. Di pa planted yung bomba. Owen King 7 and he falls. Alliance with 10 rounds now sa ating OT.
First strike para sa Alliance Gaming, man. It looks like they have a good idea now kung paano nila lalaroin ito. And I like yung parang different chapters itong first round natin in OT. ALG push forward, wait again, get into alley, wait again. And then saka sila mag-activate kung kailan may nagpakita galing sa EKISQUAD. Just collecting information and choosing when to proceed. But as of right now, no, kind of the same approach. Taking risks in terms of the timing but not being taken away means much more they can do here with the round. But look at yung pwestuhan ng EKISQUAD dito, no? Mag-isa lang dito si Romero na maghahawak dito ng alley kung may gusto mang tumawid galing sa ALG. But based on the positioning here on the map, Alliance Gaming want to take the long way around. Portal should be open here and you would expect some sort of presence galing sa top 2. So walang choice. Ito na naman, no? Rearrange, rotate from EKISQUAD, divide and conquer ang sinasabi ng ALG dito kung saan, no? There's only one person that's gonna be taking contact here inside the way. That is Jamero once again. Nakita naman natin he's a good anchor. But I don't know how good he's gonna be against 5 people.
Carl. Antay lang, suabe. This is a better defense for EKISQUAD, pero Carl, oh, what a shot! Going towards Stams. And they just go back, no? Balik na lang sa 2-1-2 setup. They don't need to do anything, pero big flash towards A side. Lets them enter. Del QQ mamamatay. Susunod Cebu. But Nuken, with a sniper, shows themselves sa may alley A side. 35 seconds on the clock. Iikot. Wala sa kanila C4. Ang layo pa. And Nuken will fall. It's all up to kay Cedric. And I feel like the job is just too hard.
Yeah, man. 1v4 is highly unlikely here. Not to mention, maganda yung first one nga naman itong EKISQUAD natin. Unless may mistake. But Ram cleans it up. Head thrown away. Double digits for both teams, pare. Gusto ko yung sagutan na to.
Yeah. Parang after the regulation, no, after these first 2 halves, nagkabasahan ng ating players for EKIS as well as Alliance Gaming. Now, they need creativity. I feel like they can just easily go portal here or at least go towards water, then top soon on GR side for Alliance Gaming. But EKISQUAD, man, I have to commend them right now because this defense is just too insane, no? Kasi kahit mag-flash yung A plays na, kahit mag-flash ng A side dito ang ating Alliance Gaming, tago yung player sa may truck, sa may forklift, sa may win A, tago din player natin kasi close towards door A lane yung ibang player side for EKISQUAD. So it's very foolproof actually, no? Even itong hold natin for post and as well as L, EKISQUAD has a tremendous map control. Pero Carl, wanting to possibly fight dito sa ating CRBL.
Kind of poking and prodding in the house. PLG. You wanna take the risk? Uy! Kahit may echoes dyan, tama pa rin yung bala ni Carl. Sinukin pa yung mamamaalam. And ALG once again calling a pause. Wala silang choice. Need to see if they can cross forward here. This is the same setup na nakita natin galing sa EKISQUAD na yung combo dito ni Carl pati ni Teng. With a minute left, still nothing for ALG. Utility has to be used very well. Carl around the corner. Ito na nga, paparating ang ALG. He's good for one. He's good for two. And everyone is shambolic in their performance. Si Buna na natitira. And it's a 1v3 here. He has no idea na may katabi siya sa loob ng sights. Owen King seals the deal. 11 para sa EKISQUAD.
11 rounds para dito sa ating EKISQUAD. And as you can see, we're going to a very tie game pagdating dito sa ating overtime. Alliance Gaming not really garnering a lot of big fights, no, palaging trade for trades kung saan EKISQUAD just holding out, and I love to see it, no. You have, again, a good defense na hindi lang talaga parang great for EKISQUAD, pero it's good for the entirety of the map. Yes, binibigay nila DT water, binibigay nila important, pero ano naman, there's 2F na pwede lang pasukan dito mula sa ating alliance game if they did try to go towards B, but a 2-2-2-1-2 setup, isa lang sa may top 2, and I believe that was Teng. EKISQUAD realizing that they have somewhat of a better GR side than the players coming from Alliance Gaming. But here comes the switch of sides. Can they stop the big forces na ginagawa dito ng ating Alliance Gaming? Or at least, kapag nasa GR side na sila, they have stopping power towards that water position, kasi yung nakita natin on the very first round sa ating, or on the early round sa ating first half. But let's see, depende pa rin, no? Kasi right now, Carl is hitting some insane shots, and ㍍Cedric has been lumamig bigla ang buong Alliance Gaming. Hindi mo na sila maramdaman ng todong-todo.
Yeah, man, it's kind of weird if we're being honest, no. We talked about yung high speed, high octane na movements nitong Alliance Gaming when it comes to the smaller maps. They're not doing it a lot dito sa New Mexico, ah. So maybe they need to go back to their original plans. Pero si Owen King, tira mo naman yung space na nakuha nila. Nakarating ka agad sa may dulo lang ng alley. Checking out if there's anybody here. There is some covering utility, some delay utility galing sa Alliance Gaming here to try and respond. Force EKISQUAD to take some unnecessary risks here, and Tams will be contact kung may tumawid na EKISQUAD dito. Kasama si Del QQ to provide assistance. But as of right now, wala pa. Time being taken. EKISQUAD once again, just continuing to play. Not just playing the game, but they're playing the men on the other side of this server. They're not taking the bait just yet.
If you're EKISQUAD, saan ka pupunta? A na lang ulit? Flash mula sa may bridge? Or B-site na lang, no? Kasi ganda ng pwesto dito ni ㍍Cedric. He's just gonna be waiting sa drop down dito ng buong EKISQUAD if they need to go towards B.
This is what they did kanina. It's the same thing, no? Yung PL side ng EKISQUAD is take contact, create information, create space. Tapos, divide and conquer kasi bubuksan na naman yung portal. This time around, okay, ㍍Cedric is right around the corner in the well-placed HP. Chip damage sa kalaban niya. Pero ang chip damage lang yung magagawa ni ㍍Cedric, man. B-site is open for the taking, and EKISQUAD are swarming it like bees.
LQQ finds one more. But it's all after IGL. Barag ang muka and EKISQUAD. 12 rounds now. Pagdating sa overtime. And can you feel it, Suave? EKISQUAD can easily claim. And I feel like nakalimutan ata ng ating Alliance Gaming na meron pa silang timeout pagdating dito sa OT. But they continue. TRG in the hands of Yukin once again. And he finds Owen King immediately. What a shot through the legs. And this time, they push towards Hotel. Tingnan mo, Alliance Gaming gutom. Ayaw ba puntusin ng EKISQUAD ulit? At ayaw patikimin ng panalo del QQ with the third. And it's all up to Carl and Ram na magkahiwalay pa.
Pero ngayon sinasabi natin na kailangan ng Alliance Gaming bumalik sa identity nila. Look what happened. Took space, took the fights, and kicked their booties. But that's exactly what they needed, man. Just return to what you know. Saan ka sanay? At mo pagpipilitan kung hindi gumagana, di ba? So now with that, another round here para sa ALG. Kailangan nilang isa pa. Makakarating tayo ng golden round. But look at this EKISQUAD all in on the A site.
Oh, big spray down. 2 for 2. Del QQ. 1 for 1 na naman. Pero Nuken. Oh my goodness. Ram is 1 HP. Dos na lang ang natitira. Is it golden now? Pero with an HK, Ram has an opportunity to kill off ㍍Cedric, but is already in the site. But they don't see each other. Ram knows ㍍Cedric is there. He misses the shot. Hindi tumama. At yun lang ata ang chance ni Ram. Pero he gets the kill still. EKISQUAD denies a golden round. And we go for a 13-11. What a sequence that was! 2 for 2, 1 for 1. Ram with one more HP and Case Cedric not realizing na nasa site na ang last play natin for EKISQUAD. Man, just suave. That was what I call insane.
Yeah. Ayun nga mismo, pare. I mean, I like to see ALG go back to their roots. Yung hyper-aggressive na ginagawa nila back in spring. I feel like they lost that part to their identity. And it's nice to see it. Yun nga lang, no, medyo nagkulang nga sila dito in that the last few rounds. And I feel like it just took them too long na makapag-settle ulit sa mga pwestuhan nila, makapag-settle ulit sa ano nga ba yung mga role nila dito when it comes to playing New Mexico. In fact, if they, like you said, no, I feel like di rin nila nagamit yung mga time nila. They used one and that's it, no? So, unfortunately, that's how it goes. So, what muna tayo ngayon dito, and if I'm not mistaken, our third set will be on new compound. Another pick para sa EKISQUAD.
Yeah, this new compound, no, both teams actually played very, very well to a point na parang individualities really come out here. And talk about individualities, dun lumalabas ang ating EKISQUAD. So, I feel like they have a bigger advantage here coming into our third set. Pero, wow, munti ka na yun talagang mapaabot ng ating overtime. Alliances was an inch away from claiming this, golden round. Tapos, if they won that, they could have gotten the last 13 round or the last 25th round. Kasi momentum was on their side. But look at these highlights coming in for this game sa New Mexico. From water fights na very minuscule lang in the early parts of the round. Tapos, nakita natin, going into the second half and the later parts of these two halves natin, ALG fighting. Pero yung CR hold talaga natin mula dito sa EKISQUAD, yun yung nagpanalo sa kanila, yun yung nagbigay sa kanila ng 2-point lead and a big advantage going into the 2 overtime as well. Kasi look at Carl hitting shots, kahit HK pa yun together with Ram, I believe, or together with Jamero, no? I mean, it was just good shots all around. Palagi natatalo doon. Oh, there was only one time na napanalo yun ng ating players mula sa ALG, and even on their GR side hold for EKISQUAD. It was just too insane. I feel like EKISQUAD, nagising na sila. Okay na. Pwede na tayo maabot ang map number 5 with this kind of team. And nga, last ending kill mula kay Ram despite having 2 HP. Now, looking at the statistics, our total of 24 rounds kung saan nagbigay ng malakas na power si Case Cedric, getting multiple, parang triple-double pa nga dito si Case Cedric, pero Owen King and Carl, sila talaga ang bumuhay para makakuha ng set number 2 ang EKISQUAD.
It's some beautiful stuff, man. Yung mga impact plays galing sa kalala. To mention si Jamero, na whenever he pops up on our screen, some sort of hijinks is gonna be showing up, no? It's just some beautiful crossfire. I hate to say that it usually doesn't happen here on New Mexico, but there is an abundance, no, of different looks from both of our squads, and nakita mong fully developed nga talaga itong New Mexico para sa kanila.
Yeah. New Mexico has been very fruitful here for EKISQUAD. Looking at Ting as well, no, getting some shots in, but not really as great as before. But now, Owen King, it is our set MVP with a 1.50 KD or 1.04 na kill per round and a headshot percentage na 0.75. Talking about Carl, talking about Jamero, siya rin ang gumagawa ng kills dito in a way na parang dominating talaga towards the side of our players in ALG side. Plus, in a very heavy fraggy map or in a very, parang intense battlefield sa ating dalawang teams, 0.30 na survival rating is pretty good para dito kay Owen King. The King always prevails in these kinds of fight. At ngayon, dadayo na tayo sa ating set number 3. Pero syempre, let's acknowledge the fact na 1-1 na tayo ngayon. We are, in no man's land now for these two teams and very much doomsday kind of S. But of course, magbabalik po ang ating ㍍SPH Impact 2026 after this. Welcome back to CFS.PHT Impact 2026. What a banger song that was habang pinapakinggan natin yung ating break time. No? Pero again, magbabalik po tayo dito sa ating semifinals for Alliance Gaming and as well as EKISQUAD. Dadayo tayo sa new compound, ㍍Semi, and one of these teams have played it pero parang may angat dito ang isa.
Yeah, I'd have to say na pakiramdam ko lang na magkakaroon na tayo ng konting advantage for EKISQUAD, but that's my opinion. I feel like every time we see EKISQUAD on new compound, may bago silang itsura. Not necessarily in terms of the macro, but it's just that they have something different added to the mix. You know, sometimes you see some more some activities sa CA. Sometimes medyo mas malaki yung investment nila when it comes to pushing through pillars. Mga ganyang bagay na ginagawa ng EKISQUAD. Then again, it's because of, I feel like it's because of this loose play style na ginagawa ng EKISQUAD. Just because na hindi mo kailangan manduhan yung mga players na to. They're just very experienced. And if you give them a role, you give them a job to do, they will do it to the best of their abilities while also communicating to their teammates in to some degree.
Yeah. I mean, parang may isip po rin dito, no, ㍍Semi, na parang that, you know, that unpredictability na mabibigay dito ng ating EKISQUAD would be a very good sight na makita natin up against Alliance Gaming na very much somewhat maging passive pagdating sa mapang to. Again, looking at the statistics, Alliance Gaming has a 100% win rate pagdating dito sa ating new compound, pero mas formidable ang new compound dito ng EKISQUAD just because they have a 6 to 7%, which means they have more maps played pagdating sa new compound, no? And just like the map itself, it is very much prevalent and talagang tuloy-tuloy ang pwede natin makita ang angas dito for EKISQUAD. Plus, you know, this map really parang pulls you into a place na your individual powers really need to shine. And looking at it, well, sino nga bang individual teams na, or ang team natin dito na that has individual powers? Well, EKISQUAD yun. But of course, new compound will be the map. At ngayon, diretso tayo sa ating first round. It's EKISQUAD on the BL and GR side ng ALG.
Kaya natin kung ano yung gagawin ng suntukan sa main mid. Kasi nakikita mo na nga may mga utility na kang pinagbabato. Luckily na medyo safe naman yung pwestuhan ng mga ALG players dito. But if you look at the space. Again, we talked about how you need to be playing on the macro here when it comes to new compound. Is you need to be much more careful or much more intentional kung paano kumuha ng space, kung paano kumuha ng information at ng mga kills, no? But the rest of ALG right now, they're just waiting. I like this this commitment, no? Having two players waiting through mid, but it has to break at some point. And so far, EKISQUAD, I think they're trying to lull them to sleep, no?
Yeah.
Kung kailan nakala mo wala ng tao, bigla ka magbabato ng flash, mga ganyang galawan ng EKISQUAD, no?
Pretty tight defense, no? Para sa Alliance Gaming.
Oh.
Abdel sa baba ng tower, Boo sa may EA. Tapos may second layer pa na nanggagaling dito sa Z, pero Alliance Gaming just checking a little bit. EKISQUAD is actually just holding, you know? Not really checking itong store A position natin.
Natin na lang kumulit tong ALG. I mean, yun nga, nakita naman natin, observe natin kung sa New Mexico is medyo makati naman talaga kasi gumalaw tong ALG. But if you look at store B, with the takedown ni Delq and the damage done sa ALG, kailangan nilang mabaling yung attention sa may kabilang dako ng mapa natin. And they do have the read, but the catch-on curve dito galing sa EKISQUAD is huge! Hindi nila alam kung saan sila magpapakita ng lakas. Men, naipit na lang sila sa loob ng batteries.
I mean, the opening frag kasi na nanggaling dito sa tower was really just the fire starter para dito sa EKISQUAD. Yun yung mismo nag-activate sa kanila na mag-push dito sa may Storby, create a chaos dito sa
mindful
EA.
pa nila, no?
Yeah. Talagang just from an immediate frag, yung lahat ng sequence na yun nanggaling para makuha dito ng EKISQUAD yung ating first round, no? But LG will still play their own default here. Delikado lang to if DelQQ gets picked once again, no? Mula dito kay Teng. The same thing can happen sa ating second round.
Where do you wanna go here? Kita natin, no? Yun nga, nag-overrotate yung ALG. Kaya sila nakuha din ni Teng kanina eh. And new compound is one of the maps na hindi ka talaga pwede mag-overrotate kasi sobrang exposed mo, men. Pag tumalikod ka lang ng kahit isang segundo, pwede kang mahuli kung may nakabantay sa angle na to. Especially when it comes to curve, when it comes to mid, no? Teng has been spotted. Information is gonna be granted dito para sa ALG, aka alam nilang may tao pa rin sa tower. They can't be doing that same rotation na ginawa nila kanina kung saan nahuli yung isa. In fact, they're doubled up dito sa curve na without any kind of utility, delikado yung buhay mo, men.
Oh, big flash play for Ting.
Ito na yun.
Oh, pop flash para dito sa may baba ng tower at baka mapas lang pati ito si Boom, pati si Del QQ. Here it comes, Del QQ actually gets 2 kills! Make it 3! Tatlong headshot para kay Del QQ. Abdel with 3 and times with the 4th. At si Ting mag-isa na lang. Oh my goodness! Del QQ realizing na may pop flash play, uunahan niya na lang na gumalaw ditong EKISQUAD and that leads him into a 4K.
No? Sabi ni Abdel, I'm him. Hindi niya kailangan ng katulong, men. 4 kills in that round and barely any kind of impact from EKISQUAD. Talagang napatigil lang sila. And look at this. Much faster pace galing sa kanila. Boo knows what's coming.
Oh, good nade to slow them down. Boo still alive. And he just falls down from an HK from Carl. Pero Nuken gets 1 kill. 2v2, low in HP na naman EKISQUAD. Di sila nakapasok ng A ng buhay na buhay. Jamero lines up ang ALG pero Tams get the kill. It's Carl with 1 HP at haharapan niya na lang yung EA to get an easy headshot. EKISQUAD forcing their way for their second round.
Yep, forcing is right, man. Nilabasan nila yung inner wolf nila. They just went all in on the violence dito para pumasok ng A. Kasi, pero naman, first couple of rounds, EKISQUAD was playing this way too slow. So why not? Why not change it up? Why not confuse ALG? But again, balik na naman sila sa default dito. May double hold. Delq along with Boo na kung saan, regardless of where you're gonna be coming from, the utility once it's thrown out, delikado yung buhay mo. Boo is down again. Ito na naman si Teng. An opener on curve. That's only one ingredient to a recipe for disaster. Pero may control ng ALG at they're making their way to CB.
LB push towards SD. Tams!
Ah!
Mamamatay lang din kay Cedric. Nagpakita na naka-TRG sa may CB. Oh no, ALG. 1 by 1 thing. Spotted! LQ
Excuse me?
gets the kill. How did he see that?
What?
Just a speck mula kay Ting. Tapos nahanap niya agad yung bumburan niya. Look at missing the shots and he repeats again. Not a good sign for ALG. It's a 2v3.
And now it's a 3v1. Delq na lang natitira. Abdel, paano magkagawa mo dito? They know exactly where he is, man. So as you can see, Owen King leaning into it, pushing sa exit. He gets caught out, but the rest of EKISQUAD are already gone. Gone with the wind. Gaya ng rotation na nagaganap na nga papasok ng B-site natin. They are gonna be planting very safely here. As you can see, JJF. Great angle. First contact for him and Dram as well as a failsafe sa loob ng mga batteries natin. 3 seconds in. You know where he is? May narinig na mga bala na paparating. JJF. Patience played and he looks the wrong way. EKISQUAD with 3.
Missed the 50-50 no. Tumingin pa talaga siya sa kaliwa. I could have gone for Jamero instead, but what can you do? It's a hard fight plus hindi yung flash yun natira sa kanya. It was just a smoke. So, really tough retake para din sa ating Alliance Gaming. Nuken, he needs to get an early frag if he wants to just hold down itong store A. Kaso nga lang, discipline intact for EKISQUAD. No, this is a different EKISQUAD than what I would have wanted, or at least what we expected, no? Really passive, just pushing the timer into the last minute. Tapos papasok na lang, saka sila sa sabog. But, let's see. LQQ now with his own TRG. Nuken spots out one player sa my LA side and he pushes forward. What?
I don't know about this, man. I don't know. Coat lang yung pwede niya hawakan dito eh. Jamero. Nakatoka dito sa LA. But everyone else is in pillars, man. Problem is, I don't know. Without any kind of control ng curve, delikado pumasok ng B. Everybody knows that batteries is one of the hardest places to take. Wala akong katulong on the other angle. It looks like EKISQUAD, this is exactly where they want to go. DLQ has to hit his first shot and then Boo can light it all up, pare. Kaso with a minute still left on the clock, hindi sila basta-basta gagalaw muna. Konting ingay here and there, but look at ALG. Look at ALG. They have so much space. They're coming up on the flank. EKISQUAD are walking into a trap.
Oh, they realize this, Carl. Walang mapitas. ALG still alive, pero Tams, Boo gets one. At lahat ng plays for EKISQUAD, they got trapped on B site. What an awareness play mula sa ALG no na mag-push towards mid, go towards CB, and pinch them from behind.
Oh, man. Overcooked galing sa EKISQUAD na nandun na sila eh. Kaso kung nakapag-function sana sila ng mga 30 seconds, 10, even 10 seconds earlier, would have been a much more defensible round, no? It just so happened that ALG had so much map control to the point na wala ka talagang choice kundi umabante. Mamimili ka na lang kung saan ka mamamatay. So EKISQUAD, what is the call this time around? Are you gonna change it up? Once more, another push to my store A possibly. You have JJF, you're waiting for that flank to happen. Ano nangyari yung flank kanina because JJF was not able to hold on to the angle long enough. So nag-over-rotate itong EKISQUAD. So maybe just a little bit more patience is what they need. And again, no, it's just a really close game. Kumbaga nagsasagutan yung dalawa nating koponan, no? 3-2 already. JJF, wag na wag kang kakatinukin kasi kung hindi, delikado yung buhay mo. Ayun na nga, kumate na nga.
Ayun na nga. Luken, brother, that's too much. Even Cedric falls down. 2-for-1 trade as Tams does find Owen King, pero yun na, no? I mean, Luken really hungry for kills and that's what he gets. Tams pushing forward on the SA side at ang ganda side of ALG here, but we go back in a stalemate position. Ting! Easily with the timing finds Del QQ on curve and now B push para kay Carl. Pero dito si Boo, nakatago pa rin naman inside of the battery. He gets killed, headshot for Carl, and they can plant the bomb. Tams in a 1v3.
Gotta be safe though. Ting, paparating pa rin sa loob ng site. Very exposed on the angle. Depende sa timing kung nakatalikod. Wait lang. Oh, nilabas lang yung USP, men. Alam niya kung saan magagaling si Tams. At ngayon, pang-apat na round para sa EKISQUAD.
I feel like there's gonna be a timeout next time no para sa ALG because this has been pretty insane. Big push expected mula kay Teng. One more possibly on the left side pero magbaback na lang dito ang players natin for ALG towards their own default. Man, EKISQUAD realizing a lot of these like plays have been very desperate para sa Alliance Gaming.
Yeah. I think the number one indicator nito yung desperation ng ALG is yun nga, yung kate na nakikita natin. No? I mean, Nuket could have just held on there. Pero dahil nga nag-overextend siya, dun siya nahuli, dun na sira itong default ng ALG. And this time, it's DelQ who's in the position to be a very dangerous spot. Wala ka man nakitang kalaban, pero na-execute ka na ni Ram. And again, as another extremity of the map given away to EKISQUAD. Owen King naman dito ang nakatoka. Once again waiting. Pero it's open. You see the rotations happening. Galing dito sa ALG. Buti na lang ang pagpawis si Owen King. But now it's the activation on that B site. Smokes up, but here comes the flood.
Oh, it's only good for one. Boo. Could only get Teng there. Alliance still has some flashes. Pero papasok ng back kay Cedric and going dry.
Look at Carl.
Oh, Carl. Can Cedric pick this out? Second time in a row, sa kanan na siya tumingin. Good for one. Make it two as Cedric only gets Jamero at the end. And with the numbers play, Ram gets the very last kill. Timeout now for ALG. 5-3 scoreline. Kailangan na talaga mag-isip kung ano nga bang kulang or asim lang ba talaga yung tumatalo dito sa ALG.
Hindi nila mahanap yung tamang timpla, man. I feel like, no, the reads are kind of sideways. Pansin natin, si Del Q, naging sobrang passive sa may pillars. On the other hand, Nuken, sa may LA naman, no, na nag-overextend. I feel like they just need to switch it up. I feel like kailangan nilang mag-decide which side are we pushing, which side are we anchoring on, no? Kasi kung nasaan nga ba yung strong side, yung weak side nila, doon talaga magkakatalo kung kaya nilang labanan itong EKISQUAD. Kasi as of right now, no, yung nagiging itsura ng EKISQUAD is to actually explore first, find the information, saka sila magtitipon-tipon para mag-execute sa loob ng site. So I feel like just a little bit more patience might be there. But on the converse also, if you're gonna push one side, magsama ka ng teammate mo. Para pag na-execute ka, kasi it becomes too obvious na, okay, walang nag-trade. Ibig sabihin, isa lang yung tao dito. Let's go there. Let's go A. Let's go B. Kung saan man yung nakitang nagla-lurk galing si ALG. The timings are just so off in the last few rounds na nakita natin.
Yun talaga I do agree with you na timing lang talaga yung naging problem here, especially for Alliance Gaming, that I mean they're making crucial mistakes, and those mistakes kasi could be a gamble, no? 50-50 para dito sa ating Alliance Gaming to push on to Store B, push on to CB, push on towards CA mula dito sa may LA side natin. So they want full map coverage, or at least more map coverage than what they're giving towards EKISQUAD, pero it's just pretty hard din, especially when you have two players on curve. Ang dali makapatisiting, he always gets a kill on tower before falling down, by the way. So ang daming kailangan tapalan dito ng ating players for Alliance Gaming, especially last two rounds ito ng ating first half. They need to at least garner 5-4 scoreline, and if they don't, well, EKISQUAD will easily hold down dito sa ating GR side. We go back into the game, but now double TRG. Gusto ata maging passive muna dito ng EKISQUAD.
Interesting. But you know, you could argue that this is also a reaction sa ginawang timeout ng ALG. They're gonna be expecting a change in the tempo na nilalaro nila. But as of right now, no, it's actually much more passive. So waiting game for both our squads as of right now. But you know, EKISQUAD are slowly unlocking the space here sa may mid side natin. So the only point of contact is going to be Nuken. It's a very high pressure spot kasi sobrang nipis tong angle na to, no? Hindi ka pwedeng makatulog dito. Kakaantay ng may tatawid. Nice small bits of information from EKISQUAD na. They're throwing the HE sa may curve, no? So nakita mo yung reaction dito. Nag-double up na sila. Kung saan si Cedric, kasama niya na rin si Nuken. So they're both on these angles. But ALG, hunkered down again, no, just willingly giving away map control sa EKISQUAD. This could be another problem kasi paparating na naman, no? Aarangkada na naman yung EKISQUAD sa loob ng B kung hindi mag-ingat itong ALG. Look at the adjustment, the rotation away from B kung saan iisa lang yung tao. Can they sell this fake?
Cedric. Oh, wallbangs aplenty, connects onto two. Nuken all the way from top A, or all the way from A site. Tams will get Ram instead. So Carl now left alone versus three players. Good push sana yun, pero kay Cedric talagang too fast on his feet, able to get the kills and the C4 as well. Carl will fall down. So after the timeout, Alliance does get their round. But man, kung napitas agad nila si kay Cedric doon, easy EA yun or easy curve side para sa EKISQUAD.
Yeah. That just is a message of the tenacity galing kay Cedric, no? Kayang-kaya niya makapag-anchor. If the conditions are right. But it's the same default dito galing si ALG, but this time EKISQUAD full send, pare. 4 to. Gusto na pumunta ng A side, which is the heavy defense galing si ALG. They're gonna need a whole lot of utility to be able to clear out yung mga corners dito kasi si Carl, pati si na Owen King, paparating na, arangkada na.
Oh, no flash. Pero diretso na sila. They go in quite raw and it works out. May layer of defense pa mula dito sa tower side for Teng, pero they plant the bomb. Scrambling ALG, pushing their way towards A side, pero mamamatay sila. Isa, dalawa, pangatlo para sa EKISQUAD. 6-3 scoreline. ALG could not go for the retake. Man, just suave. Isipin mo yun, nag-push lang ang EKISQUAD ng dry. Wala man lang flash. Talagang binarag lang nila dito yung 3-man hold on A site ng ALG.
Some surprises, but I mean, seeing EKISQUAD na nakita natin the first couple of maps, no, New Mexico along with Eagle Eye, every peak is always signaled with the help of some sort of utility.
Yeah.
Pero wala, nagtiwala lang talaga sila sa aim nila, men, yung top hook nila na tamang-tama lang yung timing, not to mention the body system that they had to be able to actually do that. Kasi heavy defense yun, tatlo yung nakabantay sa loob ng A site nila. So who would have expected that kind of push from EKISQUAD? Not to mention yung survivability. I think isa lang ba yung namatay on that side take? It's some great stuff, man. The spacing is very well done. The timings are great. And also the macro on this BL side galing sa EKISQUAD, no, unexpectedly much cleaner than we would have expected. I mean, they're good on new compound, but I didn't think they would be able to do this to ALG.
Yeah, this is why I feel like they had a little bit of an edge, no? Kasi regarding EKISQUAD, they just have good aim. And once you go for these like kind of pushes na talagang dire-diretso, ALG always crumbles. But with the switch of the sides, ALG naman ang gagawa ng sarili nilang tempo para makapush towards one of these sides. But let's see. It's a 2-1-2 setup. Or 2-3 setup. Not really a lot of like coverage mula sa curve, but I feel like they don't mind. Alam ni Teng na dyan palagi pwesto si Nukan eh.
Yeah. But I feel like yun nga yung nakatoka dito kay Teng eh. Kung may mag-push sa may tower, kung may magpakita na Nuken dyan, executed yan kaagad. So, magtitiwala ka na lang dito kay Teng kasi dependable nga naman siya. Kaso si Ram, excuse me, medyo sa ulo niya yung bala, may na-wallbang lang siya dito. And that's an unfortunate incident para sa EKISQUAD because now it opens up a whole lot of possibilities for ALG.
Don't really need to push forward for EKISQUAD as well eh. Especially when you're an A-side player, that just means na mapapalambot yung A-side hold nila. But it is 3 players still, no? They're backing on Owen King on B. Pero Ting, yun na nga, kanina niya pa ina-expect si Nuken. And he finds him all the way from the side. So negate na lang the fact, ayaw nila mag-A-side. Alam nila nandun nakapwesto si Teng. Or si Carl. Pushing Jamero. Flash as well, Jamero with an HK connects onto 1K. Cedric di na-realize na may tao sa C. Even Del QQ doesn't find the trade. Jamero gets 3. And Tams with the equalizer now to possibly go in for a clutch. He has the C4. Nakalampas siya towards the RS side. Owen King spotted, pero Owen King with the shot to the head. EKISQUAD masyado ng malayo. 7-3.
And the distance is getting farther and farther para kasing ALG. Just when you thought the round was gonna be secured, bigla na lang may magic galing sa EKISQUAD. Again, Teng. Feeling the pressure. Oy, masyado kong open dun. Nuken finally on an answer back. Si Jamero, damn utility is peppered with the shrapnel and the bullet. Delq takes him down and now Ram nag-overextend pa. Daming possible problems dito para sa EKISQUAD, the least of which is the sheer numbers advantage na meron yung ALG.
Big flashes. Ganun pumasok ng A-side ng ating ALJ. They go for guarantees and DelQQ keeps the offense pressured dito sa may A-side. Owen King gets the kill. Boo, makakaalis. Doesn't even fall down. Pero Tams, siya ang papas lang kay Cedric with the trade. And still, no 8 points para sa ating EKISQUAD. ALG are catching up.
Kaya pa. Kailangan ng ALG mahanap yung tamang timpla dito ng asim nila, no? Kasi mukhang gumagana na nga dito. And again, it's the same commitment. 4 players pushing all the way up through LA. Pero this time, may back up na nga. Ram here kasama si JJF. But this 8 thrown out. Tams in the open. The spray down. Pero hindi niya na in-expect si Jamero sa likuran. Oh, the trap has been set. And 3 members fall. Jamero still alive here. Yan nakuha yung C4. Kailangan mag-rotate away na ito ng Nuken. Last 2 players of ALG. To play this carefully, no? Kasi medyo marami naman silang opportunity dito to try and win these gunfights. As long as they're not too open. But Nuken gave away his life. And Boo, not long for this world. 8 for EKISQUAD bipolar.
What an easy round for EKISQUAD. you have a good store A hold, isa doon sa may likod ng big box, tapos isa doon mismo sa may stairway. Bait out the players, catch their attention, tapos go in for the wide pick. Pero we have to move on kay Cedric. Easily picks apart itong si Carl sa mid. Masyado siya makulit. Pero CA push. Del QQ expects it. Pero babagsak siya. The timing again for Ram to get an easy kill. Del QQ will find one. Pero nakapasok na ng A-set ang buong ALG. Somehow, mas napasama pa dito ang Eki Squad.
Nag-overextend sila dito sa wraparound, no? Because of that, A-site was completely open. There's plenty of utility though para sa dalawa nating Eki Squad players, ah. Tignan na lang natin. Ang problema, no, sobrang buhay na buhay pa naman ng mga ALG. I mean, only Delq has any kind of damage to his name. I think Jamero has been spotted out.
Uy!
But he gets one. Looks for the second. Cannot connect the bullets. ALG. Round by round dito by Polar.
3 points up. They secure their lead now. These days, look at Owen King eating up a lot of damage. Something you do not want. Yun na nga kay Cedric, just entering every time. Someone stop kay Cedric.
Activate si Cedric kung kailan pinaka-importante, man. That's what we said about this ALG squad, is that the individuals on this team, man, if they can activate, they don't need the entire, the full force of this squad, as long as they have the macro and they have at least one functioning player. And that's functioning. They don't need to be doing God's work. Pero ito, with the One King gone, mag-isa lang dito si Ram to be taking the contact galing sa may mid. Luckily, mukhang A mismo yung gustong puntahan itong ALG kasi ito paparating na, ha. Arangkada na. Ram sees them. Boom makes his way into Z. Dadaan ng 2F, pero hindi nyo expect si Teng na nandun. Ram still holding on. How is he still alive? And look at the amount of people on the other side. Teng walang kahirap-hirap, pare. Minamani-mani lang ang ALG. And with Nuken, the last man standing, calling for his teammate. Wait a second. The 1v2 now. C4. Squarely inside of A side dito by Polar. Si Nuken, kailangan niya ma-isolate yung mga gunfight. But look how close Carl is.
Kita na yung paa ni Nuken, and that's it. 9 rounds secured para sa ating Eki Squad. ㍍Semi. We thought sapat ang 100% win rate dito na ating ALG, but I feel like we were also right na Eki Squad has a little bit of factor pagdating dito sa kanilang GR side, especially dito sa inyong compound. Man, despite kay Cedric getting early picks, di pa rin sila makakuha ng site, di sila makakuha ng round.
Oh, some unfortunate things. I mean, they have so many different looks. Like we said kanina, no, the solo push on LA. Minsan dalawa sila sa store A. And then just the variability na, okay, there's somebody close underneath tower. Okay, there's somebody inside of curve. But now, alam niyo yung paparating. Sprays down, takes down kay Cedric. Mamba out na naman. Eki Squad are aware of the possibility they push inside that B side too. They check. Jamero around the corner. Oh my goodness, what an entry galing kay Delq. At si Carl at Owen King naman ang dehado sa tauhan ngayon.
Nuken is on mid, but he gets killed. 2v3 big flash, unaffected naman dito ang ibang players natin for ALG, and that's it. That's the kills that will end the round and give a 6 points pagdating dito sa ALG. Somehow, no? This is still very scary for ALG kasi they're always just pushing at this point. Kapag nag-stack up ang Eki Squad natin sa mid, delikado to.
Yeah, one wrong move, pare. Pero kasi ALG right now, they have no choice. They can only just hope na hindi sila magkakamali ng reads dito. Kasi otherwise, it's just gonna be over. And with new compound being the Eki Squad map, there is potential here for a sweep.
What?
ALG, somehow, they do still push for... How the hell did they find JJF there?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Kumana yun? Ting! Oh, okay. Somehow that also works out. Somehow, Eki Squad gets 3!
No way.
Nuken left alone with the coat. Cannot find any gun, pero he finds an HK. Iikot siya sa may Z. Pero Nuken, mamamatay lang din. Masyadong naging komportable ang buong ALG sa mid-side push. And that's it. Set number 3 para sa new compound for Eki Squad.
Oh man, ito na nga. Nagsha-shape up na nga yung sinasabi natin. Remember, we talked about going the distance between these two squads. And
Mhm.
I feel like no ALG napapagod na yata, nauubos na yata yung
Yikes.
presence of mind. Kasi tapering off na towards the end nitong new compound, no, nakita natin na medyo hindi na nagfa-function. Medyo hindi na nagko-connect yung mga crossfire nila. Medyo hindi na sila nagkaka-idea kung paano sila mag-respond to what is the defense gonna look like. How
Yeah.
do we make our way inside the site? How do we hold on to the site in the event of a retake, no? Na hindi na gumagana para sa ALG, lumalabas na yung pagod nila. At yung veterancy naman ng Eki squad ang namamayagpag habang tumatagal itong serye na to, Bipolar.
Yeah, lumalabas yung kulit din no, ng ating ALG na parang uncontrollable in a sense. You saw Nuken pushing every time na nasa GR side sila. You saw a Boo and Delq combination na talagang they were so stubborn on that defense side na ayaw nilang pakawalan yung mga, what could have been para sa kanilang depensa. It's just paving the way para makakuha dito ng early frags or at least like early kills dito ang ating players for EKISQUAD. And at the very end of the day, you saw kahit kalat na kalat dito ang ating players for EKISQUAD, and I do kind of agree with you, J.SWAVE, na parang may pagod na for Alliance Gaming because they're not hitting their shots anymore. That last round was a great starter para dito sa ating Alliance Gaming, pero napasas sila sa isa, and ito sa 1v1v1v1 fight kasi 4 na players yun Talagang it didn't pay well. But man, EKISQUAD, new compound is really their own at pinakita lang kung paano nga ba umupensa at tumapensa dito.
Yeah. Some great stuff, man. I mean, especially, I really want to give emphasis dito sa DL side nila kasi sobrang interesting nung approach nila, no? It's always coupled with 2 or 3 other bodies yung main entry nyo. And then even here, when we switch to the GR, no? The many ideas na kaya nila mag-cycle through. Yung defense on store A with 1 player, 2 player, minsan iba lang yung ang konti yung pwesto, pero dahil nga sa variability na yun, no, hindi makapag-respond, hindi makapasa itong ALG to the point na they just gave up on trying to push on LA altogether, man. Nag-all in na lang sila mag-meet again and again and again until eventually, no, we end this new compound on 10 points for EKISQUAD.
Look at that, man. Ito na yung sinasabi nating lowlights ni Nuken and pati ng ALG, ㍍SWAVE. 0.46 for Nuken. Kay Cedric and Tams gunning it out, pero look at EKISQUAD, look at Carl Jamero, and as well as saying it was just easy fights for our top players para sa EKISQUAD. Imagine this, first 4 rounds natin 3-1 agad, and we already saw na EKISQUAD did not want to give this map all the way throughout. Gusto lang agad makuha dito, masecure yung 2-1, and all it takes now is only 1 map para sa EKISQUAD to claim the first final spot pagdating dito sa ating ㍍PHT Impact and to eliminate and put ALG in a 3rd placer match. Wow, look at that. Di na rin nila kinailangan si Owen King dito na mag-pop off because Owen King just really needed to hit headshots in these multiple fights, and that was enough. Pero syempre, our set MVP is none other than Carl. 1.38, 0.69, and a 0.82 headshot.
Beautiful stuff, man. I mean, grabe yung nakita natin mga highlight plays dito galing kay Carl, but also he's just so consistent, man. He might not be the MVP in every game, but the impact na binibigay niya sa bawat isang set, undeniable. It's undeniable. But now, I'm very afraid para sa ALG kasi kung gano'n yung itsura nila na medyo nakikita mo na yung pagod, nakikita mo na yung stress na lumalabas sa kanilang mga muka, paano pa kaya ngayon that we're going the distance? This is the 4th map of the series coming next.
Yeah, let's see, import these two teams will either extend the series or claim the first spot mula dito sa ating EKISQUAD in the finals. Magbabalik po ang ating ㍍PHT Impact 2026. battle continues, and so does the stories as well. Because these two teams now again are fighting for a final spot and to reclaim their glory for a possible CFS.PH Impact title. Alliance Gaming now down by 1 point in a best of 5 series. Meanwhile, EKISQUAD with their glorious and dominating feat pagdating dito sa new compound, they're gunning it now to close out the series.
I'm afraid here dito bipolar, no, nakita natin, no, we keep talking about Port and Eagle Eye as those two maps na maghanap
Yes.
ka ng sniper na sobrang effective. Right now, I feel like pagod na si Nukin, pagod na si Delq. Hindi natin naramdaman yung kahit anong impact nila kanina sa new compound. What more moving into Port where it's very very high pressure, mas lalo na when it comes to trying to hold on to top A. When it comes to trying to hold on kung may tao sa may BR, doon ka kakabahan if neither of your snipers is able to hit any of their shots. So I feel like they really need na makapag-activate ngayon if they want to keep their hopes alive para sa final matchup bukas.
You're absolutely correct, Medyo Suave. But the thing is, pagdating dito sa ating Alliance Gaming on Port, once they're on the GR side, that TRG setup nila na double TRG, expect it agad to come out in the very first round. If not, well, they're doing kind of wrong because you expect na Nuken will go towards House P, tapos they'll QQ on top A or possibly even itong BR side natin to just give Key Cedric or as well as Bue itong top A side natin. Just really close down the doors. Ang kailangan gawin dito ng ating players for the side of Alliance Gaming with this double TRG setup. But imagine this, right? EKISQUAD can also win the map of Port just because they have a very good Port win percentage. Isipin mo yun, in Port, not really the best kind of site, pero in terms of round differential kasi or in terms of round wins, mataas naman kahit papano. They have a good Z control once they just have mid control and as well as itong Z para sa side ng ating EKISQUAD. Maganda. Kaya nila makakuha ng curve control, go towards B, B split, and even A split natin dito just coming in towards the RS or A sign ng ating players for the GR. So, once makuha talaga dito ng ating players or ating mga teams yung gusto nilang side wherein they will definitely prevail, mas mapapaayos yung laro nila. And that's the BL for EKISQUAD, GR said for Alliance Gaming. But after what we saw dito sa ating two previous maps, parang just like what you've said, no, just Suave, the energy has really stooped down low pagdating sa Alliance Gaming. And if they don't find a little bit of energizer pagdating dito sa ating set number 4, well, I guess it's easy to say goodbye towards Alliance Gaming.
And it would be a tragedy, dito bipolar para sa Alliance Gaming. Remember, we rewind ulit, no? Konting throwback. Back in the spring season, ALG looked like contenders para sa playoffs ng Masters, men. Tapos, simula nun, I think it was week 4 or
Week
so.
4 na, yes.
Na
Week 4.
nakita natin, nag-dip in performance itong ALG na nagdire-diretso talaga yung fall nila, man. As in, we go to play-ins, they don't make it. They make it here into Impact, and they have to make it known na hindi sila basta-basta natalo doon. It just so happens that everyone else is much stronger. Pero man, ito yung learning experience nila. Ito yung teachable moment. Kumbaga, ito yung training arc ng ALG para pagdating natin ng regional finals, kaya nila makipagsuntukan with the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a wake-up call, no, para dito sa Alliance Gaming yung ever since that week number 4 stint na ginawa nila and so forth hanggang ngayon sa Impact. It's really been struggling para sa Alliance Gaming. I mean, everyone saw it, no? Week 3, Alliance Gaming on the top number 1 spot, Nuke and getting 5Ks, pero once they were on that Ankara, tapos nakita mo it was a 1v5, tapos natalo pa rin ang ating place for Alliance Gaming. That really took a toll pagdating sa performance sa ating Alliance Gaming. EKISQUAD is using these mistakes as well, no, na parang nakita natin for new compound, they were just waiting on the BL side of all places na alam nila magpupush ang LB, alam nila magpupush ang mid, alam nila magpupush dito towards CB, and they just got red. That's the problem that should be addressed as well para sa Alliance Gaming, no, na parang they become readable in the longer stretch of games. And a best of 5 series, that tends to happen more pagdating dito sa Alliance Gaming. So, well, EKISQUAD, you might have it in the bag, pero stats don't lie. 0% para sa EKISQUAD, 75% support naman dito ng Alliance Gaming. So, let's see if they can still break the boundaries or bend the predictions dito, no? Kasi EKISQUAD, they're in a comfortable spot now, and I feel like they don't want to give it away towards Alliance Gaming.
Yeah, not to mention pare na this is the ALG pick. But no, again, but pakiramdam ko itong confidence ng ALG is kind of shot as well na after what happened the last
Oh
couple
yeah.
of maps na may opportunities, specifically New Mexico. No, they could have closed it out if they didn't get too messy as well. And yung sinasabi nating true form nitong ALG, just the chaotic, high-octane plays is what's starting to become a problem for them. Kailangan pa nilang pagbutihin or pag-aralan, kumbaga, no, how to change the tempo of this team. Kasi doon nga sila nauubusan ng strats. No? The strat book is not as deep as one would want it to be, especially against a very experienced squad against EKISQUAD. No? Hindi man sila as a core matagal na naglalaro, but the individual players, the collective experience dito sa EKISQUAD, man, it can constitute so many reads, so many ideas na if they have the focus as what we've seen so far, no, very well focused itong EKISQUAD, then they are really showing that the chemistry is there and it's working pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, despite not having, not being known for like big plays, I guess we saw one nung pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye, or at least two. I mean, they're playing amazingly as a team. Hindi na natin nakikita actually, from the very second set yung individual plays. Uy guys, dire-diretso lang natin ito. Gawin lang natin yun. Even on New Mexico, we were seeing a team that had lineups, a team that had, big 3-2 setups pagdating sa BL side. So it's actually really, really impressive na hindi lang talaga nagbabangko ng EKISQUAD na mag-pop off dito si Owen King, na mag-pop off dito si Jamero, or even makakuha dito ng early pick si Carl. It's really a team that can defy the odds even in a 3v5 situation, just like what we see on other maps and other matches na nakita natin for them before. No? But yeah, again, we're just taking a little bit of time bago tayo makapasok dito ng port. But ooh, this is tournament life. Somehow it feels like, no, kahit na may battle for third pa rin naman na pwede punta natin dalawang teams, because they don't want that spot. They want the first spot pagdating dito sa finals. And if ever man, no, kung isipin mo, ang ganda ng kalaban dito ng EKISQUAD pati ng Alliance Gaming on the final spot, it's either MOMEN Esports or itong SGJ. And those two teams, I put them in a very high caliber. Kahit itong MOMEN, no, despite them not really, I believe they're not on the second spot right now. Parang pangatlo, pang-apat.
Third.
Yeah, they're on the fourth spot right now pagdating dito sa ating ranking. So, if you think about it, so it's such a great sight kung ganito yung mangyari. But man, these two teams have been fighting tooth and nail, lalo na tong Alliance Gaming up against EKISQUAD. But everybody mukhang we're just gonna take a little bit of time. Just Suave and I will give you a little bit of time to get some food up, get some popcorn, get some drinks bago tayo pumasok dito sa port. So magbabalik po muna. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back after this. Welcome back sa CROSSFIRE Pack 2026. A little bit of a break. Kinailangan ng ating mga teams para lang maayos sa ating mga weapons and you know that. Alam nyo na yan. But again, we're going to port para sa ating labanan here. This might just be the last game para sa ating series number 1 of day 1 of playoffs kasi EKISQUAD looking better than ever, no? Am I right, Josuave?
Man, the way that they activated yun sa new compound, parang gumagana yung 100% lakas nila doon, no? So, it looks like, I feel like they've really gotten that kind of momentum. Simula nung manalo sila sa New Mexico, it just looked more and more locked in, more dialed in sa serye natin. And now, moving into Port, pare, kung saan, no, si Teng in particular, the amount of highlight moments, high impact moments galing kay Teng doon sa new compound, specifically in curve, wow! I'm gonna be expecting na ganun pa rin yung itsura nila dito on Port, knowing that this is a very high pressure map for any kind of sniper.
Yeah, let's see, no? Kasi ang mga kalaban niya pa rin dito might not just be 1, might not even be 2, might be 3 snipers on the other side of the map. So he needs to really pop off at this point in time to really close out the series. But Alliance Gaming, I feel like a little bit of a break is what they need din para talaga makapag-reset. You know, hindi naman ang sinabi natin once we saw the map dito, every map here on at parang mapuputol yung momentum mo eh. Parang EKISQUAD lang just really holding on to the very edge of this like momentum na nagawa nila from the very second set. So, let's see in what can they really progress through pagdating dito sa Port because these sides will matter so much and how they will be moving across the maps. Little throwback lang tayo sa mga kailangan at abangan mid and Z control para sa EKISQUAD and this house B and BR control naman para sa ating AG. Let's go into the game. First round para sa ating Port.
Ngayon, Jamero already, man, pushed so far up mid. Hindi siya expected kay Cedric. Yun na nga, first frag in. And the reposition as well. Yun nga lang, may sagot pabalik. Itong ALG, masyado makati yung EKISQUAD dito para simulan ang Port natin. Now, Teng and Ram are gonna have to try and pick up the pieces. Problem is, they don't have no idea saan nga ba yung intention ng ALG na magpakita. Teng's down, Ram's left alone in a 1v4 that is most likely going to not end very well. But you know where he is.
Yeah. Mid na lang Orsi and you saw it quite clearly, no? Na gusto talaga makuha dito ng ALG yung mid and Z control natin with one player pushing towards the BR dito ng ating BL side. May kita mo naman ngayon, Ram going still for a 1v3 does connect on the kill towards Tams. Pero wala na, naka-ready na dito si Bue and that's an easy wallbang headshot. So ALG claims the very first round dito sa ating Port. And guess what? Unang dead round para sa semifinals. Grabe, lumabot pa tayo sa fourth set. That is impressive para din dito sa ating mga teams. No? Yeah, that's a record.
Usually mga first set, second set ba lang may DR ka agad. But
yeah,
right?
It's
interesting. We got some good news. You know, may ano tayo, may blessing tayo kay Panginoon ngayong araw na to. Pero, you know, I feel like that first round is not necessarily indicative of what EKISQUAD is planning out dito sa mapa na to. Pakiramdam ko, may ano lang yun, shock factor or maybe conditioning galing sa EKISQUAD kasi you don't really see much opportunities na nagpupush si JJF ng ganun ka-abante, no? Like you said kanina, we're gonna be expecting more Z, more Storm, more HB presence from the GR side dito galing sa EKISQUAD. And it could be said na they have information kung ano ba yung itsura ng early round nitong ALG.
Yeah. I mean, nakita nga rin natin, no, talagang ito yung expect ko na eh. House B control ang gustong gawin dito ni Nuke every time. He's gonna be with Boo towards House B. He's gonna be getting a lot of picks. So talagang, if kaagad ditong EKISQUAD, if they don't use their smokes quite efficiently pagdating dito sa hold nila on the GR side, madali lang sila makakuha. And that's what happened dito. All their smokes, really, and flashes talagang ginamit lang para makapunta dito sa may baba ng isang player ng EKISQUAD. And really didn't play out well kasi may other side para may ating mapa. So, you know, ALG just recuperating some needed momentum here para ma-start off agad nila yung BL side. Plus, alam mo naman yan, this map really, kapag nag-start ka sa BL side, you need at least, you know, 6 rounds para maging komportable ka, no, bago mag-switch ng sides going towards your GR. So, ALG needs something of a breather. And I feel like that's just passiveness muna for the first 45, first minute of the clock. Tapos, saka lang sila gagawa ng set set piece because at the end of the day, EKISQUAD is an aggressive team. You expect them to peek at every corner so they can just really wait this out.
Yeah. And I think na lumabas yung ano talaga dito, yung ALG na hinahanap natin, that aggression. And it's not just one person, no? It's usually 2 or 3. Kaya nga nagkakaroon sila ng mga, you could say, these waterfall plays na where there's smoke, there's fire. If you see one, there's probably 3 more behind them. And that's really where ALG excels, is being able to play spacing, being able to play aggression together as a team. Na kumbaga may toko-toko sila eh. Okay, you check this corner, you check the other corner para cleared lahat, kumbaga, yung mga site natin. But, you know, it not necessarily has been able to serve them very well so far in this series, no, knowing na behead nga sila ng isang set. But, hey, they got the first round dito sa port. Tignan natin kung ano yung magiging itsura ng pangalawa.
Nuken already got 2 kills dun sa ating first round. Already flash play para makuha agad dito sa Owen King big trades. Pero J.Mero, just like before, maharap niya dito si Del QQ as the cross paths towards Z. Pero kay Cedric, kita na, pero kay Cedric, still unaware. Still going for top walks. Akala niya di pa magpipick out ulit doon si Teng. But EKISQUAD, nakalampas na towards the BR side dito ng ating ALG. Nuken falls down. Tams with the trade. Pero in a 1v3, may target na dito sa taas ng ulo ni Tams.
Kung ano yung aggression na pinakita ng EKISQUAD kanina, tinapat ulit nila. I think ALG did not expect a second round na ganun yung tempo. But now, Tams has to be very particular. Quick scope kay Carl. Wait lang, pwede pa yata, no? 2v1 to hawak niya yung C4, but the timing is not going to be right. Teng is right behind him. Oh no! Oh no, how the hell does this happen?
Oh, Tams.
Alam na niya kung saan pupunta. J.Mero. Waiting.
Alam siya
Checking
doon.
SD. And there's plenty of time dito para makapag-explore si Tams. Round has been turned on its head just because of Tams being able to hit these shots, and surely he checks kung nasan si J.Mero, right? Oh, no. Hindi gumana. Kimi no Nawa moment. Magkatabi na sila pero di nagkakitaan. And with only 47 seconds left, I feel like no, Tams has made the right call. Go B.
Wow. Or he can go A still. I'm just checking. He has 35 seconds. What could have been para kay J.Mero? Great awareness. Kasi alam niya nasa SD lang kanina si Tams eh. So he just holds out long A. But he realizes, wait lang, 25 seconds, walang nasa top A, wala nasa harap ko. He might be at B. And with 35 seconds left, Tams has already gotten him 3 kills in this round. Can he go for a quad? What a spot this is. Manggagaling pang house B si J.Mero. And he doesn't even know that death is awaiting. Tams bumaba ng B. Hindi magpapakita using the timer as a weapon. Tams misses the shot. And J.Mero with the wallbang denies a clutch of a 1v3. And EKISQUAD is on the board.
Messy. Both sides na messy yung round na yun. For being honest, by Paul, buti na lang at close out yun ni J.Mero. Nuken again. Ganap ng early frag dito. There's a little bit of damage done. Carl is hurt. Owen King is dead. And Boo's already inside the site. But the rest of EKISQUAD waiting to flood in response. With the amount of utilities being thrown out in their face. Wala na makita kundi puti. Ngayon, 3v5. All the EKISQUAD members waiting inside the bar S. Barangkada lang yung buong barangay ng ALG para makapasok ng B na walang kahirap-hirap.
Bam. Paling Boo. Diretso na sila sa loob. No flash needed. Boo gets one. Pero Ram will fall down si Teng. Umakyat. Pero nahanap pa rin dito ni Del QQ. ALG just pushing towards BS4 and they get the easy round. 2-1 scoreline. Parang EKISQUAD. Parang sila naman ang napagod ngayon.
Yun nga. Is the answer going to be this time? A very active push out on LA. Teng. Top A ready. Takes down one. Ram sa may bodega. Hindi ina-expect din. There's the defense gonna say EKISQUAD here effective at keeping Alliance Gaming at Look at this adjustment, Lord. ̍Semi is now the one on top A. And the longer angle half naman ni Owen King as well. Just in case any kind of rotation galing sa ALG happens. But spots them, misses the shot. He is aware of two people though. Hindi pa rin matamaan. Those warning shots are eventually going to hit. The thumbs down. ㍍Cedric and Nuken have to make up for it. Nuken! Nakakabahan ka na dito. And all he is hawking TRG dito with the last 3 players ng EKISQUAD na hindi niya alam kung nasaan kasi kanina pa si ̍Semi, men. Kita yung pa ni Carl. So where now? He's gonna be running out of space. Has to make a rotation happen. Owen King not spotted. A minute left on the clock dito. Bipolar, there's plenty of opportunities. Nuken's gonna try and do what Tams could not. 1v3.
EKISQUAD, no? Realizes na ayaw na nila gawin ulit yung binigay nila kay Tams kanina. Magkakasama na lang dito sa A-site. Every angle consider LA, exit, Bodega, BR side. Nuken needs to play like a madman. Or just go towards B and magnetize itong tatlong players sa EKISQUAD towards B. Kaso push si Nuken towards A side.
Sa A side. Bakit?
There's little time. Nuken spots out one, misses the shot, at tatakbo na lang. Nuken with 26 seconds, pero respect, EKISQUAD hindi naghahabol. Ipagpaplanta pa nila dito si Nuken, and he still has a flash, a smoke, and a nade.
Not a single piece of utility has been used up para kay Nuken.
Bilis daw.
Reposition. Back at the site. Oh no, he missed the shot. May paparating sa may likuran niya. HB covered. Owen King cleans it up. Bipolar. I don't know about that round, man. Oh boy.
Crazy happenings mula dito sa ating players for EKISQUAD kasi yung pinaka nakakabulabog dun para sa ALG was kumagat sila ng todo dito sa may LA side. Yes, nakakuha ulit si Nuken dito sa may Long B, pero they cannot enter quite clearly. Nakita mo naman yun kay Cedric fighting, kahit nandito matama dun si ̍Semi sa may top A with the sniper. Talaga binigyan siya ng 10 shots bago sila umalis. Yun yung nakakabilib. Pero Carl now, initiative intact, gets 1 kill, trade is there already. Ram on the other side finds the lurker that we call Boo. Pero dediretso sila ng B-side. ̍Semi undetected do sa may baba ng B. And he can easily defeat itong players natin for ALG. Big flash mula sa may curve. In case Cedric will get the kill on ̍Semi with the grenade. ̍Semi will fall together with Teng and Ram. And ALG has instantly taken their 3rd round. And dead round na naman ang ibibigay sa atin dito ng ating team. So a little bit of a break ulit. But just suave, nakita mo naman yun. One-man show mula kay Cedric just to clean up around.
And we talked about dito si ㍍Cedric being such a high impact player na if he's able to function, then he can put the entire team on his back rather. Pero kasi bipolar, no, that's the whole problem with ALG is that over dependence on a single player being fully activated. Okay. Kailangan nilang maging mas sustainable, aka they need to distribute yung load na yun. Kasi at some point, ㍍Cedric's he's not gonna be the best. Mapapagod siya at some point. He's gonna miss his shots at some point. And when that happens, kailangan may backup plan. Kailangan may pangalawang player or tatlong player na kayang backupan si pareng ㍍Cedric doon. But at least for now, no, it seems to be working out.
Yep. I mean, at least ㍍Cedric still has some firepower in the early parts of the first half, though. But yeah, I would like to agree with you on that na minsan may threshold lang sa so kung kailan lang pwedeng gumalaw dito si ㍍Cedric, and it's just nice to see that early in the round saka natin agad nakita yun because it's gonna be pulling these plays mula sa other side ng ALG natin na upwards, not really downwards, just like what happened dito sa ating new compound, even here on Eagle Eye. So EKISQUAD though, talagang a lot of like issues happening right now na parang they're just giving too much respect though for Alliance Gaming na hindi nila agad binibigyan dito ng ating players for the BL side yung ng problema. There was one time, it was the push towards the court pero isa na nakuha tapos the fight ended there. It just gave a lot of free space para makuha dito Storby, yung Z, yung B side mismo. So some adjustments needed. Yeah, dead round muna tayo ngayon. It is currently a round number 6 and parang Alliance Gaming not really backing down towards the fight. They want that map number 5 and gusto nila dumayo sa Ankara.
Yeah. They're gonna do everything in their power, pare. Kasi, yun nga, single elimination itong playoffs natin. So, if you lose today, you have no chance at the championship, man. So, Alliance Gaming, again, no? Chip on their shoulder, something to prove para sa kanila falling down from Masters. They need to lock in. Kailangan talaga nila ipakita yung pinaka-best nila dito para makarating, ng map 5 and maybe even win the entire series.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's just way too risky.
Yeah.
Given na itong dead round, may konti pa silang panahon para pag-usapan yung ginagawa nila. It's not as solid as I would want it to be. As for ALG, but it doesn't matter as long as they can get it over the finish line. Pero syempre, kailangan maging mas future-proof itong roster na to para pag dumating ng last 7 or 8 rounds dito ng port, kaya pa rin nila makipagsabayan.
Yeah, I mean, it's, there's still a lot of the question marks para dito sa ating dalawang team. Still early pagdating dito sa ating first half. So not really the full form nakikita natin dito. Just really highlights from these players, no. But man, you're seeing it quite clear na nagiging messy na yung fights natin. Something that you don't necessarily need to see kasi especially sa EKISQUAD, they're on the GR side. They could just hold it on House B from multiple angles sa my Z side. They're getting early power positions din naman. But somehow they're just giving it away. So it's some crucialities yung kailangan natin makita dito and some discipline mula sa ating dalawang teams. But yeah, a little bit Alliance, they're doing whatever they can, especially on the BL side, and just like what we said before, 6 rounds. Yan ang kanilang target para makakuha dito ng early advantage going to the GR side because alam mo naman yan Case Cedric becomes passive, Boo becomes passive, even itong si Tams becomes passive on the GR side and all they have to do is wait, especially once they get the 63 scoreline, mas magiging masaya sila. But, just sabi, parang, it's really hard to say, every round now, para sa Alliance Gaming, feels like a gamble. Feels like a 70-30, meanwhile, sa kanila yung 30%. Yung 70%, palaging pwede pa rin mapunta dito sa EKISQUAD kasi in the entire series, they're still in a 2-1. They can feel comfortable anytime.
Yeah. And I feel like na itong EKISQUAD, nagpapakita talaga yung maturity nila as players na naghahanap sila ng paraan. There is mid-round thought process na nakikita natin galing sa EKISQUAD na okay, hindi sila basta-basta magte-take ng fights, hindi sila basta-basta magpo-push knowing na okay, somebody died on the other extremity of the map. Hindi sila basta-basta nag-overexplore, hindi sila they're not overcompensating for the problem, rather kailangan nilang hanapin muna yung the root of the said problem para makapasok ulit ng site or maybe even prevent yung mga plant ng C4, no. And you could see yung tempo here for ALG kind of become a little bit predictable. Luckily, kaya nga naman ng mga individuals nila, but again, it's not the most sustainable model for a team of this caliber na mag-depend lagi sa isang tao.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to commend it as well, na parang, sige, may expendable tayong isa mula dito sa ating players for EKISQUAD, and once that happens, let's just go into our default and go in for big retakes. Kung nasan yung mga majority of players natin, we will hold. We will not go for rotates anymore. Okay na yung information na nag-gather ng isang player, and I feel like that's only what they want. I mean, a kill is gonna be a bonus, pero information on where ALG is setting up, doon na lang sila okay na para dun sa EKISQUAD. Kasi we don't necessarily see itong Alliance Gaming na really going for what we call parang Virtus Pro or Stallions kind of play na parang clearing operation muna, check dito, then check towards LA. Pag di pwede doon, ikot na lang, or if pwede pa rin doon, try to go for like big rotations. So it's not really that complicated. So I feel like EKISQUAD notices this kind of mindset mula sa ating ALG na, wala namang gagawin niya ng komplikado. Let's just wait. Let's just go for retake. Okay lang kumuha ng isang kill dito si Carl. Okay lang na mag-overextend si Jamero as long as we get information that is enough. And let's, just like what you've said, parang bawiin na lang natin sa mid-rounding. Especially na di naman sila gumagamit ng util. At the early parts of the round, it's like only a smoke towards BR, just flash towards LB, and that's enough for them to hold out these areas of the map. So, it's pretty crazy though na umaabot sa ganitong punto ng strat book ang ating X Squad just because Alliance Gaming is playing very readable dito sa port.
That's the funniest thing. No? It is readable. Make no mistake, it is readable. But it's still working, no?
It's still working, yes. It's still
Yeah,
working
that's
at
the
the end of the day.
thing, no? See, how do you make up for it then? If you have a good read kung ano ba yung ginagawa nitong ALG, how do you respond is kailangan mo ring tapatan sila ng aggression, kailangan mo rin sila tapatan ng firepower, no pare, kasi the last few rounds na napanalo ng ALG, it most of the time has become because willing yung EKISQUAD ibigay yung space. And that's also another facet is just being able to battle it out, no? Kasi if you give ALG too much space to work with, eventually they're gonna find a way na maipit ka kung saan ka man nakapwesto, no? Which was, yun nga, again, displayed by the last couple of rounds na nanalo itong ALG.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you know what? We're just having a little bit of time here, para sa ating labanan. Just Suave, do you think parang is there a point in time na makakabawi pa ditong ALG? Because I feel like despite them having, winning rounds dito sa ating BL side, it's still far from reality, no, na EKISQUAD can easily just close this out kasi Port, despite not really, a staple pagdating dito sa ating players for EKISQUAD with only having, 0%, meanwhile 75% ng Alliance Gaming sa entire win rate nila sa Port, parang it's still possible, no, na maging 3-0 to with their current form right now. Ay, 3-1, no?
It's very possible, man. Kasi yun nga, no, like, I mean, this team, and not to mention yung format natin, round robin, it doesn't necessarily give you the most opportunities to even play a single map. I mean, half the teams na nakita natin dito sa playoffs, they haven't played every map yet. They have a permaban, may map silang hindi nagagamit or hindi na ipapakita. So it's very possible na yung Port, they were able to work on it during the downtime, no, between our groups in this playoff. So it's just undeniable na itong EKISQUAD, they're working not only as the individuals, but there is dimension, there is depth sa ginagawa nila mga plays dito sa Port. Kanina rin sa new compound, man, supposedly is another good map for ALG. And we saw the difference that made para sa EKISQUAD doon kanina.
Yeah, parang the stats, somehow they can lie now. Parang it's not really that reliable just because, ngayon, A-game na talaga may kita natin dito. It's not really just group stage plays yung ginagawa ng ating mga teams, especially for EKISQUAD na mas preparado, mas gamay na ang ating mga teams because they've played before sa ating mga group stage. So, it's, I don't know, man. It's anybody's game still, pero parang I'm leaning towards EKISQUAD going for a 3-1, which does, hurt the predictions, pero it's just good. Parang EKISQUAD, they were an underdog, no? Just Suave from the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Kasi we put, SGJ here, XGov is here, Alliance Gaming is here, JY, akala natin, one of the top dogs, pero sila pala naging pinaka nasa mababa natin. EKISQUAD was literally just a middle ground team, pero ngayon, look at how they're playing. They might even win the entirety of the finals after this if they close it out in a 3-1. If maging 3-2, siguro I would put them back in the middle ground. Pero right now, kasi it's not the same, Isipin mo si Carl playing so well. Itong si Owen King doesn't even need to do the extremities na ginagawa niya in the other matches na nakita natin sa kanya from the group stage, kasi it's just Owen King being reliable. You have Jamero overextending, pero it's okay. Teng, despite him in a disadvantage of what seemed to be 2v1 sniper v sniper battle, siya pa rin yung nananaig. So you know what, they're not just playoffs bound, they're finals bound. Pero syempre hindi pa tapos ang laban. ALG is still here and they want to prove something.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of chances pa naman, no? Hindi pa naman, wala pa tayong second half kung di ako nagkakamali. Kung
Yes.
fake news ako, edi mali pala.
Wala pa. 6 round
Diba?
pa lang. Round 6 pa lang.
Pero diba, there's plenty of time para sa ALG dito na makapag-ramp up rather.
Yes.
Nakita rin natin kanina sa new compound, no? The way that they were at each other's throats. Pero pagdating ng second half, EKISQUAD really created distance sa gitna ng dalawa ng ALG. The same could happen dito mismo sa Port if there's enough time para makapag-ramp up sila. Kasi I'm worried about the longevity nitong ALG roster kasi nakikita natin yung mga signs ng mga pagkakamali, yung mga missed shots, some dips in performance in terms of mechanics, no? So that's again, it's that one meta factor outside of the game itself that could be attributed to a lot of these round losses. Kasi ilang beses ba natin nakita ng kamali ng tama si Nukin, hindi siya nakatama. Same could be said for Del Q and the rest of ALG na may easy fights that they do lose sometimes.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. At this point in time, we're seeing some players having the time of their lives. Meanwhile, the players na inaasahan natin na mag-pop off are not really popping off. But let's see, we do have a lot more rounds for you to watch and to enjoy, no, pagdating dito sa ating semis between Alliance Gaming as well as EKISQUAD. So they will be going for a little bit of a break para maayos ang mga kailangan ayusin. So the CFS.PH Impact 2026 will be back after this short break. Welcome back to the CFSPH Impact 2026 kung saan tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang ating labanan between Alliance Gaming and as well as, EKISQUAD after a little bit of a dead rat after fixing some issues or at least some problems going in the back lines. Okay na po lahat. We got it covered. TNC got it covered. And we are now going into port once again. And alam nyo naman yan, we are now in a do or die situations para sa ating players mula sa Alliance Gaming. Meanwhile, itong EKISQUAD parang unti-unti na lang nararamdaman na nila ang pagkapanalo. But before that, big shout out sa ating, big friend coming in from the international desk. Reflections is having fun at someplace else, another type of gunfights, no? Pero ~SEMI, we're going into the game. What should we expect para sa ating dalawang teams?
I feel like right now, no, EKISQUAD are very much in the driver's seat dito sa mapa natin of port. So ALG are really gonna have to lock it down, no. Mas lalo na na medyo may mga errors tayo nakikita galing sa kanila in the late round situations. Kasi ilang round away nakita natin na may man advantage itong ALG na natapon, no. So they need to kind of think a little bit more about yung mga push plant nila, yung mga late round movements nila across this map. I feel like something also that's been missing galing sa ALG is yung mga late round lurks, yung mga wraparound galing sa kanila na nakikita natin before. But right now, they don't necessarily look the most comfortable dito sa port.
Yeah, I mean, port has a lot of iffiness kasi it really requires you to be very methodical, especially dito sa ating mga sides, because it's really hard to read, especially if you don't go for like these aggressive pushes to ng ginagawa ng ating players mula sa EKISQUAD on their GR side. Meanwhile, itong Alliance Gaming is just really playing for picks if you think about it, na parang, uy, saka na tayo pumasok dito kapag, last 45 seconds. Saka kapag the time is already red, blinking red, tulad ng sinasabi palagi ni Jess, na red timer na, kasi ibig sabihin nun it's also a do or die time na, pero in terms of what the rounds are capable of giving pero we have star players also that we are looking for, no, even dito sa ating head-to-head matchup. We have, I believe, ito Scarlet as well as itong si Nuken na kailangan natin abangan, because right now it's really them that is making a big breakthrough para dito sa ating dalawang teams in terms of this map itself. Nuken nakahanap na dito ng another 1v3 clutch potential, pero parang the timings of the essence naging komplikado lang nagawa niya dito because he didn't really have a big scope of the plan. Plus yung ginawa dito ng ating players for EKISQUAD was just hold down itong A site natin. That was the basically last round or last two rounds na nakita natin dito. And yeah, we also had a conversation kanina, if you're just tuning in, na kay Cedric. He's currently popping off right now as well para sa Alliance Gaming, but we are awaiting to see if kaya niya nga ba ma-extend or at least ma-hold out yung energy levels niya up until the very last round pagdating dito support, para naman umabot tayo dito sa Ankara, which is gonna be our decider.
Yeah. But again, yun nga, both these squads right now, after what is yung dumadaan na dead round right now, kailangan nilang ayusin yung mga sarili nila. Make sure that everything is well para makapag-reset, especially for ALG. I feel like the mentality for ALG is on the line right now. And this is some precious time na pwede na gamitin para ayusin yung mga sarili nila and make sure that everything is working out fine pag tama ng pagpasok natin ng server mamaya, para din makabawi sila laban sa EKISQUAD na funnily enough, no, we did not expect them to get to this point, but they're really close. Para isang konting kembot na lang, pwede na nilang sabihin na finalist sila sa Impact Summer.
Yeah, I mean, kung isipin mo rin kasi ~SEMI, no, parang this is now, I mean, we talked about Dell having a retirement tournament, which is gonna be this one. Parang a lot of things are on the line. The stakes are pretty much high for both teams. For EKISQUAD naman, they're also trying to adjust midway pagdating dito sa ating tournament, especially sa playoffs. Nakikita mo naman yung improvements nila, and as well as those mid-roundings na talagang we are glazing the hell out of, because it has been pretty cool to see, especially mula dito sa ating EKISQUAD. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of things to talk about, pero a lot of things are still questionable para dito sa ating dalawang teams, because we still don't know what to expect. Who would have known na in a series like this, Alliance Gaming would be down by 1 point in the entire series? Tapos you have EKISQUAD playing mid-roundings, playing like master level kind of team. So it's really, really hard to, parang mahirap timplahin kung ano nga ba talaga ilalahad ng ating dalawang teams, especially 6th round pa lang, pagbalik natin dito, yung port, parang anything can really happen.
Yeah. And not to mention, again, it is sport na pag nakita mo naman mag-activate yung isang sniper, pare, parang gano'n na lang kalabo yung buhay mo. Kasi yung opening sa BR, opening on top A. Again, no, we saw ilang beses na ba to, si Nuken galing sa court, no, the court angle na hindi ina-expect ng mga tao. Those opening kills are the ones that kind of make a lot of impact, no? Splashes across yung server when that happens. Kasi isip mo naman na yung setup mo sa HB, pushes out through stores, through Z, no, na hindi nila makuha para makapag-close out dito is so unfortunate things, but it is, yung mga ganyang bagay, it's really part of the game na kailangan mo maging mas maingat kung saan ka nakapwesto.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know actually why, no? Kasi parang alam naman yun ng ating players for EKISQUAD na Nuken will always go towards court. Check niya yung pinaka-gap dun sa parehas na fence line towards the very exit ng ating house B. But somehow, palagi may namamatay dun. I believe, actually, I feel like it was Owen King or etong si Carl, no? One of these two players yung palagi napipitas doon. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But there's always one player there. And that's the fact na yun na nga, kailangan palagi dito ng house B or store B and even itong Z control natin for the side of EKISQUAD at yun lang. It's required na kailangan nilang dumaan doon and it's always just bad sign na dumidikit pa sila mismo sa pinaka-small gap para makita sila ni Nuke. And there's actually a little bit of a way para di kayo mapitas doon eh. Just hug the left side of the wall para di kayo makuha, not really go towards dito yung fence line on that, B-bomb site. But somehow, mistakes will happen. And if it happens the third time, dalawang best na po nangyari. If it happens the third time, well, I don't know, man. Something's definitely wrong mula sa EKISQUAD. They need to patch things up or change the positions mula dito sa ating GR side. But everybody, a little bit of a stretch lang tayo dito. I hope you guys are, enjoying the very much good games din. Umahabol lang tayo dito sa ating mga laruan. Plus, meron na rin tayong caster giveaways ulit last week na po to commemorate our impact mula sa ating massive stage. Nag-post na rin kami ng ㍍Semi. Check nyo na. Huwag nyo na puntahan yung kay Mochi kasi di naman nagpo-post yan. Huwag nyo na rin check dito yung kay Salvatore kasi wag na yan. Dito kami kay ㍍Semi pati kay Bipolar. So check nyo na yan, guys. Again, 500 coins up for grabs. Plus, you can also support your favorite commentators and casters din naman dito mula sa ating CF page. Everybody, malapit na po tayo dumaan dito sa ating port. Just a little bit of a wait because yun na nga, sino nga ba yung parang nawala, I believe it was Owen King, no? Parang the king has lost his throne. Hindi ko na sasabihin kung pero nawalan siya dito ng parang lakas. Nawalan siya dito ng kuryente. The gods up there hasn't been really playing well. Pero, ikaw ba, ㍍Semi, anything else to add more bago tayo pumasok dito sa game?
Nothing much, man. I mean, yun nga, no? Just to give you guys the stakes ulit, no? 1-2 tayo ngayon, EKISQUAD. Pag natapos nila yung port with a win, din sila talaga yung mga katuloy dito sa finals, and ALG will be ending their road to the grand finals today kung hindi nila mabawi itong port. Pero syempre, no? There's a lot of things that could still happen. It's very early in the game. So, tignan natin kung ano yung magiging adjustment ng dalawa natin kung paano when we go back into the server.
Ito na yun. Papasok na tayo ulit sa port and we're going to a 3-2 scoreline. Still very fair. Pero tulad ng sinabi ni ㍍Semi, it's already a 2-1 in favor dito ng ating EKISQUAD. Another Z control. Pero tingnan mo kay Cedric nasa likuran. Diyan meron falls down. Pero nakalabas agad yung granada. Di niya in-expect. Nandun si Carl. And they reclaim itong mid and Z control natin. ALG. Nagulat. Babalik na lang dito sa may respawn nila.
Hindi nila expect yung layering dito ng EKISQUAD, no? So Z has to be reinvestigated. Del-Q, doble ingat. For the first time, actually, may nakikita tayong konting emphasis, konting check sa may CA, but there's nothing there. Del-Q, ba't ka nakatalikod? Huli siya doon. Tamang wallbang lang galing sa EBR ni Teng. At ngayon, 3 na lang natitirang players ng ALG. The C4 hasn't moved just yet. Nandito na siya sila sa port. I feel like ALG haven't fully committed kung saan nga ba sila pupunta. But now that Boo has taken HB control, pare, pwede na lang gamitin yan para makapasok sa loob ng B site. The problem is there's so many players here. Owen King, si Carl, kontrolado yung dalawang area dito. Not to mention si Ram na if any attempt, actually no, delikado si Ram dito pag nakita yung katawan niya sa mini window. So, where do you want to go? Minute left here on the clock. ALG. Ito na, nagtitipon-tipon na sila. Mukhang paparating na nga yung pag-aarangkad nila sa loob ng B-site. Or not. May back off tayo. What is
Mm.
this? What are they cooking?
I feel like they want to, siguro,
Ramsey
pinapakagat lang
Major.
nila rotations dito sa B. Diretso lang
Oops.
sa may curve. Big B split. Kaso nandun si
Oh!
Ram on top of Bowie. They claim 2. It's all up to Nuken with an M14 plus yung bomba. Nasa harapan pa ngayon ng Eki Squad. This is looking pretty grim. Nuken in a 1v4 and I feel like this is now a 3-3 scoreline. Call it a day. Nuken can't even get the clutch with 20 seconds.
Yep. No bomb, no nothing. Si Carl din di nagpapakita sa God box. So, time running short. Wait, we're gonna pretend we didn't see that. But yun, unfortunate reaction galing sa ALG din in the mid round, no? They had control here ng HB. They could have gone all in. Instead, pare, nag-detour pa sila sa may Z. At
Yeah.
doon pa sila nahuli, no? The C4 in no man's land. It was a cleanup galing sa EKISQUAD. So, lumalabas ulit no, yung uneasiness nitong ALG na parang nagdo-double, may second thoughts pa sila. No? May pag-aalinlangan kung saan nga sila pupunta. And that's saying something, no? Knowing ALG na sobrang pag nag-commit sila, committed talaga.
Yeah, I feel like nagets ko rin naman yung plano doon ng ating ALG. They wanted a backstab mula dito sa B-side kasi wala naman ng oras. So they put the C4 in the hands dito ng ating Z players. Then diretso sila doon pero di nila i-expect na dalawa plus ang weird nung angle dito ni, I believe it was Jamero, na nasa taas siya mismo dito ng BR. Doon sa mismong may butas. Hindi ang ina-expect nila nasa likod siya ng box towards the curve side. So it was really just a plan para matanggal yung desperation effect sana dito ng LG na mag-push towards House B. Kasi if isa lang pinadala doon nila sa curve, easy kill lang, right? Para dito sa ating EKISQUAD. If dalawa, they could have possibly even got a trade. Possibly gotten 2, tapos mas madali yung play para kay Nuken because he had the M14. As long as the C4 gets close towards the site, pwede pang maplanta ni Nuken yun. Kaso wala eh. Just swabe. Mas nauna pang namatay dito yung dalawang players natin bago nakagawa ng gulo dito si Nuken. And it really didn't end up well. We saw some plans. That was a min rounding mula sa ELG. A big adaptation pero parang now pa-overcomplicate, no? There was a chance na pwede na sala sila mag-mid towards CA. Pasok na lang ng 8 kasi isa lang naman nakatingin doon. It was Jamero with the sniper rifle. Tapos kasi hindi nag-occur, no? Kasi I feel like they realized that Tank is still alive. Nasa kanya pa rin siguro yung TRG and he's still on top 8. So it wasn't really an option para dito sa ELG. But nice try, I guess. But now it's a 3-3. We are in a game kung saan pwede ito maging 5-4 ulit tapos makuha lang ulit ng EKISQUAD.
Yeah, I think there was a gaping disconnect dito sa dalawang party ng ELG, no? Yung double push through mid versus medyo off talaga yung timing, no? Kailangan din mas nauna yung attention from HB, but because it was so quiet on HB, pare doble yung focus nila sa may mid at doon sila nahuli ng EKISQUAD. So they need to be more careful about the timings here na how they're balancing out yung pressure on either extremity ng mapa. Mas lalo na dahil nga lumalapit na tayo. 3-3 na tayo so almost at the halfway point of this map and again, no, nagtitaper off na naman yung itsura nitong Alliance Gaming natin na we would have been hoping that we're actually scaling upward habang tumatagal yung set 4 natin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Parang it's really tough to really say, no? Para sa ating mga viewers kung ano nga ba ang ibibigay sa ating mga teams. All we have to expect or our expectations, nasabi na natin, it's just gonna be House B control every time. Parang ang hindi lang natin siguro gusto makita dito mula sa ating Alliance Gaming is not go towards LA without taking CA control or an A split mula dito sa may A side or towards the mid doors, no, ng ating GR. Because if they go linear once again, nakita mo naman yung swabe yung nangyari, no? Jamero had multiple shots attempted. Isa lang ang tumama out of like 8 pero it still was enough para dito sa ating EKISQUAD. But let's go into the game para malaman talaga natin kung ano nga ba ang plano ng ating dalawang teams. Again, it's a 3-3 scoreline. Hopefully, makakita tayo dito ng marami-rami ang action.
Pero the amount of space now para sa EKISQUAD na they've pushed inside of HB na they haven't done before. Nasabi rin natin kanina, no, na hindi ko Ram knows. He knows. Oh, no, kay Cedric. Masyado kang active doon. Di ka pwede maging ninja, di ka papasa sa exam.
Ay, ay, ay. Good try though. I mean, kay Cedric, I think he expected na meron agad dito sa curve. Pero
Yeah.
Ram, just like you said, I feel like he heard something or realized something na, uy, wait lang. Wala nakatingin sa
Parang
mid.
may mali, no?
Check ko na lang, no? Ayun, may mali nga. Nakalampas agad si kay Cedric and now, Teng, LA push. This is what we don't want. Kasi tingnan mo naman. It's as easy shots mula dito kay Teng. Del QQ. He might be next. Actually, it's Stamps that's falling down. That's the C4. Del QQ falls. It's a triple kill para kay Teng. At naiwan na naman si Yuken. 1v4 ang hirap ng laban para sa ALG.
Pain, pare, pain is the experience right now para sa ALG. Ang dami nilang nilabas na bago this time, pero again, disconnected sila. Hindi nagsasabay or hindi tumatama yung timing kung saan sila magbibigay ng pressure, kaya madali na lang sila basahin dito. And now, Nuken. 1v4, unlikely, still gets Teng though, doesn't matter. Picks up the C4, may paparating daw si Carl, nandito na nga sa mid. Any rotation attempt galing kay Nuken can be met with violence. Ito na nga, masakit yung EBR. And he's so careful. Di niya alam kung saan lang gagaling yung mga bala. Jamero, huli, SD Si Carl na si SD na. King overextension, gotta be careful. Owen King cleans it up. And that's 4. EKISQUAD ngayon with the lead.
Yep. EKISQUAD just holding it down. And again, we don't want a push mula dito sa ALG that would be very linear, no? Towards LA. Siguro, ang plano doon was kay Cedric to push to sa kanila sila pupunta din sa may LA. Pero hindi kasi gumana eh. It really just ended in the very first start or very first interaction dito ng ALG. And they try once again kay Cedric to fall down. Tams in the second. And A-site is just so secured para sa EKISQUAD. Del QQ, tatalon, magagawa ang Ninja, pero cannot even get any kill. They're just giving their lives away dito sa mid.
I'm very afraid now para sa ALG, man. Para nawalan sila ng kahit anong semblance of macro gameplay dito. I mean, it didn't work the last round. They tried it again, and now just getting thrown at the wall. Ngayon si Buat sinukin. Full commitment onto this B-site. Owen King. Waiting for any kind of presence. Wala pa naman ngayon. Pero nakakaramdam dito yung ALG kung saan nga manggagaling. Now Ram. Just above BR. Naghahanap ng timing si pare mong Boo. Can he see it? Everything's covered by Porter. Everything's covered. Hindi ka pwedeng basta-basta makalusot kasi alam na ng EKISQUAD kung saan ka manggagaling. Ngayon sinukin na naman mag-isa. Hindi naman kinaya. Si paring Ram, USP lang yung kailangan at pang 5 puntos na nga dito sa port.
You know what's crazy? Just may na-realize ako eh. We were saying na ALG has this macro, EKISQUAD has this individual players. Pero parang nagbaliktad. Mas naging singularity pa dito ang ating players for EKISQUAD. Tapos hiwa-hiwalay ang ALG. Boo already down, and guess what? Gusto mag-B-side dito ng ALG. They will explode, pero lahat sila mag-explode one by one. Mamamatay ang ALG, and that's it. That's our first half. Natunaw lang ang ALG. Just Swabe, what the hell was that?
I know, man. It's so unfortunate too, no? Mind you, yung nagkaroon ng technical difficulties ay itong EKISQUAD. You would expect na may konting tilt factor. Pero hindi, men. Sobrang stable nila dito. In fact, even after nitong DR natin na napakahaba, no? Talagang dire-diretso sila. Hindi sila mahanapan ng butas itong ALG. So now we're standing at 6-3. ALG, once again, have not been able to score a single round leading into this second half pagkatapos nitong DR natin. It's some dangerous territory, pare. Kasi kung ganyan yung momentum itong EKISQUAD, how do you stop it?
I don't know, man. I feel like nothing can stop EKISQUAD right now. I feel like the only thing between them and this final spot is themselves. Siguro parang kuryente na lang talaga makakasira dito ng mundo ng players natin for EKISQUAD, no? But man, you saw that? Wala man lang setup mula sa players natin for ALG. Their singular flash or util used nang galing pa kay Cedric, the first one to go in. That's crazy in itself. Pero kay Cedric, posted by already sa may doors dito ng BR side ng Blacklist.
Careful though. I think EKISQUAD or I think may pakiramdam sila na may tao dito. Tira mo lang yung pwestuhan ni Jamero, man. They just don't realize that Cedric is right around the corner. But the rest of Eki squad though. Oh! Oh no, he got checked. Ay, ay, Cedric saan ka nakatingin? Should have been an easy kill. Now, ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, men. If Cedric at any point cools down, what happens to ALG? And now Nuken also exposed sa VAR, men. Doble, ingat yung pestuan. Buti na nakakuha siya kay Owen King.
Yo!
But now, EKISQUAD, Jesus Christ, they have all the timings in the world. Hiwalay sila dito ah. One in mid, one in A, sa may basura, tapos isa sa B. EKISQUAD, all they need to do is pick one side. Kasi sobrang dali na lang ma-overwhelm yung mga natitirang players sa loob nito.
Ay, ALG. Para silang cookie man, nagka-crumble sila one by one and that's not what you want. Yung kanina interaction natin kay Cedric, pangalawang beses din na napatay siya habang nakatingin sa baba. Pero Tams does find an easy on Jamero. Lacking dito sa may mid. Pero Ramas entered the site. Mamamatay lang din. Tams with the USP. Pero Teng is still here to wreak havoc. Now with the M14, he can go towards A. Pero hindi. Gugulatin niya si Del QQ on the bottom of the stairway. Pero Del QQ with the headshot. 4 rounds now para sa ELG.
Buti na lang dito ngayon. We talked about kanina itong GR side ng port na medyo mas favored side dito. Nuken's gonna have to do God's work here. Mas lalo na si Tam sa may double TRG setup na inaasahan natin dito galing sa ALG. And this just might be exactly what they need playing on the GR side. We'll see. Kay Cedric na sa CA na kaagad. Jamero has an inkling na may tao nang nakatambay doon. Pero wala muna na yung mga wallbang galing kay Nuken na walang tumatama. But they're trying to bait out a reaction from Kay Cedric. Ito na nga, Teng, around the corner. Does he see? Does he check? Utility out. I think nakita yung balikat ni Jamero doon, ha? Here comes the util. Up! Spray down. Kay Cedric around the corner. Still looking. Pero what's going on? Pasensya ng EKISQUAD! Somehow they still open it up. Where do you go from here? Oo, may CA control ka. Oo, nakapasok ka ng Z. Those two positions don't necessarily complement each other, pare. So, kailangan pa nila ng konting exploration pa para matapat na itong GR side ng ALG.
EKISQUAD, they're risking way too much. But I feel like needed din kasi talaga that CA. Big control, but ALG now, awaiting their demise. Itong B-site natin, magsiset up dito ang buong EKISQUAD. A big flash mula kay Ram. Kasubu, unaffected dito. Harap na lang siya, pero ready dun si Carl. Big flash and smokes, but then QQ. Wala dito sa may kanan. Gets 2 kills. At lahat ng plays for EKISQUAD, they're low. And they don't know what to do. Carl left alone. And that's an almost clean round para sa ELG. Alliance is coming back.
There you go. Bawi pa. Isang puntos na lang at mahahabol na lang tuloy itong EKISQUAD. And again, on the GR side, you could just say it's just how port works. Kasi GR side naman talaga itong mapa na to. But then EKISQUAD have to be tested. If you want to have a hope to make it into the grand finals, pare, kailangan mong sabayan ang BL side of port. Lalo na, possible SGJ on the other side of this server pag dumating ng grand finals. Port is one of the best maps for that squad. But the slowdown from EKISQUAD is giving ALG way too much space, no? Kay Cedric nasa CA na naman. Walang tao sa Z, but EKISQUAD are cognizant of that possibility. Just in case, tamang exploration galing kay Carl, but Kay Cedric, hindi sila magkakakitaan. Overextension. Carl catches him, headshot kay Cedric. Ano opening sa CA, men? Kasi ito na naman yung doubt. Ito na naman yung kaba. Paparating sa loob ng B-sites.
Boom! Holds it down, pero Teng is praise and praise! Dalawang napatay, and Tams can't even get the kill. Harap, and with the Koti gets Carl. It's all up to him in a 1v2. Can Tams go for a 6-6 scoreline, or will he fall down? Bababa sa may B, gets 1 kill, pero the up-down situation just too good for EKISQUAD. Nakalamang na naman ang Ekis.
Kung kailan nakala mo nakaharap na nga ng footing itong ALG na may sagot na naman pabalik ang EKISQUAD. They like what they did, no? Again, just creating space on either side of the map, confusing them, forcing them to rotate away from their current positions. And then muddy the waters. Baka guruhin mo lang yung buhay nila. Let's take a look. Nuken. More intentional, more careful with his spot here. Again, same thing is sinabi natin yung emphasis on Z. That's very important when it comes to port. They're really clearing out every possible angle na pwedeng pasukan itong EKISQUAD. With the control of HB na meron na ngayon ang EKISQUAD, men. Si Jamero, ito na yan Once you see the util being thrown out on B, expect Jamero to wait and cut off yung rotation. Oh, they cancel. They cancel. It's completely quiet.
Iniwan na lang nila si Carl, just suabe. What are they doing?
I don't know, but I kinda like it.
Diba?
Problem is, hindi nila na-convince enough itong ALG na mag-rotate. No? So, same pa rin yung situation. Ang nangyari na lang is naghiwa-hiwalay itong EKISQUAD.
They'll just go back. I feel like na-realize dito ng EKISQUAD na, uy, ang tagal natin dito, baka meron na sa likod. Check muna natin kung free. And if hindi nag-rotate ang players na for ALG, well, okay lang yun. Because it's still gonna be uy, nagkakitaan sa may bintana, bulaga mula dito kay Boo! He gets 2 again! Ram na naman! Will go for the equalizer, gets 2 kills as well! Pero Del QQ has hold down B! Ting again! Siya na naman ang gagawa dito ng clutch play para sa side ng EKISQUAD. Different situations, but with 20 seconds, he needs to plant the bomb. At pag narinig to ni kay Cedric, he just push. 14 seconds, spotted him, closing down, then 1v1, pero Dams just jumps and hits the headshot with the coat. Oh my, tigil na natin, just suabe. Masyado na itong malaban, masyado itong dikit man.
Just a single bullet, pare, that could have been an EKISQUAD point, pero yung ALG lumalaban talaga, men. Kay Cedric now, where the push out through LA. Can he do here? Holding on. Nuken's all the way on the other side of the map. Kasama niyang si Tam sa may basura na kapwes.
Wow!
Oh my God! Diretso sa ulo ni Teng.
And you might be questioning ALG right now. Baka may viewers natin nagtatanong, bakit nga ba si Cedric nasa top? Bakit hindi naka-TRG si Del QQ? Bakit si Tams?
That's why.
Well, Del QQ doesn't really believe on his sniper. That's just the facts. Even though he hits 20 bombs with a TRG, he doesn't really want to do it. And with Tams hitting some shots as well, I feel like okay lang naman na they're doing this kind of parang role switch or gun switches for these kinds of players. Pero A-side pa din ang gusto dito ng EKISQUAD. They can just easily get killed. Yun na nga, Tams connects onto Jamero.
Oops. Oh, I think there's an idea. That's an opening. Del Q's down. Pero isa-isa, pira-pirasong nahanap itong mga players ng EKISQUAD ngayon. Carl, current off the rotation again. 2v3. Ram, sneaking his way past. Hindi in-expect kay Cedric na may taong katabi. At ngayon si Ram, nagpaglaro ng patintero. Si Ram, may ilalim.
No
Tams,
way.
caught out in the open. Boo, last man standing, trying to make his way towards CA. But there's plenty of time dito para sa EKISQUAD. C4 now set. They have no idea. But look at this. Nagparanig si Boo. Alam na nila kung saan siya nakapwesto. Carl, sa may basura. Flash is gonna be out. Ram, out in the open. Playing back and forth. Abolan. Pero hindi niya alam na si Carl nag-aantay lang. 8 or EKISQUAD. 2 more for a championship slot.
Man. Carl and Ram, what a duo that you don't expect. That was what, a 2v4, 3v4 in favor ng ALG, pero napatay lang din sila mula sa pagdaga ni Ram, pati sa mid-hold ni Carl, and now, the ninja play. Gagana pa ata para sa EKISQUAD. Nahanap si kay Cedric, and even Del QQ namatay na mula sa mid-spam ni Jamero. And they can easily just go for a base split now. At mukhang yun pa yung mangyayari. Disconnected ang buong Alliance Gaming.
Yeah. Pare, I mean, they had somebody looking at BR. Dapat hindi sila nakalagpas nung ninja. Pero ito na nga, Nuken. Last man here. Boo and Tams. Boo sa may dalom, nakahanap ng isa, pero umarangkada ng dire-diretso ito ng EKISQUAD, men. Shaman yan, Sham na nga, isang puntos na lang at pupunta na nga. BBI na papunta ng Grand Finals itong EKISQUAD. Possible upset on the way. Bipolar ito na nga. And it looks like they're fully committed to this. Every single player going into the B site now.
Try push on B. Nuken connects! Hansu! Pero may pagsagot si Ting!
What?
Isang bala ka lang, sabi niya kay Del QQ. Pero in a 2v2 situation, nakuha nila yung site, pero unti-unti silang nauubos. Owen King will fall down. Alliance keeps it alive.
Denial, pare. Denial from ALG. It ain't over till may makatama ng 10 points. 2 puntos pa ulit. EKISQUAD, masyado na natin lang sinimplehan yun. Masyado na silang naging excited ang mga pasok ng Grand Finals natin dito sa Impact. But again, we talked about this so many times. You cannot be taking your foot off the gas pedal. So EKISQUAD need to go back to their winning ways. Ganda rin dito. Carl creating pressure sa loob ng HB. Creating pressure sa my mid. The rotations have been pulled towards A still. Konting doubt para kay Cedric. Iisa lang yung magiging point of contact nila dito. That is gonna be Cedric himself because everyone else is so intent on watching that mid area of the map. JJF and the rest of EKISQUAD. Pasok na! Damn! Diretso kay Cedric. Thumbs down as well.
Woo! Del QQ! He spots the C4! 2v2 na naman, J.SWABE! Pero dehado dito ang ALG. If Nuken had a sniper, he could have killed these two players sa top A. Pero si Boo magagaling dito sa may likuran. Nahanap na si Ting. Big flash on Jamero. Iipitin ni Nuken pati ni Boo si Jamero. Pero Nuken will fall down. Is this it? Will Jamero find the win? No, he cannot. Alliance Gaming denies another point. And we go into a 9-8.
Last round of regulation dito by Polar. It's championship or OT. ALG, hindi na sila pwede magkamali. Literally the last chance, but the same can be said for EKISQUAD. And now Carl, kita si Boo, they're very active here. Out nila yung store, pati yung HB. Carl can't overextend. This is the first time we're seeing an active defense galing sa B side ng ALG, ha?
Yeah.
And I like it, I like it. CROSSFIRE is very well set up unless Carl can isolate itong gunfight. Pero si Boo sobrang ingat niya sa anchor na hinahawakan niya ngayon. The amount of smoke as well. Look at the investment of manpower sa mid. Man, tatlo yung nakabantay sa mid galing sa ALG. Just because, no? Nagtitiwala sila ng ganun kalala kay Cedric. Look at this.
Tough times, J.SWABE. Very, very tough times. EKISQUAD looking to end it here with another B-side push. But just like what J.SWABE said,
Surely not.
it's an offensive, defensive play mula sa ALG. Nuken, wala sa C.
Oh, no!
Most spotted, shotgun sniper, nabuo na nga si Boo. Pero si Nuken walang matabaan. Wala siyang makuha doon. Nakapasok na isa sa may B-side as susunod ang buong EKISQUAD. The squad, full of excess, will be giving check marks towards the championship. Jamero with 1, Jamero with 2! Double kill! Tatlo na ang nawala, 4 pa! It's all up to Nuken, the star player! Cedric with 1, pero he only gets 1! EKISQUAD is your first CFS.PH finalist in the big 2026!
Wow. Grabe yung rap na nakita natin galing dito sa EKISQUAD. I had my doubts, man. But you could see how they were getting cleaner and cleaner with every round, pare. Medyo na humble sila ng konti nung binitawan nila. But they locked in and they cleaned up their act para tapusin itong port.
Yeah, I mean, oh, dude, akala natin hindi mahihirapan pa sila mag-close out kasi ang ganda na ng depensa dito ng buong ALG. Sinabi mo yun, J.SWABE. first time natin makita dito sa GR side, Boo, nag-hold down ng entrance dito ng House B. Si Nuken, ang ganda ng pwesto sa Z kasi wala naman manggagaling dito sa mid ng EKISQUAD. Every player went towards the long B angle, kaso kulang lang talaga. Nakita mo naman yung ㍍Semi. Nuken na bombard lang, natakot siya pumik out. Kung he got a trade towards Boo, siguro nag-back off pa dun yung EKISQUAD, pero dumere-derecho lang sila. Jamero getting 2 kills, and Teng, high flyer na naman, tumatalon with the USP. Imagine that. How can they be this confident in a match na could have gone overtime? Man, ALG, they have been dealt with so many disappointments, but this might just be the hardest one of them all. They have lost in a 3-1 fashion. EKISQUAD defied the odds and pushes themselves towards the first slot sa ating finals.
Yeah, that is real heartbreak for ALG, but it's a lot of celebrations para panigurado, men, para sa EKISQUAD kasi sila yung una nga na makakapasok ng grand finals.
Wow.
And I would not be surprised if they really put up a good fight tomorrow, regardless kung sino yung kalaban nila dito. Kasi, man, heavy hitters yung pareho nating squad on the other side of the bracket. MOMEN, pati SGJ, we've seen them. But I feel like itong EKISQUAD, the evolution we got to see out of them over this entire best of 5, these 4 sets na nakita natin, if they can keep up that form and improve upon it moving into tomorrow's grand finals, hindi malabo na kaya nilang tapatan ng malala kung sino man yung makakatapat nila bukas.
Yeah, I mean, SGJ and MOMEN, they need to be ready for this kind of EKISQUAD because EKISQUAD, this is not, a bunch of all-stars anymore. This is a team that you should be scared of because they just beat one of the top teams that came from Masters, now on Impact, wanted to reclaim glory, pero tinanggalan nila ng pangarap, man. 3-1. Imagine that. At alam natin, there was a lot of maps na dehado sila, especially even here on Port. If I recollect my thoughts, pagdating sa win rate dito ng Port ng ating EKISQUAD, they have what we call 75% and actually 0%.
Yeah.
Ang
Support.
win rate dito ng EKISQUAD support. And they won it in a dominating fashion in the first half until the second. Pero how? We don't know. It's just EKISQUAD elevating and improving as well. After the group stage, ngayon sa playoffs, parang sinabi nila, tapos na ang paglalaro. Ito ang totoong EKISQUAD.
That's some beautiful stuff, man. I'm so excited para makita itong EKISQUAD sa grand finals natin. I mean, what more yung magiging itsura nila pagdating ng regionals when they have even more time na ma-hook up yung chemistry nila dito, I mean, look at all these. Despite all the highlight plays galing sa Alliance Gaming, despite all the highlight plays galing kay Nuken, galing kay Tams. When Tams had 10 kills after the long dead round kanina, and yet hindi yun sapat para makarating ng OT, para makarating ng Mach 5.
Yeah. The crazier part here is yung star player natin si Owen King wasn't even popping off sa buong Port.
No, he wasn't.
It was Jamero and Teng mostly sa buong mapa ng Port that was able to do these kinds of glorious moments. Just look at that! 0.62 lamang ang ginawa ni Owen King. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad umaabot ng 1.6. Oh, come on, break it down for us, ㍍Semi. This is just too insane. An 8 to 10, total of 18 rounds.
Yeah, man, some beautiful stuff. You can see here, the difference in number. Hindi naman nagkakalayo itong mga EKISQUAD members, but on the ALG side, you could see the struggle. Plain and simple. Delq, Nuken, ilang beses natin sinabi sila yung magiging highlight players here on Port, and they were not able to activate to their fullest form. Especially si Nuken, man. Sobrang importante sana ni Nuken playing as the TRG player ng ALG, pero wala talaga. He was denied of information, denied of opportunities to really shine just because of how EKISQUAD was playing this macro na parang basadong-basado nila yung Alliance Gaming.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, congratulations to EKISQUAD and congratulations to our set MVP who should it be? Feeling ko alam na natin, why not give it to Teng because he just gave so much powers from the TRG to somehow M14s and HKs as well mula dito sa set na to, and even the signature pistol to claim multiple lives sa entirety ng Fort. From the GR towards the BL, 1.58 in terms of KD, a 1.06 na KR, and man, that survival rating na 0.33 is enough for him to get a triple kill every round. And now, looking at our match result, just suave. 10-7. Close fight ng Eagle Eye. Yung Mexico din, muntikan pa makuha yun ng Alliance Gaming to claim a 2-0 agad. Pero sabi ng EKISQUAD, baguhin natin ang storya. Pagdating sa new compound, hindi kayo makakagalaw. And up until port, a map na hindi na ipanalo ng EKISQUAD sa buong group stage nila. Sabi nila, eto na ang una naming panalo at eto ang pinakamasakit para sa Alliance Gaming.
Masakit na masakit pare kasi ang daming almost, but like everyone says, almost is never enough. EKISQUAD was able to get themselves over the finish line multiple times, man, in OT, in all rounds of regulation dito sa port, and the way that they closed out new compound, so well prepared yung naging itsura nila dito. It's some beautiful stuff to see, and I look forward to seeing EKISQUAD. With that being said, yung match MVP natin, again, the high impact player si paring Carl, ever so consistent, 1.22 on the KD and a kill per round of 0.76. Grabe yung impact na dala nitong ni Carl.
Yeah, diba, you are one insane of a player for you to have a 0.63 headshot percentage in 4 sets. That is what we see in what? Parang Aiden kind of plays, parang CBN kind of plays, Folex kind of plays, parang Kano lang yung mga ganong kind of stats. But Carl, in Impact, he shows that he is a top caliber player. And even in New Mexico, no, Carl was getting a lot of kills. Naalala mo ba yun? BR, dun sa may alley A, CR hold, siya palagi nakakapatay. GR man yan, or BL man yan on New Mexico. And once we got into New Compound, siya ang nagka-clutch. Siya ang naging third entry. Siya ang gumagawa ng impactful plays, just like what you've said. And now, dito sa ating port, well, all is history. Carl is just this devastating of a player, this dominating as a player, and this amazing as a talent. Man, Carl, you are insane.
Yeah, just closing it out dito, showing that they are a force to be reckoned with itong EKISQUAD, no? Grabe yung doubt ko sa kanila kanina ko. Bago na inisip kung kaya ba nilang manalo, pero ito lang nga, pinahiya tayong lahat.
Oh yeah. I mean, we expect naman just suave na at least naabot to sana to ng 3-2 kasi sinabi naman natin na parang very similar pero different in playstyle lang. Similar in terms of progress and in terms of journey, but the playstyle is very, very different. Pero sabi na EKISQUAD nung wala yan. Wala yan sa amin dito. Alliance Gaming, get the hell out of here. Kasi kami ang unang kukuha ng aming final spot. And now, just suave, sino nga ba ang susunod nating laban?
As you could see, no, yung defending champions ng Impact, mga kaibigan, SGJ, laban sa MOMEN Esports. That is gonna be seeing you guys mamaya sa pangalawa nating BO5 ng gabi na yun. Ng gabi na to, it's gonna be a real banger. Kasi kung ito pa rin nauna, what more yung pangalawa?
Let's see, man. Just suave. One hell of a series ang sinimulan natin. Why not end it off with one more semifinals? SGJ and MOMEN Esports continues after a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po ang CROSSFIRE Impact 2026.
Well, back last series na tayo for tonight dito lang sa CFS Impact Summer 2026. Susunod na grand finalist ay ngayon na nating kokoronahan daw between SGJ and MOMEN. Salvador nga pala, kasama ko ngayon si Bipolar para sa parating na laban no? Bipolar, pinangunahan na kagad tayo ng EKISQUAD versus Alliance at tatapusin natin tong Sabado na to na may SGJ at MOMEN no? Isang series na nga lang, may grand finals picture na kagad tayo, Bipolar.
Ayun na nga di ba? One more for the road. Natalo ang Alliance Gaming up against EKISQUAD ng todong-todo 3-1 sa mga mapa na hindi natin nakita na kayang ipanalo ng EKISQUAD from the group stage. Pero ngayon, SGJ and MOMEN now, two very calculated teams. One past champion trying to reclaim glory and go for a back-to-back. Meanwhile, MOMEN Esports, ang ganda ng mga pangalan dito, Salvatore. Alam mo yan, these teams have very big potential pagdating sa mundo ng Crossfire. And you love to see it, no? Can the recent champions defend their title or will there be a new player in town para makuha ang championship ng Impact?
Definitely right on the names no? Kasi kung maririnig ko pa lang dito sa lobby nga na to, no? We have 10 players consisting of the names of such Jayhawker, Durs, no? Skies, Chris, Yobs, and of the likes talaga. At alam mo talaga magiging solid nga tong series na to kasi maraming gustong patunayan talaga ang MOMEN sa journey nga nila pabalik ng Masters. Considering the SGJ, they are indeed the champion no? Pero syempre, no? Hindi siguro magiging maganda para sa kanilang resume no? na matawag na back-to-back no? Dito sa ating Impact. But let's take a look at the stats and the numbers do not lie. Lahat yan positibo. That's why they are indeed the favorites to win. Not just the series but the whole thing no? At nakaabang na nga talaga ang EKISQUAD para dyan. Pero men, the numbers, no? Like I said, they do not lie. At alam mo talaga na yung potential nga nila ay nasa pinaka-itaas ng Everest because they're three young guns. Jayhawker, Jared, and there's the holy trinity of SGJ. Aba, kailan mo ba sila nakita nagkaroon ng bad game, Bipolar?
Wala talaga man. Siguro nung qualifiers lang papunta ng Masters. Pero this time, sa Impact, wala kang makikitang butas dito sa team na to. Look at this man right here. Sa gitna ng ating stat line, si Jayhawker, kagabi, nag-FFA pa yan sa 4 a.m. ng umaga and that is how ready he is para dito sa ating laban. Nakalaban pa yan namin ni Sneaky Frog, no? So talagang alam natin na these players are really parang ready for more. Plus, yung si EV, hindi yan si EV9. Mas malakas tong si EV. So SGJ, they have full potential to possibly claim another championship.
Tignan naman natin ang kanilang kalaban no? None other than MOMEN Esports representing Cebu. Chris, Yobs, Justin, Skies, Jake. Mga alam mo talagang mga LAN gamer no? Kumbaga matatawag nating batak kumbaga no? Many would have say na the witnesses would really justify na yung mga players ka na to ay hindi dapat pinapabayaan no? Do not underestimate MOMEN no? Despite them being young guns prone to mistakes. Meron naman silang veteran leadership dito ni Chris at ang napakainit na tutok na with playoff experience pala kay Yobs. So you cannot go wrong with voting MOMEN dito sa series nga na to. But they might have that shaky group stage considering na hindi na turista dito ang tingin ng SGJ laban sa MOMEN kasi na 2-0 nga nila MOMEN. Syempre, iba na yung usapan ng playoffs ngayon. Tulad lang din ng Masters Bipolar, marami tayong mga expectations na nasira kasi nga pumasok tayo ng playoffs. Kumbaga, ibang ugali nakita natin ng groups. Papasok naman ng playoffs, mas malaking leon na ang kakalabanin nila sa isa't isa. Now, MOMEN, I feel like they do have that chance to make a very good lasting impression kasi maraming nakatungong mga Masters team sa kanila considering na yung mga players dyan mga nakapagpang-abot ng playoffs.
Yeah, looking at it, no? Dito naman sa ating head-to-head, Salvatore, it's Jared, and as well as itong si Jake. Two very young talents na talaga namang, with experience na rin coming in from their own experiences. Pero 1.57 in terms of KD para kay Jared, 1.32 naman dito kay Jake. And the difference is, not really a lot, no? These two players have been at the top echelon pagdating dito sa ating, impact stage wherein si Jared has a total of 100 plus kills na already. Meanwhile, Jake is almost gunning in for that spot as well. Ang kakaiba lang talaga dito, MOMEN as a team together with Jake has more firepower somehow in terms of stats pagdating dito sa SGJ because SGJ currently right now, they have big wins pero not really, parang they're explosive pero not really, parang they're going for security and assurance. Parang ganun. May isa pang word na nakakalimutan ko pero yun yung hinahanap palagi ng SGJ. Meanwhile, MOMEN, they're always just gunning it for the heads every time pagdating dito sa mga labanan.
Definitely, no? Right on the money, sinabi mo, bipolar. Feeling ko substance yung hinahanap na lang natin
Yes.
for SGJ, no? So, I feel like, no, it is only right enough, no, na pag-usapan talaga natin kung saan tayo pwede pumunta, no, for the fight of SGJ and a moment. Considering na marami tayong choices, no? Definitely, would be for port or even compound. Pero mamaya na yung predito nga muna tayo sa ating prediction, no? Not gonna lie, no, pre. Kita mo nga naman, pare-pareho nga tayo ng iniisip dito na it is going to be indeed SGJ. Pero tara nga, pre. Tara. Pop, dito na nga tayo. We have Momen first picking as we head into port, no? So, once again, hindi nga turista dyan ng SGJ. I feel like they've had a plentiful amount of games din sa loob ng mapa nga na yan. I mean, I have a Black Widow for our second set. So, isa sa mga mapa na talaga na tinatago ng SGJ all throughout. Pero pag nilaro mo nga naman talaga yan, kung ikaw ang SGJ, talagang kailangan mo ng onting respeto dyan. So, we have all sets actually, no, bipolar kung saan magsisimula ang SGJ bilang GR. So alam mo talaga, no, for a team based on momentum, kung alam mo talagang maganda yung magiging first half kanila, kaya na nga nilang tapusin. So malaking trabaho to para sa SGJ na makuha as much as possible yung mga pinaka-strong sides dito, no, which is Sport, Black Widow, and even Eagle Eye kung kinakailangan.
Yeah, yun na nga eh. Parang, if you think about it, these maps, let's talk, if you're talking about the sides here, talagang malaking punto to para sa SGJ to actually take care of their sides, especially sa GR, na makakuha agad ng mga round wins and possibly end up with a 6-3. Most probably, minimum na doon is 5-4 because once they just give a lot of momentum pagdating dito sa BL side ng ating players for moment, andali na lang makakuha dito ng GR side para sa kanila. But the difference here right now is the sport map actually. Yes, ito yung map pick ng ating moment, pero if you look at the stats, this map in itself has been the lowlights pagdating dito sa SGJ pati sa moment. This map does not really pave well pagdating sa kanilang group stage, and I just like na doon tayo magsisimula kasi it just means kung sino mananalo doon, they might easily have it in a bag, possibly 3-0, possibly 3-1. Parang doon na agad masisimula yung momentum ng malakasang bakbakan dito sa ating semifinal sa CROSSFIRE.
Alright, it's only time na pag-usapan nga natin kung sino nga ba talaga ang pabato nga natin sa series nga na to. No? Many
Sino
would say
nga ba?
Moment considering na talagang solid nga yung laban nga nila. Bipolar feeling ko, alam mo na kagad kanina no? Parang nagkaroon na ng onting hint no? So tama lang naman ata na ipaalala lang ulit natin sa ating madla ng mga manonood na parang sa laban nga na to, ang aming puso at isipan ay papuntang tondo. No? But once again, no? As usual dito sa ating master sa mga level na tournament, even though at Impact, prove us wrong, no? Moment considering na kayo nga underdogs, kayo nga mga neophytes sa mga ganitong klaseng labanan, no? Playoffs it may be, pero para ka sa kanila malaking bagay nga na to para ma-fulfill kanilang pangarap dito sa series nga to. So syempre you would really love that number 1 seed papunta nga ng papunta doon sa ating napapalapit na Swiss stage for Regionals 2026. At akalain mo nga naman bipolar ilang siglo tulog nga na lang malapit na nga tayo doon. So yeah, sa mga panahon nga na to, kailangan pagbatiin na nga ng Moment ng kanilang depensa para mas maigihan nga nila yung mental at mas preparado nga sila. No other opponent like SGJ ang pwedeng makapag-train pa sa kanila doon pag nakuha nga nila tong series na to and eventually become the champion of Impact.
Tsaka ang kakaiba dito, you're not just defeating the recent champions, no? If Moment wins here, you're also getting redemption mula sa pagkatalo na mula dito sa SGJ. So there's a lot on the line, not really just for SGJ but also for Moment, just like what you've said, standings and as well or seedings pagdating dito sa ating susunod na qualifiers for or pagdating sa Swiss stage ng ating regional final or regionals pagdating sa months natin. So a lot really is gonna be happening here. SGJ though, they've been so prepared, Salvi, mula dun sa ating qualifiers, mula sa Masters hanggang ngayon dito sa Impact, parang nothing really changed, nothing really depleted, everything just improved or at least stagnant then improve para sa SGJ. So it's really scary pa din para dito sa Moment.
Well, let's see, kasi makikita naman natin maya't maya, if SGJ really is that prepared of a team, kung dumaan nga talaga sila sa butas ng karayong dito, para sabihin na di lang kayo nakakuha ng top seed para sa groups, kukunin nyo nga talaga na naman itong playoffs ng Impact. Kasi they might have failed once in the play-ins dito, ng ating ng Master Summer, pero kailangan nga nilang bumawi nga ngayon at dumaan na naman ulit sa isang hadlang, that is Regionals Swiss stage. So bago nga yun, kailangan na nilang kalabanin dito ang Moment, isa sa mga teams na nire-respeto actually, isa sa mga teams na kinakagulat ng karamihan kasi hindi mo alam anong klaseng Moment ang makikita mo pa naglaro na nga sila dito, especially on a team na alam mo talagang nakasalalay ang momentum sa mga players katulad nila Skies. Pero hindi na nga tayo guys, unang pandangala para sa ating best of 5 ngayong gabi. It's going to be Moment and SGJ inside of port, kung saan aatake muna ang Moment.
Yup, it's time for the first blood going towards Tino. Gulat kayo, no? Kasi gulat din ako doon. Namatay agad si Justin. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pensa dito ni Jake as he gets that kill onto Jared and connects as well onto theirs. Diretso sila ng B. And with these two players na nagro-rotate mula sa SGJ, they need to find one. Tino already good on the shot on Jake. Pero Yobs nandun for the trade. Pero nandito na si Jay Hawker at nahanap niya si Yobs. Gana yung granada na nanggaling kay Chris. And now it's a 1v1. Pero the HP coming to Jay Hawker, he's very, very low. They know na nasa baba lang siya ng B. So Skies reclaims the C4, plants it, at sa iba pa pupunta si Jay Hawker, iikot siya ng Z.
Kailangan niya umikot dito, no, para matrop si Skies. Kaso nga lang, para may ideya na ata si Skies dito, no. So kailangan na nakasalalay dito ang headshot accuracy ni Jay Hawker. Skies inuunti-unti yung HP. Alam niyang may lamang nga siya dito pagdating sa pwesto. Siyempre, hindi ka naman makagagarantisa na yung tutok dito ni Jay Hawker para nga talaga sa ulo, no. But here comes Skies now on the post plant angle. Ready na nga talaga kahit saan pumunta dito si Jay Hawker. Paglabas niya dito ng HB, sure na nga na makikita agad siya. Yun lang, Skies! Binugbog ka ni Tatay Oras. Ang pangit ng timing nun. And Jay Hawker bilang unang pandangal, grabe naman yung clutch na yun for SGJ.
Man, the timing! That one singular mistake, natitingin pa siya ng curve. Grabe talaga dito si Papa mo, Jay Hawker. 3 kills in the bag. And now, with their 1-point advantage, biglang hindi na nag-aggressive ditong moment. They wanna be calculated at the second round.
Di dapat ganun, Momen, no? Parang nawalang bisa na yung ginawang pag-i-entry nga ni Jake at ni Obs. And the trades, kala ko nung una, pumapabor na para ka sa Momen, but Jay Hawker with that late entry once again. So feeling ko, men, yung mental ngayon ng Momen, nag-shift na eh. Hanggat hindi pa nila nakukuha consecutively yung mga, yung mga entries na alam mong pang mainit, it is going to be really hard for Momen to stabilize themselves sa mga ganong klaseng angulo. Isipin mo, pre, na-expose na nga yung maagang push nga nila sa LB, uulitin pa nga nila, alam na nga nila yung resulta. Ayaw na nga nilang laruin yung 50-50 na yun. So they might as well play for the default. Hayaang may mapila si Skies dito. Let Yobs do his own thing. At kung may pumikman para sa SGJ, hindi na mali ng yun. Hindi na mali ng Moment yun para kalabanin. Kasi syempre SGJ, GR sila. Pero kita mo naman ganina si Tino, tinetesting yung LB. So might as well Moment give the time para nga unti-untiin yung spaces dito. Pero syempre with that, SGJ, since dahil nga ang default ng Moment is BR, LB area lang, nakaka-forward dito ang SGJ.
Yeah. And yun na nga, no? Jay Hawker just finds the timing once again onto Skies himself. So tuloy-tuloy dito ang B-push. Di pa nakapatay doon ang isang player natin mula dito sa SGJ. Even Justin closes down the back doors. Jared to fall, even Evie falls down, and with the multiple flashes, B-side has been taken. Jay Hawker blinded, pero makakapatay pa rin naman. With 36 seconds, dalawa na lang ang buhay dito for SGJ. And look at Moment, their patience now met with fruitful words as Justin holds down the fort, finds Tino, Jay Hawker to kill, pero Jake with the trade. SGJ gives a round to Moment Esports.
Ganda ng high-low na yun no? From dulo hanggang doon sa platform. Tama-tama lang Moment, no? Nasirain siguro na yung laban na tinake nga nila doon sa may SD was good enough for them to get the signal na mag-isa lang si Jay Hawker. So most likely, kailangan nga nilang daanan tong B-site ka na to. Ransack ang inisip ng Moment. And they got the timing. They finally got the postment na gusto nga nila na pumabor para din kay Layobs. Good round for Moment, at least for recovery's sake. Good pop flash. What? Kaso nga lang di naman pumabor para dito kay Jay Hawker. Siya pa talaga yung naging dihado doon, bipolar. And Chris gets the position in for SGJ. Grabe nga naman, Moment. I feel like there should be more angles na hindi lang dapat pang CA, no? Siguro para mahanap nga nila yung BR pati yung door mid. But then again, no, a pick is a pick for Moment for them to re-engage probably on LB na nga at nakastack na nga sila dito.
It's pretty crazy, no? Na nakapunta sila ng CA agad. Evie didn't really check out mid. Papunta dito sa may CA. Tapos nakaalis pa doon mismo yung players natin na that did get the kill on CA, pero signature B push na lang ulit. Moment loves this spot, pero Tino is close by. They can go for the entry. First kill goes towards Tino.
Huli ka agad. ilang yari dito si Tino, no? Knowing na double swing. Actually, triple swing ang ginawa ng Moment dito. But here comes once again in SGJ. Nakulang-kulang sa tao pero nagawa na nga nila nung unang round. They just have to do it once again here in the very, very important round breaker, no? Justin, good spray. Evie, nakapandulo na nga dito lang. He gets 1 kill. Justin now with a double. Jared with a kill over to Justin. 1v1 na nga lang ulit. Jared gets the headshot. 1v1 sa itinadhana para si SGJ. Bipolar, another conversion ng SGJ Yanga na para makuha yung clutch.
And this is why they're called champion. Salvatore, in these dire situations, kalmado ang buong playstyle ng SGJ. In a 1v1, 1v2 situation, kaya pa yan ipanalo ni Jared. And in this time, Moment, they do take care of CA once again, pero wala nang testing dito mula sa SGJ. Hahayaan na lang nila si Tino na mag-check dito ng top A. Check out for easy stragglers. Lalo na't pag tumaas siya dito, makikita niya agad dito si Chris or si Yobs probably. First shot does miss, pero yung pangalawa, readjustments towards Chris.
Ang bilis naman kagad na napilis ngayon. Good shot by Tino. Pero bubawi naman ngayon ng Moment with kills of their own. Skies now with a kill over to Evie. Pero kasunod naman dito was Jake. Also got gunned down in the middle of the crossfire dito ng SGJ. Once again, no, hindi ito yung GR na pinaka-optimal. Bipolar, ito talaga yung SGJ na wala silang pakialam kung GR yung makuha talaga nila. Basta makuha nila yung position na alam mong doon magpupush ang Moment, it will be favorable for them. Pero paano naman kung nag-post plant, no? Pero doon umaasa talaga ang SGJ. May convert ang post plant kahit onti nga sila because they know they have the skill for it. Yobs, pakakangat na nga ng A-sign. There's nag-clear and there's actually gets the kill. Natalo pa doon si Yobs despite Yobs getting the first angle in. But meanwhile, the rest of Moment Esports nagpa-LB na nga, dalawa na nga lang silang magkasama dito. It's a 4v2 pero tatlong duguan naman para sa SGJ.
Wala na, feeling ko basang-basa na to ngayon. Dito ni Jayhawker, that's why he's planted doon sa may pinakamahabang box and he doesn't even realize na nakapasok na sila Justin ngayon. B-site is clear and just like what Salvi said, low HP player si Jared para si Thurs, pero nakalampas na, hindi naririnig yung malambot na paa ni Jared. 1 kill already, Skies with the trade, yung pistol, naku, nakahanap ng isa, pero Jared with 10 HP. Can he go in for the clutch? The C4 is on the platform at si Skies masyado ng malayo.
Alam mo talagang kinailangan ni Jared na umanggulo ng maayos kasi pwede siyang mahuli doon ni Skies at hindi nga alam ngayon ni Jared kung anong pwedeng gawin ni Skies dito sa C4 knowing na sa platform na nga siya. Pero Jared, kung ano man niluluto mo ngayon, pwedeng masunog o pwedeng lumambot yung pinapakulo mong karne kasi hindi ko alam saan mo balak umikot pre. Paano ka nagpa-LA ngayon? Kasi bumalik ng B-side si Skies. Hindi niya kailangan lumayo pre kasi naandoon yung C4. Pero teka lang Jared, ang oras ay para ka sa'yo o para ka ba kay Skies? Na-timingan lang kanina si Skies. Pero baka ibang panahon na nga to, Bipolar, 20 seconds left. Oh, the clock, nakita na si Jared na nasa exit. Oh, hindi nga ba? Hindi natin alam. But here comes Skies finally. Converts it para dito sa Moment. Kamuntikan lang, tie game 2-2.
Akala ko, inisip niya may spray doon ng tao. Kahit bawal yung ganun dito. Kasi bigla pa siya tumitingin ng house view but still gets the round win. So now, it's a 2-2 scoreline. But man, these rounds, no, very bloody, very, very, very clutchy pagdating sa pinakadulo ng mga fights. But this is now a different side for SGJ. A 2-1-2 setup kung saan iniiwan na lang palagi nila si Evie sa may mid. Meanwhile, iba ang gagawin dito ni Jayhawker once again, pushing towards LA, checking CA, pero wala pa rin Moment. Just sitting pretty dito sa kanilang parte ng mapa, and they might just go for a flash play, or ipipick out na lang dry. Tino, checking SD, walang makita. Yobs, patiently waiting. Chris, with the trade, possibly, Yobs gets one, and Chris as well. Oh, boss, ang SGJ push dito sa may LA.
Ganda ng bait and switch na yun no? Moment, alam nga nilang may tendency ang SG niya pag tumatagal yung round. Bipolar, may mga nagpapa-LA nga talaga. Jared, potential trade now on to Skies na nakatingin pa nga rin dito lang sa may HB. Jared, inuunti-unti yung lakad. Napakalanganin, narinig na nga ni Skies. Ewan ko na lang kung di yung pamakuha to Skies. Pre-aim, angle in, Skies jiggling, pero siya pa nga natalo. Jared now readjustment, gets the double,
no!
And the triple kill for Jared. Lahat luminya, lahat maiisahan mula dito kay Jared. And after the bait and switch ng LA, ubos naman si LB. Jared 4K incoming. Chris nabulag pero nakuha pa nga rin ni Chris. Corner na nga siya dito lang sa may court pre. But Durs gets the finisher. RKO ka ngayon kay Durs. SGJ of the back of Jared's triple kill. Naibawi pa nila yung round.
Man, isipin mo yun na double team si Jared pero na double team din dun sa pinakadulo yung nag-iisang player natin for Moment Esports. Man, SGJ, you have some insane players on your roster and this is what they're capable of. Meanwhile, itong mid natin, si Evie man, he's having the time of his life. Parang pwede na lang siyang tumayo dito, magtingin-tingin, tumingin sa mga barko, tapos okay na yon. But man, SGJ, these like players sa other side ng mapa natin, on these long sides natin, sila talagang gumagawa ng pang-ikot ng mundo. Jared, my God, tigil mo yan, bro.
The funny thing pre, no, noong nakaraang Impact Spring, palaging si Evie yung nagpa-frag out eh. No? Actually, he garnered a lot of set MVPs ng mga nakaraang laban niya sa Atras, pati na nga rin sa acceptance. Pero feeling ko ngayon, parang ine-embrace niya na ating pagiging backup nga dito, no? Showing J-Hawker, Jared Enders na meron naman talaga silang potential na maging attacker nga dito, no? With a bit of an adjustment on the roll pag kinakailangan, the triple lurk na siguro gumana ng Impact Spring, inadjust nga lang talaga nila ng onte para mas maging epas na nga ngayon for this season. Pero SGJ, despite it being a very dangerous setup para kalabanin ang Moment sa mga gantong oras ng round, alam mo talaga na they're still destined pagdating talaga sa ating post plant. Huli man si Tino dito, but comes a possible push now for Moment heading towards HB. May setup doon ang SJJ pero dalawang tao lang laban sa 5.
Silence. Tahimik muna sila dito sa my house B. Checking the situation out, setting up for a possibility of a big split. Flash comes in, smokes as well, pero there's nag-aantay lang dito. Peeks at the right time, claims 1 kill, pero Skies at Chris nakakanap din dito ng dalawa. They claim a B-side, pero Evie finds the lurker in the shadows on curve. Pwede pa rin to sa SGJ despite an in a 2v3 situation, pero 34 seconds, natamaan pa si Evie, natamaan ang bala, 13 HP. And J-Hawker now with the save in the backlands, connects on to 1, pero piso na rin si Skies. Can Evie, the one true player, go in for the clutch? Iikot siya ng Z, pero naka-corner na agad dito si Skies, nakaabang na siya sa may entrance. With 15 seconds, Evie pushes, finds Skies, that's 1 kill. It's all up to Chris with a full HP. And with the M14, he gets the headshot. Chris with the kill and the third round for Moment.
Despite SCJ having the strong side of the map, alam mo talagang hirap pa rin talaga sila kasi parang nagiging 30-70 yung mga duels, kaya nga nilang ipanalo, pero after that, pag nag-i-stack na nga ang Moment for the possible entry, doon nagko-collapse ang SGJ. So nakadepende talaga kung may makukuhang marami si J-Hawker o si Durs around para malaman nga natin na SGJ will definitely get it. Jared na, good angle na naman para sa possible bait and switch sana ng Moment, pero dinanay na nga agad to ni Jared. Because of that, may pwesto na nga dito ang SGJ sa metal, setting up the crossfire ng LA. So now Moment, if you read this perfectly, knowing na nahuli nga si Jake, hindi nyo na kailangan mag-LA pa. Pwedeng magpa-CA, pero hindi nyo kailangan dumaan ng SD dito. No? Open ang Z, open din ang BR ng kalaban. Wala namang masyadong dinuduel dito si Skies kasi nga ang priority dito ng Moment is for them to get duel entries. No? Hindi yun most likely playing for picks ang Moment. They want entries as much as possible. So kailangan i-cancel out to ng Moment.
Moment is playing safe right now. I mean, they don't want to really move. Checking muna kung may aabang ulit. Pero kasi si J-Hawker, wala na siyang gagawin dito. Mag-aantay na lang siya sa may long A. Yobs, I feel like he's expecting a push coming in from the top A side, but they don't even know. Skies pushing towards CA now. Double push towards CA. Not that bad, possibly. Pero delikado kasi, Salve, tingnan mo naman yung kabilang side ng mapa natin. Isa lang nakabantay. Nandun lang si Tino. It's Tino, but it's only one player. And they still wanna fight. J-Hawker now finds the timing, sprays on Yobs, and connects immediately. Nakapatay pa ng isa at denied ang LA push.
So yun doon pa sa si Jared, no? Possible trade incoming. I think nga sinasabi ko, no, magpa-CA na nga lang sila. J-Hawker, inuunti-unti na yung pwesto niya. Pero nakatalikod si Chris! May nahuli si Jared and J-Hawker gets the double kill. Anong sinabi ko kanina, bipolar? Wag na sila magpa-LA kasi magagaya sila kay Jake. So hindi tayo naririnig ng Moment na walang abiso nga para sa kanila. And SGJ, what a setup sa LA.
Aray mo, Salvi. Tinesting pa din they didn't really know, man, na nandun na si Jayhawker. Ay, na-expect nila na, uy, sige, CA kayo. Baka maipit pa natin yan dito sa palagitnaan ng CA pati ng LA, pero wala, nandun na siya sa pinakadulo ng wrong side of A. But now, again, ito lang may kita natin. Momen loves to do this kind of thing sa kanilang builds. Any kind of map, no? Which would be these 5 maps kasi lahat naman sila BL side. Magsisimula na magsistay lang muna dito. Pero kasi SGJ doesn't really care if they try to do this. Kasi SGJ is one of the most disciplined teams pagdating dito sa Impact. So, it's not really that big of an advantage na mabigay yung gantong kind of pacing para sa Moment. Plus, look at the setup, sabi. Ang bilis lang makakapag-rotate ng A, maka-cut off dito ni EV pag nakalampas sila towards top A, tapos yung B site natin, okay lang yan. Nandyan naman si Durs, nandyan naman si Jared, plus the rotations again. It's just too clear. Just too fast for SGJ. Now, Moment, what can they do? Mid? Z? CA ulit? I feel like they need to get something out of this first minute. Talagang di pwede na nakastay lang sila sa may BR nila.
Bipolar, no? Knowing na marami ng oras na nalalagas dito ang Moment na hindi sila tumitingin ng ST tapos wala nagko-contest for SGJ, tsaka sila magpa-CA, di ba? Pwede nga nilang bobahin tong top A nga na to, and there goes a very good decision para dito sa Moment. Hindi man ito maramihan, pero at least pwedeng mabombard dito si Tino at wala siyang pwedeng magawa kundi tumingin na lang sa pwede niyang kahinatnan, knowing na maraming frag grenades sa dadapo sa kanyang muka. Tino bumabada ka, drops down, dito lang sa may basura, pero makakuha nga siya ng isa. Follow-up entry para nga sa Moment, pero grabe mag-init si Bostino. Yobs now with a kill finally here for Moment, pero isa pa lang ang nakukuha ng Moment out of all the 4 kills na nakuha ng SGJ. Chris na nga lang ang natitira. Kailangan niya ang kalabanin to ng siya nga lang mag-isa dyan. Chris, hindi talaga sapat para kay Rambo as Durs gets the backstab. SGJ once again cancels any sort of pushes ng Moment.
Man, wala. Denied lang lahat ng pwedeng gawin dito ng Moment. Set up, sige. Pero execution, bawal yan para sa SGJ. EB, pinalampas, trigger discipline, pero walang nahanap ng panglawa. So he just kills Chris off. Jake now with the kill onto EB. But as you can see, Jake keeps the fire burning dito sa may mid. Dalawa na napitas niya. And Yobs, can he get one more? Napatakot dito si Jayhawker. And there's 3 players left para sa SGJ.
Nagbabaga talaga ang puso ngayon ng Moment no? Pre, gusto nga nilang sabayan ang pagsunog dito ng SGJ sa lahat ng mga angulo sa mapa, pero Moment, isang mas malaking sunog talaga ang binibigay at pinapatamo dito ng Moment no? With 2 strong kills para dito kay Jake. Hinansila niya yung potential mid-push nila EV and a follow-up sana para dito kay Jared. Lahat ng yun, pre, na walang bisa na nga, no? For the side of SGJ. 3v5, nakita na natin, 3v4 rather, nakita na natin to kanina bipolar, no? Pero it's SGJ that was still healthy. Problema nga nandito, Jayhawker, hindi siya nakikipagpalitan ng Arctic dito kay Tino. So alam mo talaga si Jayhawker, in this kind of situation, lalasunin niya na lang yung Moment. Pero paano, pre, no? Hanggang ngayon, mga nasa RS pa rin ang Moment. Si Jayhawker, hindi mo matamo, gusto ata talaga na matimingan niya ang mga kalaban, pero Tino, nakaangulo pa nga rin, hindi natatakot sa wallbang, yung wallbang natatakot sa kanya. Justin now gets the kill over to Durs at si Jayhawker pa talaga natitira na kung saan piso na nga lang siya at napakadali na lang wallbang ngayon para kay Skies. 5-4 na maximize naman ng SGJ kahit papano yung GR ng port.
Yeah, not bad para sa SGJ, but now the real thing comes in. Moment on their, somehow I would say better side, no? Kasi they don't have to really do much. They have to just really wait for this engagement. And this 1-2-2 setup is very deadly. Kasi this mid-side gusto palagi kunan ni Jayhawker will be denied. Pero Ninja Play, hindi niya rin magagawa agad. The nades will fly by. Yobs will eat it up. Pero wala pa rin. Hindi makakalampas dito si Jayhawker. He goes for the Ninja once again! Jayhawker na naman! Tries and until he dies, he gets one more. Tino, ngayon naka-setup na sa LA. Dalawa na pitas, pero Moment sends out Justin on CA to clean up 2. Pero Tino with a shotgun sniper kills off Justin. One more! Tatlo para kay Tino. Tino!
Ayun na, Jake, na-corner na nga dito lang sa may curve, pero kinakailangan niya pa ng 2 kills, pre, para mabuhay pa ang Moment ng matagal dito. Tino, how did you do that? Paano mo nasisikmura na yung attacker mo nagnininja nang siya lang mag-isa, walang kasama? Kung mag-trade sa kanya, 56 HP, tas ginagawa niya ngayon. Pero mamaya na ang seremonyas para kay Jayhawker. Kailangan mo na itawid ng mga kakampi niya tong 2v1 na to. Pero si Jake, mas malala yung pressure nga sa kanya. Walang nakatungong attention dito lang sa may CA pre. Pero si Tino ay na nga inuunti-unti. Hindi niya alam kung exit nga ba o LA. Nakaltokan si Tino but gets to re-engage. El Capitan with the L4 patay. Tino, amazing round para sa SGJ.
Man, apat yun! And those 4 kills weren't the easiest shots he got. One from LA through the smoke dito sa may CA dun sa may dulo na dulo ng BR. Pero ngayon, enabled na ang players natin ng LA. Walang madedenay dito si Justin pero there's pang isa na gulat. Bakit walang kakampi? And now Skies pops off on the top side of A. Jared, walang mapitas dito. Not the right kind of gun. Kailangan mo M14
Yun.
pero kailangan niya lang ulo.
Huli.
Pumpunan ni Skies. Huli din si Yobs. That's Jayhawker with the kill. And somehow, mas napaganda pa dito ang SGJ. 3v2 at nasa B na dito si Tino.
Good decision, no, pre, para lumayo dito sa ginagawang pwesto nga ni Chris. Kaya Tino, pasok na nga. He's not doing anything kung di po forward lang no? Pero baba na nga siya ng dulo and Tino gets the rotating Chris sa may exit. Jake, pazi pa nga lang. The thing is, tatlo to. Kahit saang angulo tumingin, si Jake may sure na kalaban nga talaga kasi si Jared hindi handa, hindi ka Boy Scout kaibigan. 30 seconds, Tino, nakaabang na nga na isumbong na nga ng kanyang kakampi kung saan pwede tumungo ang natitirang miyembro ng MOMEN. Tino, first contact, kailangan talaga tumama to kasi kung hindi, pwede pang maging alanganin si Jayhawker. But the captain does not miss on his first try, Bipolar. 7-4 SGJ. Grabe ang BL naman ito.
Man, ganito palang SGJ when they're comfortable man, speedrun lang ang port at alam ko mababagal yung mga tao dito pero Jake, kailangan mag-back off pero he uses grab to kill off one. Tino, nahanap pa si Yobs! Saan niya nakuha yun? Skies with the rotation pero look at EV, siya mismo ang magpuputol ng rotations na yun. Skies with a shotgun as well pero mamamatay lang silang lahat. There's with a double and the 8th round para sa SGJ.
Wala pa rin timeout, pre. Ang laki na ng lamang ng MOMEN. Dapat ngayon nag-iisip-isip na nga sila, Bipolar. Hindi masikmura ng MOMEN. Naganto lang kung umentry ang SGJ, pre. Nakakadiskarte sila sa top A. Nakaka-headshot si Jayhawker sa lahat ng mga angulo na expected umiikot ang MOMEN. Paano pa kaya kung umentry na nga sila, Skies? Nilalaro-laro yung crouch kaso mali yung napindot. Nag-Mario job si Skies sa top A at alam naman natin ang kinahihinatnan ng mga taong tumatalon sa top A. Huling-huli si Skies. Talagang sa ere na punta. Justin, EBR, hawak pa rin ang top A pero bubaba na nga ng LA ngayon. The thing is, SCJ, mga nagsipag-atrasan na yan. Lulusubin nyo na naman.
Bastos to. Tigil nyo yan, SGJ. Okay na yung napitas nyo si Skies, pero ba't kayo babalik? Nagsiset-up na, Justin! Curious! Pero isa lang mahanap niya. With the M14, it's not enough to clean off 3. Pero Chris, from the long side, or exit dito sa may A, mahanap niya si Jayhawker with the instant headshot. Tino, nakahanap din ng isa. Pero akit si Chris, alam na nandito siya! Jared, tumatalon lang! Yan ang talon na gumagana. Pero Yobs, from the farthest side of the map, he claims of Jared. Might just be possible. Pero Yobs in low HP. Nahanap na agad siya. EV with the 9th round para sa SGJ.
Good na rotation na yun, Bipolar. Kaya pala nag-re-engage ng LA ang SGJ kasi may iikot ng A-sign. Si EV magaling, nagkukunwari lang pala. Now MOMEN, little to no defense presence whatsoever, pre. Kanina pa sila gustong tumesting kung meron ba silang bitaw o palag pero wala pa rin talaga. Yobs napakaaga pero isa lang ang makukuha niya. Sinagasaan na nga Justin, hindi na clear sa may Z. And can he get na triple? Napakahirap ng pangatlo. Kahit yun yung pampaswerteng numero sana para dito kay Justin. Jared shuts him down with a double of his own. Now Jared finds Chris. Hanggang ngayon wala pa rin ang MOMEN pero eto na ata ang kauna-unahang round na pwedeng makuha ng MOMEN para hindi man lang nila masara tong second half na to na wala silang tantos.
Oh, 40 seconds, Salvi. Skies in a clutch. And it goes in mula sa curve. Needs to find Jared here, pero nahanap niya si Evie agad. That's the low HP player, and it's an easy shot for Jared as he goes down from the stairs. 10-4, first victorious win para sa SGJ.
Ilang minuto lang nalipas dito, Bipolar, at kinoronahan na kagad natin na panalo ng port dito ang SGJ, no? Congratulations nga sa kanila. Isang 1-0 first blood para dito kay SGJ. And as for MOMEN, nakuha nga nila yung sign na papabor nga sa kanila, no? Alam naman natin na ang MOMEN historically really wants itong GR side kasi dito nagsashine sila Skies pag nagiging aggressive nga sila, and Chris with a player like he is, kung mala A7J kung magtawag sa loob nga ng port, na nakakapagtaka bipolar na ginanon talaga sila ng SGJ. Bilang sa daliri siguro kung paano nga nila tineknikal yung pag-ninja pati yung pag-fake ng LA at LB. It was mostly SGJ just going through inside of the sites na parang nagbumukha talagang madali para ka sa kanila, no? Pero yun, nakuha kaagad ng SGJ ang pagnakaw ng Mapic dito, no, ng MOMEN, and that has gotta hurt para sa momentum dito ng MOMEN.
May nakita mo yung SGJ man, para silang nagka-qualify sa 100-meter sprint na dire-diretso lang nila lahat yung mga size natin. Just like what you've said, no, unti lang naman yung mga fake outs, yung mga try towards LB, balik tayo dito sa may BR, go towards LA ulit, tapos unti lang yung ganun, pero man, the shots were hitting every time. Not just Jayhawker, not just the likes of SGJ, pero Tino, of all people, to hit the shots in these kinds of situations just to give them a little bit of crucial time. That was pretty much insane to see. Man, MOMEN, feeling ko kailangan nila maalala na may timeout sila para lang matigil dito yung momentum ng SGJ. But nonetheless, tinangkin nila like men itong ating port. And they had the better side at the end of the day. Pero yun lang, ano, talagang binarubal at binastos sila sa GR side nila.
Pwedeng ipadaan sa kahit anong communication channel ata, no, na pwede magtawag talaga ang timeout na MOMEN, eh. Alam naman natin na crucial yung pagtawag nga ng timeout because those 1 minute and 30 seconds, ang dami mong pwedeng pag-usapan kung paano mo i-adjust yung laro mo. Pero with given little time para sa MOMEN kung gumalaw, wala talagang mapapala at matatabo dito ang MOMEN kung hindi nga sila makakapag-isip or makakapaluwag muna sana ng pressure, no. Pero nonetheless, nakita na nga na SGJ na pumapabor nga sa kanila kahit papaano kung ano nga gawin nga nila, gumagana kasi MOMEN just cannot shoot back, no? Pero sana naman hindi yung mangyari sa loob nga ng Black Widow kasi syempre, much like any other team, MOMEN still wants a chance para makapag-grand finals nga dito. Kaya well played para sa SCJ, empty naman para dito kay MOMEN. Pero alam mo talaga, no, bipolar, there are some glaring similarities. Ito nga Black Widow pati port, no, sa kung paano nga nila kinukuha yung pag-dominant ng GR side. So once again, SCJ will be starting on that side. At nakita naman natin gano'n siya ka 50-50, but with this kind of offense na pinapanimulan kagad nila Jared and Jayhawker, I feel like yung approach ngayon ng SGJ, kung tingin mo aggressive na sila sa GR side, baka dito sa Black Widow nga natin, mas dumoble pa.
Yeah, yun nga. Parang the similarities are very uncanny pagdating dito sa ating Black Widow. Plus, the sides as well is just gonna be the same. It's just gonna be crucial kasi nakita na natin yung MOMEN dito sa mapang ito last time, and it's almost funny enough to see them back here, no, in a best of 5 series na parang anong gagawin nila? It's pretty much the same. Hold down itong respawn nila tapos go for execution at the last minute of the game. Go towards short and possibly house view. Pero man, looking at the highlights, look at SGJ score. Retakes after retakes on their GR side. Tapos wala na magawa dito ang first start for MOMEN on the DL side kasi since it was a clutch up, palagi tumatama doon ang first start for SGJ. There was a lot of crucial times kung saan parang, napagod ng SGJ na mag-hold out na lang and go for retakes. There was a time just like this, Jared pushing out to actually defeat them at their very own doorways. At yun na nga nakita natin ng bag. Man, there was a lot of good highlights mula dito sa ating MOMEN Esports, pero wala. After a pop-off mula kay Tino, nawala na sila ng enerhiya. That's it. That's basically game para dito sa ating SGJ. And man, I'm excited to see more. Black Widow pa yung next swap natin.
Yan ang mapa ng Pinoy, kumbaga no, ang pambansang 3v3 off sound, alam mo talaga dun lumaki sila Jared at Jayhawker. So kumbaga parang hinahatid lang ni MOMEN pa uwi dito ang SCJ. So yeah, very much nice of detail talaga sa SCJ na kahit anong mangyari talaga sa mapa, no, na feeling ko nagkaroon na nga tayo ng hint nung unang round na nakuha nga ni Jayhawker for the team na kahit anong play dito ng MOMEN, mababasa talaga ni SCJ based on timing, pati na nga rin sa goal lang na. Taking a look at the stats, hindi talaga pumapalya ang ating Holy Trinity dito, no, pero may sumasama ata dito na veterano, Tino, with a 1.78 KD, no. All throughout his career, kinukotsa si Tino bilang isa sa mga Arctic na minsan di mo maaasahan, pero dito pre, sa laban nga na to specifically, pinakita talaga ni Tino na pwede na po manahimik lahat ng mga nagdududa nga sa kanya, because with that kind of showing laban sa MOMEN na hyper-aggressive talaga, nagmumukhang madali kay Tino yung mga 3K at 4K, no? And that 1.78 KD, hindi biro yan makuha sa isang team tulad nga ng MOMEN ng 1.45 naman para kay Jay Hawker and 1.89 para kay Jared, no? So multiple negative scorelines para sa MOMEN. All you need to know, Bipolar, gaano nga ba talaga kahirap dito ang MOMEN sa loob ng port.
Yeah, you know what? Looking at it, no, Salvi, let's congratulate Jared Muna on her set MVP from multiple clutches to immediate gunfights wherein he retake a site and easily got 2 kills and even more. That is why he has a 1.30, 1.30 kill per round and a 1.89, whopping 1.89 na KD ratio up against MOMEN, a 0.53 na headshot per kill. And man, oh man, Jared, you are a scary player to play up against in port. Paano pa kaya pagdating dito sa Black Widow? He needs to give a little, show this kind of effort once again para matalo ditong MOMEN. But MOMEN, they're known to strike back. Let's see kung makakabawi nga ba sila up against SGJ.
May oras pa naman para makabawi dito ang MOMEN no? Masyado pang maaga ang gabi dito para sa side ng MOMEN, pero sa gantong init ng SGJ, baka mas makita na nila ang susunod na stage, no? Kung ganito nga sila maglaro. Pero mamaya pa natin malalaman yan sa susunod na kabanata ng CFS Impact Summer 2026. Salvatore Bipolar nga pala, pagbalik nga namin, tuloy ang laban ng SGJ at ng MOMEN Esports. Welcome back, CROSSFIRE Philippines. Ito pa rin ang playoffs ng CFS.PHT Impact Summer 2026 as we continue the saga ng SGJ versus MOMEN sa loob nga ng Black Widow. Unang dugo landed by SGJ. 1-0 na nga tayo with some amazing plays pala dito kay Tino na 10-4 scoreline sa loob nga ng port. Pero sa loob nga naman ng Black Widow, baka MOMEN naman ang makanakaw na mapik dito laban sa SGJ. Tingnan natin ang Bipolar. Pero sa ganong klaseng laruan, parang grabe. SGJ really is that kind of team right now.
Yeah, the SGJ is just powerful at the least to say it, no, para dito sa ating labanan up against Moment. Pero Moment, they can easily win up against SGJ in this kind of map, no. Yes, it's also reminiscent pagdating dito sa port, but with their own knowledge na ganito nga yung gagawin ng SGJ, they can easily just adapt right here on the map and force a 1-to-1. But it is still gonna be very, very difficult. Klaro, tag-iinit si Tino, is winning the sniper battle. Sky's not really on his A game, no. Hindi natin nakikita dito yung players natin for Moment having this kind of structured play na gagana. Yes, they have structured plays, pero it's very much hindi foolproof para dito sa kanila. Plus, SGJ is playing pretty fine pagdating dito sa ating labanan. But Salvi, I would like to say a little bit of like good luck sa ating mga representative sa na Pinoy sa ibang bansa. Big shouts kay Gwen Diagon. Galingan mo pa dyan kasi kakaiba ka. But Salvi, eto na nga. Last, one more map here. 4 pa naman ang tries dito ng ating SGJ. If they force out a 1-to-1, we can definitely see a possibility of a map number 5.
Gaya nga ng sabi ko kanina, bipolar, maaga pa ang gabi, no, pre? Mag-alas 9 pa lang. Mahaba pa ang panahon na para makapag-testing pa dito ang Moment na para magulat ang SGJ sa kanilang pwedeng matamo. Pero dito na nga tayo sa side kung saan pabor talaga na naman sa SGJ ang kanilang side selection ngayon, no, as they get GR ng Black Widow. Pero bilang GR at tingnan mo kung anong nakuha na nga nila kagad. Dormid, CB, pati pa Arco na si Jared dito, no? So if this is not a triple lurk setup, I don't know what it is, but this is SGJ at their finest na alam mo talagang inaabangan nila lumabas na lang yung Moment sa base nila.
Man, libreng-libre lahat ng map control para sa SGJ. Parang binigay na lang talaga dito ng Moment. Pero Jayhawker, oy, napuputi, kailangan ng flash. Pero there's on the other side of the map, nakahanap pa ng isa. Layer on the defense, nakapatay sa mid doors. 3v2, 3v1, as Skies finds one more. And might have it for the clutch. Pero yung C4 Salvi nasa short.
So si EV, no, inaabangan na nga kahit papano na isumbong naman kung saan pwede pumunta si Skies. Napakaganda ng death cam. At si Skies, piso na nga lang. EV nakangat na nga ng talunan dito. Here comes Skies. Hindi tatama. Mas mabilis lang kung bumarel si EV. SGJ, paano sila nakalampas ng ganun-ganun lang?
Paano sila nakasetup, no? Like, how do you go towards CB that instant, tapos meron pang layer mo na dun sa may arco para makakapag-double swing pa possibly. But Jayhawker now falls down. Nakalampas nga siya dun sa may LA pero not with just, not with HP. He did die immediately. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Walang pake dito si Jared, man. Ang tigas ng mukha ng SGJ.
Talagang napapasabi na lang ng Crossfire Roxy Bipolar pag ganito yung laruan nila, Pretino. Dumadala ka sa likod ng malaking harang ng usok. Asan yung mga referee? Ref, bawal yung ganyan. May sabit, oh. Grabe yun.
Tigas ka ng mukha, sabi.
Di ba? Tama ka nga, pre.
Di pa alis si Tino dyan. Bang! Chris, masyado ka na daw makulit. But it's still a good advantage, man. Na-close down yung LA. Sasagot pa dito si Jared. And SGJ reclaims the lead again in terms of numbers. Dehado dito ng MN.
Would have said well played na sana, no? Para kay Chris, but he opted to re-engage. Baka kasi siguro naisip niya, piso, wala namang mawawala. Pero isipin mo, pre, yung 1 HP na yun, kung nakitulong na lang siya doon kay Justin, baka pwede pang may magarantisadong trade pa nga para sa kanya. Pero now, Moment now has to play the potential 2v3 na meron pa nga nakahawak ng ter. Ang tanong, i-clear ba nila? Tumatagos yung barrel. So feeling ko alam na nga ni Skies. Nakita niya na nga, crowd peeking. Jared gets the angle. Skies, hindi alam. Walang kamawang-mawang. But Justin gets the headshot. 1v2 na nga lang.
1v2 na naman. But the C4 now, closer towards Moment Esports. Justin. We know him to be pretty good. Pero let's see, no, nakaabang na agad dito ngayon. Kasi si Evie mula sa pinakababa ng stage. Just waiting, imminent death dito si Justin. Natamaan na agad dito ng mga bala. 38 HP. Tumatakbo na rin si Ders mula sa LA at si Justin ako po naging sentry to gun turret na lang nakatayo sa may metal. Justin falls down and SGJ once again wins the last fight dito sa Black Widow.
Meron ng feeling ko, bipolar sa unang dalawang rounds, feeling ko may problema na ata yung moment sa pagkuha ng mga maagang angles, no? Pero eto na, the usual, the optimal setup, LA Rush 8v8 ang laruan, Jake and Yobs, nagwagi sa sagupaan dito laban kay Tino at Jared. Now on the 3v5, a struggling moment manages to catch up dito sa pacing ng SGJ. Really well played decision na para nga sa moment na pangunahan kagad tong LA nga na to. Pero dahil nga sa rami ng katawang pinadala ng moment, nakalimutan na nga nila ang LB, pati ang ES.
Yeah. I really like this though, no? Hindi to yung moment na parang Trapstar Esports man na nakaabang lang dito sa may ares nila. This is an actually aggressive moment Esports. Justin though finds theirs and that's an easy shot. Together with Skies, they close down LA. And one more moment. What a clean ass round para sa kanila.
It's definitely around na nakita naman natin ng moment na they can fight, no? They can leverage the 1v1s, the 2v1s, and even the 2v2s. Ganun lang pala para sa moment no? They just really need to win each and every gunfight, no? Hindi naman ganun kakomplikado yung pwesto ng SGJ, kaya siguro ganun kadali. Para ka sa moment, J-Hawker! Sino ba talaga yung napa-flash? Si J-Hawker pa talaga? O sila Yobs at sila Jake? And now Chris opting for the lineup instead, gets the flash as well. Si Evie nakita, pero siya pa talaga yung nanalo doon. Skies now on the LA, the split apparently for MN. Nangunahan kagad dito SGJ, Skies now with a double kill. Jared nagtatago na nga sa baba ng RS, hindi pa rin makita-kita. Pero si Jared now peeking, nakita ang dalawa. Skies now on POC possession, gets the kill over to Durst. Jared di pa rin nagpaparamdam, waiting for the precious time. Kaso may firing squad, courtesy of Justin and Skies. Finally, a breakthrough. Tie game na tayo para sa moment in SGJ.
This is why I like moment right now sa Albi. Hindi na sila sitting ducks. Hindi na sila dire-diretso. Pero si Evie humaharap na. Ba't nasa HM yan? Ba't ka nandyan? Uy! Buti nga sa Evie. Dire-diretso ka kasi.
Pre, talagang nanonood tayo sa Impact. Pre, hindi ko alam. Parang wala naman ata naggaganyan pag Masters. Only in Impact. Limit testing is SGJ. Baka kasi pwede, no? Pero usually, naipapanalo naman talaga ni Evie. Pero with that specific spot talaga na dapat panalo si Evie doon, Jake gets the proper timing to get the adjustment. I don't know, pre. Bakit walang natingin ng frame? Walang nagko-contest? Para man lang may ideya nga sila saan pwede umikot doon ang SGJ. Pero with that kind of risk-taking for SGJ, lalo nakakalampas na nga sila ng maraming rounds na ganun yung ginagawa nila. Who are we to judge na SGJ is doing the wrong thing no? Parang feeling ko tama lang naman na kinokontest ng maaga ng SGJ yung mga ganong angles.
Yeah, I mean, they're aimers at the end of the day, no? So, at least, Evie could have gotten 2 kills. Yun yung pinakamaganda ng situation, but it's not the best. Yung nangyari dito. It immediately fell down, pero similar kind of sights. J-Hawker still holding down itong short side natin. But the problem is, wala nang forward positions. They're banking on Tino for finding a little bit of angles and he misses for Skies to get the kill. Dalawa na ang patay dito sa SGJ.
Mahirap dito, no? But still, Trinity of SGJ pa rin naman ang buhay for the possible retake. Pero parang wala ata silang interest bipolar na laruin ng retake. There's nakaltokan. Pababa nga dito ng BR. Kaso nga lang, may laban pa ba si Durs? Meron naman pre, pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na garantisabog yung panalo niya doon at sumabog nga sa libo-libong pyesa dito si Durs. Loob nga ng CB. Jared, what an angle! Pero ikaw na nga lang dapat ang tatawid dito. Wala na yung makakampi mo. Jake gets the double kill and moment turns things around as they get the lead 3-2 after a fiery and blazing start for SGJ. Tila naapulan na yung apoy dito ng SGJ.
Yeah, SGJ feeling the tiresome fights dito sa ating Black Widow. Tino hits the shot easily on Chris, so that's a good start para sa kanila. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin naman Moment actually just getting a lot of map control compared to what they did dito sa ating, port. Now they're getting aggressive angles, getting creative with it. The problem is, look at SGJ man, may CB, short, may mid-doors pa din. This is what happened dung first round natin dito. It's just a deja vu situation kung saan Tino will not even fall down as he kills off itong si Yobs at tinangke yung granada. Bomba sa mukha ni Tino.
Veteran like dito kay Tino, no? Pero wala naman ata siyang kailangan gawin doon para manalba ng kakampi. Really awkward position there for Tino to get. Still, nonetheless, no? Skillful play para sa moment na i-open up nga nila tong slope na to. J-Hawker now on the second rain na pag-aartik dito. 66 HP still. Here comes another frag grenade. Nasalo na nga buo dito ni J-Hawker. Yung Mamon. Now Justin re-engaging in. Gets the headshot. Yung tatlong miyembro ng SGJ. Hindi mo alam saan pwede maggaling. Unpredictable position. Jake, nakita na nga na may pumuputok dito lang sa may S. Jared, nakapag-forward na ka. Mula dito, Jared, parkouring. Kamuntikan lang. But Justin gets the adjustment. Yung pisong EV pa talaga yung natira. Na nasa baba lang din ng RS Pre. 50 seconds left. EV, kailangan mo maging kaibigan na naman si Tatay Oras. EV, man, with little HP. Justin, with the post-plant advantage. Pwede pa naman pumunta ng B-side but opts to go to A instead. Sinong pwedeng matapilok? It's a luxurious entity kung makuha ka sila ng info dito, no? Ngayon si EV, look at the patience, the veteran-like tactics na meron si EV.
Patience from EV. 20 seconds na he plants the bomb. EV, aakyat dito ngayon. Onting talon, nag-win ace si Justin. Pero alam ata ni EV, he knows. And he might just go for the cheeky defuse or cheeky jump. Nag-silent, kaso nakita siya dito ni Justin as he goes back. Headshot pa nga, and that's SGJ giving another point to MOMEN Esports.
Alright, SGJ, parang eto na ata yung oras na kailangan natin mag-lock in at hindi mag-rush ng kung saan-saan, pero parang wala atang nakikinig sa ating dalawa, Bipolar.
Ayaw.
As MOMEN wants to contest LA once again. They have been winning these gunfights, kaya tama lang naman siguro na't gawin to ng MOMEN. Paulit-ulit lang talaga habang di pa nasisira, habang di pa nagagasgas. Pwede pang gamitin. Jared gets taken down. 5v4 instantly like that. Ilang segundo pa lang nalilipas dito. Jared wants to be aggressive pero di na nga siya pinagbibigyan ng moment.
Man, lagpas 20 pa lang, nakuha na agad ng MOMEN dito yung Ter. Nakuha na agad nila yung majority ng LA. Plus may insurance pa dito. Tingnan mo naman yung C4 nasa may respawn pa, may hold pa sila sa may safe zone. Everything secured for MOMEN Esports at this current round. And somehow, SGJ somewhat naging complacent na rin, no? Just really battling itong LA side natin without really having any backup plan. Ngayon, napapahagat sila ng todo. But, let's see, MOMEN, still testing the waters. They will go towards possibly B. I mean, iiwan na lang ata dito si Chris sa may LA eh. Or, babalik. Or di talaga sila makikinig sa atin. Mag-short na lang daw sila.
Judging by the position, pre.
Yes.
Feel like lalaban nila tong S na lang na to. Nilaban nga nila, pre.
Dumiretso na lang man. EV though. Spots out 2 players. Headshot city for him. And there's flying man papunta sa may short. At nakatayo lang si Justin man. Libreng-libre yun. What's happening? Man, gusto ko tawagin si Mama. Anong nangyayari dito sa Black Widow? Skies! Spots out 1 player. Tatalon! Nag-miss! Parang ikaw lang, Salvi, pag naglalaro tayo ng Black Widow. And EV gets the kill. 3rd round para sa SGJ.
Pre, playoffs pa talaga pinapanood natin. Feeling ko onting pisil lang siguro ng braso dito para magising ng onte. At makikita mo, pre, playoffs ka itong pinapanood nga natin. Justin, nangunahan ka agad. Bakit nasa Stormy ka agad yung GR players? Hindi sila nag-aabang sa Dobby, sa Kabaong, sa Metal. Wala, pre. Ang pakay ng SGJ, pahirapan talaga ang MOMEN at sirain yung tempo nila. Amazing play for SGJ. Or is it really an amazing play, Bipolar?
It's just outright stupid at this point, Salvi. Pinaharapan lang nila dito yung MOMEN on the GR side. When do you see this happen? Not quite a lot. This is very uncommon. Some would say rare. Pero Skies, can he find the shots? Ikita ang bungo ni Tino! Susunod si J-Hawker! 1 more down! Pero yun si Skies. Jared finds the kill. Pero Jake continues the onslaught. Meanwhile, Yobs, iipitin si EV. A-side is free. Mag-isa na lang si Jared. Pero he taps away to clean off Jake. Pero piso na lang dito si Jared.
1v2, 17 HP. Napakadali para kay Yobs habang nagraratol pa. And there goes the secure of Momen para makuha ang first half lead nga dito, no? 5-3 SGJ, last round incoming, no? Baka ito na ata yung round para sabihin na sa sarili nila na i-maximize na natin. Pre, gawin naman lang nating isa lang yung lamang, wag na natin gawing 50-50, laruin na lang natin yung lakas ng side na binigay nga sa atin ng map dito, no? And now SGJ might as well not push the limits and play for jump pick angles nga na lang. Tulad ng ginagawa dito nga na Jared with the optimal setup, no? Pero, man, tignan mo, Moment, the most basicest of setups. Pop flash ready. Walang kaabang-abang ng fake whatsoever. Here comes the entry.
Uy, Moment, nakapasok na. Kaya, parang I was really curious, no? Optimal and SGJ that doesn't work out well. Now they hold down bayside pero Tino, uy, nakakalampas! Nakahanap nakahanap siya ng isa and that's Yobs. Somehow, this might still be doable para sa SGJ. Lalo na takot ang buong Moment, pero nakahanap ni Chris si Tino. That's one down, make it so Chris popping off. And it's all up to Evie that will just fall down. 6 points. They capitalize on their BL side with a 3-point advantage.
And there goes SGJ, no? Parang ginawa naman nila dapat yung ginagawa ng GR, no? Pero nakalimutan ata nilang bumaril din pabalik sa kalaban. As Bowman gets the clean entry plus a very, very good post plan. Napakahirap nga naman talaga i-retake ng B-side. Pero kung CBN pangalan mo, feeling ko napakadali lang. Pero since wala namang CBN si SGJ, mahirap nga naman talaga. Moment, LA Rush na parang may mga larga pa, may mga gala pa ata ang Moment, kaya nila minamadali ito. Jared now gets the triple kill. Napakalinis nga naman talaga. Tino nakakalampas ng S. Ang tanong, may mga matabang nakatungo sa S. Si Skies nakatingin. Ang sagot ay malaking oo. Skies gets the hard scope onto Tino. And now suddenly a 2v2. Kahit gaano pa kainit ang dinala dito ni Jared, tila nanlalamig naman yung mga kampi niya.
Ang dahali dun. Tino needed to stay alive there. Pero Skies, man, what an insane shot. Open naman do ang B site. And SGJ reads this carefully. Makakapasok sila ng B carefully. Pero mabilisan, look at Justin. Scouting now, checking mid, checking CB.
Pasok.
Pero pasok naman, makakapag-planta dito sila Jared. And they don't have any kind of util. Wala silang smoke, wala silang flash pang delay ng entry dito ng ating Momen. And now, here comes the retake. Kaso low man. Look at this, Justin. Antayin mo si Skies. Masyado pa siyang malayo. Naghanap pa siya ng M14.
Daming oras na lalagas ka dito, no? Knowing na napaka-precious ng kada segundo lumilipas para mas madali yung buhay dito na SGJ. Feeling ko aware na nga sila pre na pwede magpa-Dorby na lang tong mga to kaso umatras ka si Evie pero bumalik din naman kagad. Justin gets the headshot. Nagparandam kagad si Jared. Justin gets it para sa Momen. 7-3, the largest lead so far. SGJ napakaginaw ata sa tondo ngayon, Bipolar.
Nilalamig sila, nanlalambot lahat na mali para sa SGJ. Eto ba yung champions on Black Widow? They're just eating bullets left, right, and center. Pero ngayon, na-realize nila wala masyado sa B-side. Diretsohin natin, baka makakuha tayo ng early advantage. And now they wanna clear off, pero Skysa nandun lang sa may Dobby. Pwede niya pitas-pitasin itong mga nasa Stormy players natin. And now SCJ enters the site, goes in, undetected, pero Moment nagtitink pa din na sa short sila dahil dyan Evie cleans up one. Yobs in the site, tries to get one, pero nasala dito si Jared pati si Durs. J-Hawker reclaims 2 kills, but it's all up to Tino versus Jake. 1v1. In less than a minute man, tapos na ata agad yung mapa natin, yung round na to.
Grabe men, nakakailang segundo pa lang ngayon, 2 minutes and 20 ang simula nga natin, pero pagka patak nga ng 1 minute and 40, higit 8 na ang nawala sa mapa. Isa na nga lang ang natitira sa kabilat panig ng pupunan dito, no? Is now Tino and Jake waiting for the precious time. Ang C4 nasa Dorby pero ang puso ni Tino ay lumaban. Dito lang sa may dough. Humarap ka kagad. Ulot kamuntikan pa. But Tino gets it para sa SGJ. And we need a timeout pre. Kahit tayo kailangan natin mamahinga ng onti pre sa mga nakikita nga natin. Hindi tayo makapaniwala na nangyayari nga to in a playoff fight. SGJ and Momen, grabe ang palitan ng suntok.
I mean, natuwa lang ako na nakita ko sa pro play, gumana yung silent jump para makapitas dun sa may doorway. That was pretty insane, man. Ang dami nangyari dito sa B. Nakapasok sila ng dire-diretso itong SGJ. Pero Yobs, no, nakabang lang dun sa may door, sa may doors natin towards B side. Tapos nasala pa dun yung isang player natin. I believe it was Jared, yung unang namatay when he was just playing dun sa may metal box, no, yung pinipitas dun ni Yobs. But man, how did this happen na Tino wrapped around, realizes na pwede pa naman siya umikot ang todo na pitas niya pa dito yung player natin on the A, and at the end of the day, 4-7 scoreline. Mukhang posible pa, no? Especially with this timeout. Yes, it's granted na medyo late, or at least parang ungranted na kasi nanalo naman sila sa round nito. But this can change the momentum, especially MOMEN. If they go very passive in this round, tapos hindi agad sila nag-assert ng dominance, well, guess what? It's gonna be a 5-7, tapos 2-point lead na lang sila dito up against SGJ. But man, they have multiple rounds to work with, and they can easily claim a Black Widow. So let's see, baka maging 1-1 pa to sa pinakadulo.
And there's a possibility din, no, pag nakuha talaga to na SGJ, alam naman natin na there's still a timeout para sa MOMEN, and yet wala pa rin nga silang tinatawag, no? So I feel like this is now the time for them to realize na wala sa kanila dito yung kahit paano, no, yung panig, kumbaga. But they do have a very significant lead na feeling ko pwede nga nilang i-overlook to, kasi SGJ with that amazing round na nakuha nga nila, plus MOMEN getting some very aggressive ones. Nababasa na nga ng SGJ dito yung tamang ikot ng baraha dito, kasi it's very very tough to see na MOMEN, despite them being very aggressive, nagiging 50-50 yung mga rounds, no? Kasi minsan nagkakalat nga talaga ang SGJ, at pag na-isolate talaga nila yung mga fights, gumagana na talaga yung kalagayan ng SGJ heading into the post plant, no? And even going as far as pushing the 1v1 narrative, alam mo talaga na pwedeng ipanalo pa yon ng SGJ, with the exception na naguha nga natin ni Justin kanina, si converts sa 2v1, pushes the 1v1, and then yun, napakaganda nga for MOMEN, no? And despite all of that, bipolar, hindi pa rin talaga nakuha nila yung momentum. So tough to see, no, na MOMEN, despite that, they're still struggling dito, no? And we might see some very convincing rounds, pero sana yun na talaga yun, no? Parang hindi na nga tumalikod pa dito ang MOMEN. They will get that lead, get Black Widow, and the rest of the series potentially, no? But still, yet again, no, hanging on the balance pa lang ngayon ang MOMEN, and as SGJ is crawling back into relevancy. So, alam mo talagang napakahirap laruin ng Black Widow with these kinds of gameplays na binabato ng SGJ, kasi you'll never know anong klaseng barahang mapupunta sa iyo.
Yeah. Let's see. Aggressiveness dito sa mid, It's pretty crazy to see. Nakakalapas na agad dito ngayon si EV, and sa big pincer maneuver on B side. Playing up for the back flash, pero Justin ngayon dodges it by turning behind. Justin, napipitas pa dito si Jayhawker, and they close down the doors on mid as well. 2 to exchange. Tino kinasa, pero hindi tatama dito on Chris, and he wide peaks this possibly, lalo na ganito si Tino. He hits the shot, quick scope onto Yobs. They plant the bomb, pero MOMEN, dalawa na lang. Mukhang mabibigyan pa ng pang 5 puntos ang SGJ. What a shot for Tino! Triple kill for him, and what a hot shot that was nasty.
Grabe, pre, he was that confident, pre, no? Alam mo talagang may ego talaga si Kapitan pag hindi na siya umaalis dun sa angulo ng welcome hanggang dun sa door B. Naka-pre-aim na, alam mo talagang pang-ulo na, kaya hindi na siya umalis dun. And that's now SGJ having full-blown confidence na kunin ng store B nang walang nagfe-fake sa door mid, pre. Tikas nga naman ng SGJ, pambihirang diskarte nga talaga. And now, MOMEN potentially getting deep angles of their own para makita nga nila ang parang yung epekto kung paano ka nagagawa to ng SGJ. Meanwhile, Jayhawker now re-engaging with the team. Little does MOMEN know, may mga lulusob ng mga miyembro ng Blacklist nga dito para kunin na POC. Bomb drop pa nga talaga. Pupangit na ang atake dito ng SGJ as MOMEN getting the kills of their own. Chris and Yobs, gumaganda ang kalagay ng kanilang depensa kasi lahat tumatama. Yobs with a double, and Chris as well para ka sa kanya. And MOMEN with the timeout. Feeling ko, pre, despite them getting a very, very good attempt para sa kanilang depensa, it's still the fact na nakakalampas yung SGJ sa mga ganong klaseng angles.
Nga, parang map control talaga nakukuha dito ng SGJ, talagang just losing the fights. Plus, ang ganda ng Ang ganda ng setup doon ng Moment, man. May isa doon sa may stairway, isa doon sa pinakadulo ng baba ng RS, one on short, and I believe one player came from from the triple boxes. So, ang ganda, parang foolproof basically yung depensa doon ng ating players for Moment. If one falls down, may lalabas agad dito. Plus, yun na nga yung nangyari, no? And SGJ just couldn't pick out of 3 players dito sa A-side kung sino kailangan unang pitasin. And they lost that fight. Man, yeah, map control, they're getting a lot dito, no? The respect given towards SGJ is really too immense na Moment, if they're not too careful and if these like holdouts really does not pay well para sa nila, that's an easy take para sa SGJ. Just like what happens dito sa may B-side, no? Nakuha nila yung B-side, even if mamatay dito yung lurk nila on mid na nanggagaling for like after planting the bomb, it's still okay kasi that's just information overload. Malalaman nila kung kailan sila papasok dito, when's the timing for this, and that's why we're seeing these kinds of rounds. But I feel like this time out can really secure these last 2 rounds para sa ating players for Moment Esports to close out the series in a big fashion para masampal ang ating SGJ na, uy, we're still here, we're Moment, and we're gonna win this fight. We still don't know yet.
Napakahirap din naman ito, no, para sa SCJ. They have to claw back all the way to 4 rounds para lang tumabla, no? Hindi yun 4 rounds para ipanalo. This is 4 rounds to tie it up, and there is still a potential para makapag-overtime nga tayo. But with the gameplay na nakikita nga natin, no, for Moment as they seek some aggression sa lahat ng puipik na SGJ, sa lahat ng gustong tumesting sa duel prowess ni Chris at ni Yobs, nasusubukan nga talaga yung init at momentum dito ng Moment. Black Widow once again is a map that warrants you to fight every step in the way. Kasi napakaganda nga naman talaga ng punishment pag nakuha mo talaga yung mga taong gustong pumush ng LA at LB, no? And in this case, LA yun ang namamatahan palagi ng SGJ. Doon sila na wawaldas ng sobra-sobra, no? Pero pag nagpapa-LB naman ng SGJ, feel like that is their success story. Yung nga lang, Moment now attempting a lurk dito mula kay Jake. Nung siya nga lang mag-isa sa may ter, pero napakalalim na kagad ang kinukuha ng SGJ. Door mid position para sa dalawa naman for Durs, and as well as kay Jared, pero tatlong gustong umentry sa store B.
Kung di gumana isang lurk lang dito, why not go for 2, no? Sky is able to spot out 1, pero they expect everyone to go to B. Justin tapping away, pero it's a 2 for 2. Jared, what a shot! Going into towards Yobs, and now they open up B. Di na kailangan magplanta ng bomba kasi nakapuntos na ang SGJ.
Good shots. SGJ, tumama nga talaga. And I said it again kanina, no, pre, pa nagpapa-LB nga sila, and with the separation ng Dorby, doon nga sila nakakuha ng mga magagandang success. I feel like Moment now has to understand na hindi lang dapat lahat ng mga tao ay nasa S, nasa may ES din, pre. Kailangan nga nila na magpadala ng mga tao sa may B site as much as possible, Arco kaya CB, yung panlason talaga na hindi nakakapag-cross ang SGJ. It might be a 1-for-1 or better yet a 2-for-1 para sa Moment. Kahit nga may mapilas nga sa kanila, at least it's that kind of information na fino-force yung SGJ sa mid round. And so far, the mid round of SGJ hindi naman pumapabor para sa kanila, bipolar.
Big flash actually, no? Jake still holding the underground. That just wants more, pero nahanap niya na agad yung si Jay Hawker. He sprays on 2! Jake with the triple! At saka lang siya mamamatay! Moment! What a round to claim their 9th, and what a shot mula dito kay Jake!
We just need the finishing maneuver para nga sa Moment. Batista Bomb, RKO, chokeslam o kaya tombstone na lang talaga para 6 feet under ang SGJ sa loob ng Black Widow. Here it comes, Moment, high-low on BR. Jay Hawker pushing. No util, pre, ha? Napakahilaw nga neto. Justin gets the headshot. And now Jay Hawker gets the trade. Kaso wala pa nagkiklear ng water. And Gris nakapanglason na nga. Skies, nakabuelo pa rin sa may Dobby. There's nakikipagsapalaran sa sarili niya kabuhay nga dito, no? Evie now clears water finally as water turns red. Jake sees Evie. As makakuha nga ng isa si Skies dito, wala kay Jay Hawker. Now Evie, siya na nga lang mag-isa, a 1v3 clutch attempt para tumagal pa ang SGJ sa laro. Hindi sila papayag na aalis sila sa Black Widow ng ganto-ganto lang. Evie nawalan ng bala, and Moment Esports breaks through. Nagnakaw din ng mapa ng SGJ sa Black Widow.
10-6 scoreline. Moment, you are insane for adapting sa pinaka-GR side. At sinasabi naman natin yun, no, na mas komportable sila sa GR just because of this kind of setup. Man, kahit i-push nila yung LB, nakalampas doon yung isang player natin mula sa ating players for Moment Esports going towards water, and somehow nakalampas sila nang wala man lang nag-check. And the last, pang-apat pa ito, pang-third player, nag-check ng mismong water out of just sheer curiousness at he even fell down. And that was just pretty crazy for SGJ to give a map like Black Widow towards MOMEN Esports. I would love to say, ang ganda ng adjustments natin ng MOMEN, no? Immediately mula sa BL side nila na hindi sila naging stagnant na ginagawa nila dati na parang tingin ng frame, tingin ng safe zone, tingin dito mula sa B slope towards House B. Pero, man, I mean, ang dami lang rounds sa parang all risk, no reward yung ginawa dito ng SGJ na palagi silang napapaslang. Plus, not even kills sinakuha nila, not even information, it's just death every time. So, SGJ feels like they're very much over too confident pagdating dito sa BW.
Grabe, hindi talaga nananaig ang masyadong kumpiyansa para sa SGJ. Kanina naman support, parang hindi naman natin nakikita na SGJ has very good intentions na ipalabas talaga yung init nga nila, no? Pero Black Widow was just a map filled with limit testing of place para sa SGJ. Napakaaga kung pumesto sa may HM, napakaaga kung pumesto sa may Store B. It's one of those factors and elements na nakita nga natin na SGJ. Feeling ko tinimbang naman nila pero parang hindi ata nila nakita yung presyo, no? So kita naman naman, MOMEN really saw the punishment there that easily, no? After transitioning into the second half, getting that 6-3, parang dumali na talaga at parang nakahiga na nga sa komporte dito ang MOMEN, because it really felt like every single gunfight was being handed to them nang wala silang ginagawa talaga, no? So it was them trying to hard pick the angles. Nang ganun kasimple lang, so good na lang sila, pre. Asan yung util? Nasan yung flash? Di ba dapat nabubulag kami sa ganito? Wala talaga para sa MOMEN. And I kind of felt like no, SCJ was playing around timing kasi doon sila pumabor kanina sa loob nga ng port. This time, Black Widow is indeed a very different map from them, pero napaka-similar talaga sa style ng MOMEN. They were taking fights very slowly, waiting for that certain time para lumapit sa kanila ang SCJ, even going as far as canceling every single door mid access ng STJ. Good detailing para sa side ng MOMEN.
Yeah. MOMEN, I mean, I love the defense, man. Every time you see MOMEN on this kind of side, just like what happened on A side. I just want to go back to that triple setup on A, so foolproof. Look at ito, look at that, man. Kahit mamatay yung short, kahit mamatay dito sa may stairway sa ilalim ng boxes, sa may palagitnaan dito ng ating metal, it was basically a fortress para sa MOMEN. Wow, I did not expect this coming from MOMEN, especially from their defeat mula dito sa port. But look at this, 1.40 pagdating kay Yobs, 2.11 mula kay Justin. That is insane. 1.20 kay Skies, and the rest of the squad doing their due work. A 6-10 score and 16 total rounds kung saan Jared EV as well as Tino did play pretty well, pero hindi yun gumana ng todo, man, kasi a lot of these deaths mula kay EV pati kay Joy Hawker were really too far forward to a point na it was just easy pickings at the rest of the game para dito sa MOMEN Esports.
It was that kind of game for MOMEN indeed. And like I said, it was still early to tell na MOMEN mawawalan na nga sila ng gasolina dito. Buti na nga lang nakapag-stop over nga sila. And they did a very good job na i-shutdown talaga si Durs at si Jared, na yung tendency nila na magpang-abot ng mid-round, get that lurk in, and then surprise MOMEN with a very good backstab. Hindi natin nakita yun, Bipolar. That's very good reading para nga sa MOMEN, no? 2.11 KD for Justin. I feel like we already got the idea and the glimpse kung sino nga ba talaga ang MVP nga dito, no? Justin as the MVP of the game with a 2.11 KD. Tamang-tama nga lang naman talaga as a player who really struggled during the group stage. Parang nakuha niya na ata yung tamang forma dito sa playoffs.
Yeah, man. Justin, we have to look out for him immediately pagdating dito sa ating third map, no? Because he's gonna be showing us what the true MOMEN Esports is really possible of doing pagdating dito sa ating labanan. Man, he's just fried everyone pagdating dito sa labanan up against a full team na talagang humaharap lang sa kanila. No, he really didn't falter. Plus, a glimpse of hope was really in the hands of Justin para makuha dito ang ating second map up. Pero syempre, Salvi, it's a 1-1 now. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, tie game nga tayo, no? Will we see a gentleman sweep para sa side ng SGJ, or will MOMEN crawl back into relevancy at sakaling makuha pa nga nila ang series ka na to? They will be our next grand finalist dito sa CFS.PHT Impact Summer, no? Pero mamaya pa nga natin makikita yan, tayo mamamahinga muna at pagbalik nga natin tuloy ang duelo ng SGJ versus MOMEN dito lang sa CFS.PHT Impact Summer 2026. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tuloy ang
Welcome
laban,
back.
tuloy ang duelo, tuloy ang bakbakan dito lang sa CFSPG Impact Summer 2026. Sa Albatorn Bipolar pa rin, hindi naman kami aalis. Tulad lang din ng SGJ at Moment kasi wala pang gagarahe nga dito. No, we now head into Ankara. No, everyone's favorite map para makuha na nga natin ang breaker dito. Yun. Kasi sino man nanalo dito, they will now have a match point. SGJ and Moment, kanya-kanyang nakawan lang ng map pick ang tema ng ating Impact ngayong gabi, Bipolar.
Yeah, talagang back and forth lang tayo dito sa which is pretty insane to see. Lalo na nakita natin SJ dito dominating on the first map. Tapos ibigla-bigla na lang dito mag-aasim at ibibigay nila towards the side of Moment Esports. But you know what? Granted naman na may kita mo dito Moment Esports has this fight in them that can really outshine up, can really shine and you know up against itong SGJ. And yun lang nakita natin sa Black Widow, just better form, especially nung nag-switch tayo ng sides. They were really aggressive. Hinatapatan nila dito, fearless kumbaga pagdating dito sa kanilang BL side nung kanina. So just really nice to see that these adjustments are already coming into form pagdating dito sa ating labanan. But Ankara man, that is another tale para sa ating dalawang teams. SGJ has a pretty good BL side, I would believe. And itong Moment Esports natin, they have what I would say no, pretty good GR side din, pero somehow kaya kasi out-aim dito ng SGJ yung A pushes nila. Pero kasi if you think about it as well, GR side muna for SGJ, can this really work out or magmamala CBF sila dito?
Nalaman naman natin no? Kasi it's really hard to tell anong klaseng SGJ at Moment yung makikita ka natin but good thing na nakita naman natin during groups that they do have the tendency to make sure na Ankara is played in the most optimal way possible. No? Ikaw ang Moment, alam mo talaga yung halaga ng CA. Kung ikaw yung SGJ, alam mo rin yung halaga ng pagkuha ng mga laban sa second bid pati na rin sa market. So it really is there that puts the pressure onto Jayhawker and there's na gumanda talaga yung lurk tendencies nila. At dito naman nape-pressure ngayon si Chris o kaya si Skies na pagbutihin yung mga nakakalampas ng CA dito. No? Excuse me. So yeah. Moment really is that kind of team na really knows how to play. Naman itong Ankara, yun, nandun na naman tayo sa part na yun. Pero itong SGJ, once again, playoff territory comes, they become this sort of entity na nagmamala stallions na nga sila sa loob ng Ankara. But really, is that absolute of an idea? Hindi pa natin sure. Kasi, we've only seen it once. Nakita pa lang natin during ng Impact Spring nung nakuha nga nila yung mga panalo laban sa Acceptance at Atras. But now, it's different, no? I feel like this is now a different turntable na pinapaikot ngayon ng SGJ when it comes to Ankara. Knowing na Moment pa ang pumili nga nito, and SGJ will be having to go through the loop once again of putting the opportunities to Jayhawker and theirs. Kung makakalampas nga ba sila o hindi, it will be really hard to tell. Kasi nga, ang laruan nila Justin at Tiobs ngayon is to kill everyone sa kanilang radar.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy though na kailangan din mag-pop off dito ni Jayhawker, no? Especially that he didn't really do that pagdating dito sa Black Widow. It was mostly just trades kung saan siya mismo yung unang namamatay, tas the rest will follow on para dito sa SGJ. But man, yeah, just like we said, Justin Yobs doing pretty well pagdating dito sa ating labanan that can really be the forefront of victory pagdating dito sa Moment Esports, especially in the map on Ankara kung saan their GR side, their BL side will really rely on these two players to actually create ways para makapasok din ng side or to get these early frags na gustong labanan sana ng ating SGG on mid, on mula dito sa TB, to control CA, inibit itong tulad ng sinasabi mo, second mid towards hotel. But I don't know, man. It's actually, you know, it's anybody's really game. Pagdating dito sa ating Black Widow, I thought it was gonna be a 2-0 immediately for SGJ. Pero parang iba ito, matalong yung iba nating mga fights, which is pretty concerning at the very least.
Very concerning elements, no? Once again, that this fight is really going to be a troublesome fight for Moment. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin ganun din magiging madali ito para nga sa SGJ kasi their fights are taken in a light na parang kung hindi tayo pabor sa trade na to, mas hindi natin paboran kasi they do have the tendency to make sure na those pushes are going to be absolute, na parang hindi na talaga sila aatras. Take Black Widow for example. Sa dami ng napaslang dun sa LA na yun, ang tanging naisip na SGJ na mid-round is to push again kasi wala na daw mawawala no? And the second thing around para sa SGJ, may mga nagsisplit ng door mid, pati na nga rin ng store B. Anong naisip nila? I-push pa rin talaga no? So, it's that kind of game style na pwedeng ika-apekto talaga ng SGJ once we hit Ankara. At yun yung masaklap nga dun no? Them being able to them failing to read rather sa adjustment ng kalaban is what really kills SGJ from within. No, ang Kara is a map very very much designed para sa mga taong kung marunong ka dumepensa, it's an easy post plant. Kung kaya mo nga talaga makakuha ng early pick, mas kayang-kaya mo talaga mag-post plant. It's really that canvassing of an idea, no, bipolar, na nothing is guaranteed for this map, but at least the sniper fights, yun yung makikita nga natin dito, no, from both Tino or even kay Chris. Ang pinakamahalagang aspeto talaga dito, no, is the sniper fights. Kasi yung entries, yung depensa, nakita na nga natin kung paano maglaro ang Moment pati SGJ from the first 2 sets pa lang. Pero kasi yung absolute idea talaga na kung sino makakuha ng unang picks, dun talaga mag-iinit or magliliyab kung magiging aggressive nga ba yung GR o ipagpapatuloy ba ng BL yung mga atake nila.
I mean, talking about sniper battles dito sa ating Ankara, na yes, prevalent yun, yes, yun yung maging parang determining factors and yun yung mga opening picks natin. But I actually would prefer, no, na mag-double TRG setup na dito sila Chris pati sila Skies, because it would really pay well para kung saan man pumunta si Tino, he always has that threat na, I will get picked immediately mula dito sa one of these snipers mula sa ating players mula sa Moment Esports. But I don't know, man, it is still gonna be crazy because it's all up to the aim now. Whoever gets the first 3 rounds can easily get the entire series, the entire map dito sa series natin, no, para talagang ma-brute force na, guys, kailangan patabahan ng isang team. And I don't know, Moment Esports though is that kind of team that really thrives off with these like first rounds na maging passive lang muna, but we didn't really see that as well pagdating dito sa ating Black Widow, which would be a different kind of taste na kailangan timplahin dito ng ating SGJ if they can really read this out up against Moment, especially in a map like Ankara, no, anything can really be a possibility of an entryway para dito sa BL side ng Moment Esports. It's just a matter of how and who will get the early frags para makakuha ng opportunity itong Moment Esports natin. And you know what? We're talking about Jayhawker as well, no? Like kanina nakita natin sa port, he was really frying all throughout. Pagdating sa Black Widow, very absent. In the map of Ankara, parang can he really just go willy-nilly pagdating dito sa ating mga areas, just like what happened on port? Parang I feel like he'll just be stagnant on A side possibly, or dito on one of these sides, and parang malalaylo ulit dito si Jayhawker. But ikaw ba, what do you think? I feel like Jayhawker being that, crucial factor, kailangan niya maging magalaw dito, lalo na sa GR side.
Feeling ko kasi bipolar, no, from what we saw kanina sa Black Widow. I don't know if it's a bad game or really Moment just really had a good read kay Jayhawker or even kay ㍍S. Kahit maging malikot siguro si Jayhawker, the moment that they see an opportunity na someone is overextending, that has to be guaranteed Jayhawker. At alam naman natin yung kalidad meron dito na ang Moment pa naglalaban nga sila, they are very confident from taking those fights, even though there is a tendency for it to be a 1-for-1. In the case of Black Widow, nakita naman natin it was a 2-for-1 or 1-for-nothing talaga na pumabaw palagi para nga sa Moment. And in your case, bipolar, para talaga gumana dito si Jayhawker is for him to be passive na nga lang. First 2 games, nag-iinit talaga si Jayhawker. He can entry, he can defend, he can lurk, pwede nga rin sumabay for util game. Problema nga lang kasi he's that volatile na pag hindi nga talaga siya tumama, hindi pwedeng hindi siya tumatama. Parang yung ganong klaseng mentality bipolar na okay, hindi ako tumatama pero kailangan so kailangan ko talagang pagganahin yung sarili ko. He's not taking the fights preciously. Napakahirap nga talaga siguro sermon na ni Jayhawker na pre, kalmahan mo lang pre, nahuhuli ka palagi, you need to play for trades. Paunahin mo siguro yung iba mong kakampi bago ka talaga bumelo. Kung mali talaga yung pagtutok mo, baka pwede nating i-adjust sa ibang paraan. So it was that hard of a fight para kay Jayhawker, and lalo na nga rin kay ㍍S. So ganun lang din, bipolar, kung ano yung sinabi ko kay Jayhawker, applicable din para kay ㍍S. Pero for Moment, for them to get the adjustment, feeling ko hindi naman ganun ka-major kasi I feel like they already have this very slight approach na hindi ganun ka-thorough, hindi ganun ka-dispensable, pero alam mo talagang maasahan mo all throughout the first half. Pero tingnan nga natin, Moment really wants to test the waters dito nga sa laban nga to. Pero bago nga tayo dumako sa ating laban, guys, mamamahinga muna kami as we're fixing a bit of a technical issue on the end of SGJ and as well as Moment. Pero nakakasiguro naman kayo na pagbalik natin sa CFS-PH Impact Summer, tuloy ang laban. Ako pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Bipolar. Kayo'y nakatutok sa semifinals ng CFS-PH Impact Summer 2026. Welcome back! Finally, dito pa rin tayo sa ating CFS Impact Summer 2026 Tech issue finally resolved, kaya maya't maya tayo magsisimula na nga ulit sa laban ng SGJ versus MOMEN eh. No? Kauna-una ang karangan natin para ka sa araw na to, no? Na feeling ko talaga pre, habang tumatagal tayo, no? Parang tumataas yung kalidad dito ng pagbasa ng SGJ at ng MOMEN sa isa't isa. But so far, MOMEN has been doing a pretty good job in trying to cancel itong antics ng SGJ. Now, heading into Ankara, feeling ko bipolar, baka pwede naman tayo makakita ng panibagong crossfire na ibaba to ng MOMEN at ng SGJ.
Yeah, hopefully, no? Pero kasi feeling ko it is still gonna be as brutal as it was before dito sa ating Port as well as Black Widow, and very risky ang mga gagawin dito ng ating mga players. But yeah, just like what you've said, no, different kind of crossfire baka makita natin dito, especially on the GR side dito ng SGJ. They might play very, very passive just to secure some rounds and parang, you know, security at the all times best, and would be very much great para makuha nila yung pagdating ng BL side at least 4 or 5 rounds in agad sila, despite compared actually dito sa ating Black Widow map kung saan nag 63 pa sila in that map, which you don't really want, especially if you're SGJ, just because you're almost just gonna be getting swept up from a comeback mula dito sa ating MOMEN Esports. But yeah, I mean, big plays mula dito kay Justin and Yobs, which we will be looking out for again. Somehow naging stagnant na rin kasi dito kay SGJ, no? Even Tino hasn't been that explosive. Yes, he's getting the kills, pero not as, you know, impactful as we were to see him in Port compared to Black Widow. So yeah, a lot of things are needed to be shown pagdating dito sa ating first round. So I'm really much excited kung ano nga ba ipapakita natin doon.
Para magalabas ng usok dito ang SGJ, pati nga ang MOMEN eh, no? Syempre, napakahirap naman sabihin sa sarili mo na meron ka na talagang match point, pero syempre nakaka-fulfill nga naman talaga pag nagawa mo na yun kung ikaw ang SGJ at ng MOMEN, na parang buhat mo na nga talaga yung buong mundo sa sobrang saya mo, no? Sa pag nakuha mo talaga yung match point yun. Second grand finalist rather, pwede na nga natin makita sa mga oras na to, no? If you're SGJ right now, gusto mo talaga makuha yung Ankara na to para pagsapit nga natin ang ating fourth set, siyempre, meron na tayong init na dinadala laban nga sa kalaban. Kung ikaw naman ang MOMEN, same goes for them. But there is still that deadly looming element of bipolar na sanay na si Justin, sila Yobs, pati na nga rin sila Chris sa aspeto ng Map 5. I feel like if we do reach by the end of New Compound, doon pa talaga natin makikita si La Justin at sila Skies. Pero hopefully that will not be the case. Ngayon pa nga lang mag-init na nga ang MOMEN as they will have the chance to make it a match point for them instead. Chris, wallbang kill over to Tino, di man lang nakapaglaro ng crossfire na maaga, ganun-ganun lang na MOMEN with the first blood.
Tino falling down is not a good sign for SGJ, and ito na nga, no, Jayhawker actually holding down LB position natin muna dito. Checking out the situation. He's stuck here if mag-LB man dito ang ating MOMEN, especially itong si Justin has been really much popping off. With Tino falling down, it creates a space para sa MOMEN to take. Itong CA natin, NTV and high mid position has been compromised. So SGJ has just at the corners of the map right now. Itong si EV, no, he'll have a pretty tough time if he gets cleared out mula dito sa ating TV. Justin spotted, so Jayhawker shows himself here. Here comes the push, possibly towards B-side.
Alright. Trade incoming na para sa side ng SGJ. EB walang nakakalagpas sa kanya with an amazing double crispy headshot para dito kay Boss EV. Now Jared trying to spot kung nasan nga ba si Yobs, and he gets the conversion in. Jayhawker swinging, nakaltokan nga si Sky, so it's an easy spray down na nga lang para kay Jayhawker. Good read bipolar, and good read din para si SGJ to just play the defense and not overextend. And MOMEN, nakalimutan kong plumir ng kaliwat kanan, and they get punished like that by SGJ.
And despite Tino falling down immediately, no, I mean, they're just basic mula dito ang SGJ with EV's heroics. Dito sa ating TV side, Tino, testing the waters once again, but that's information that LA pressure para dito ngayon sa MOMEN has been clear, especially yung spamming pa dito ang Yogs. Very deadly doon, no? Pag pumasok dito ang MOMEN, tatlo yung naka-hold dito for SGJ.
Saklap na Tino has been getting gunned down early on in the rounds. Possible entry now for MOMEN. Parang di ata nila iniingatan yung sarili nga nila with defense push. Is it really a full commit? Parang hindi naman ata, as Sky's now positioning para sa mga gustong umikot. But then again, it is indeed a fake. Little to no util, pero kumpleto pa nga dito sila Justin And as well as sila Skies kahit papano, but Jake no longer. He is playing that lurk very, very nicely and efficiently kung binibentahan at bumibili nga ang SCJ sa mga ganitong klaseng fake out. Still, the setup is pretty good. May malalim na pwesto si Jay Hawker for that retake scenario kung kinakailangan talaga, or that lurk position para kung may mga makakalampas ng uluhan dito. It's really good for Jay Hawker.
Jay control. Still established para dito sa moment. They just want to go towards A. Pero big setup is needed, no? At least 2 flash para mabulag dito si Durs. With the setup ngayon ng ating players for SGJ, Jared will not be affected by this flash given by Justin. Pero multiple takes dito sa may EA. Chris mula sa bench. Good flashes. Bulang ang dalawa. Durs naipit sa baba ng A side sa may floor A. Pero Jared makakahanap pa rin naman ang isa. Yobs now with a double to open up A side. Pero mabilisan, Jay Hawker spots out Skies. And he goes in for the repick. Skies with a quick scope onto Jay Hawker. They plant the bomb. It's a 2v4.
EV, savior of the round kanina. Retake scenario para sa kanya si Tino. Hindi mo makita kung saan ba siya pupunta. EV now. Nakuha yung wallbang. But Jake gets the lurking position of Tino. Now, EVP, so na nga lang all the time in the world para makapagpa-exit pa nga siya. Kailangan mabasa to ng maayos ni Jake kasi kung hindi, pwede nga siyang malikuran at mabackstab. EV, silent jumping.
What?
10 seconds. Good reposition ni Jake para mas maubusan ng oras dito si EV. But with 7 seconds left, kamuntikan pa sa bungo ni Jake. And EV gets taken down. Buong puwersa ng Moment huminga ng malalim at puti na nga lang pumaldo sila.
Grabe kayo. Momen is able to get that easy frag ups mula dito kay Yobs to go in towards A set. Akala ko rinig niya pa nga dun si EV pero hindi pala. The silent jumps were really very much silent. And that gives though a little bit of a breathing space. Buti na umikot dun ang Moment to get the easy room A take and get that diffuser kill pagdating din sa last of the round. Syempre 7 seconds na lang yun. SGJ was very much desperate, but same scenario para dito sa ating SGJ Tino on TB though. He might catch someone dito sa may arco, especially if mag-stay sila Jake. Tino, first shot doesn't connect. Natamaan pa siya, which is a pretty bad sign. So Moment, they live to see another day.
Shots indeed para matesting nga talaga yung aggression ng SGJ, you know. They still have that tendency, bipolar, ng mga nakita nga natin sa Black Widow, for them to be very hyper aggressive. Flash out nga ngayon si Jay Hawker. Is he aware kung saan nga ba siya pwedeng umatras? But Jay Hawker now gets the early spray over to Yobs. Bomb drop, pero pwede nga mapulot nga din kaagad as Chris gets the trade.
Jay Hawker, good play sana, no? I mean, he was stuck there, so nag-push na lang siya papunta sa may sabon para makakuha ng easy frags, pero he wasn't really aware na ganun na agad kalapit yung other plays ng Moment Esports. So Hotel takes second mid as well, but Tino is here. But the timing might not be good. Tino, napababa pa nga para sa may slope, pero he connects 1-1. That's Chris down. Big flash towards the faces of Jake. 45 seconds, Salvi. Nag-aantay lang SCJ sa inevitable push ng Moment Esports. Skies jumping all around EV. Finds the kill on Jake and Tino. Kills off Justin. Naiwan na lang si Skies as he kills off Jared. He is now cornered by 3.
Guys, huy, nakuha niya pa yung tao sa minute. Hindi niya nga lang naboga si Durs. Would have been a really good angle para i-1v1 na nga lang si Tino, knowing na pisa na nga lang siya. Had he gotten Durs, it was a winnable round for Moment. Pero hindi nga yun yung sineselebrate nga natin dito bipolar SGJ. With the back of an amazing play dito para kay Jared and Jay Hawker. They really got the round for themselves. And now, SGJ, set up dito lang sa may bench. A lot of bodies now on LA. Nagkakaroon ng onting micro crossfire dito na bit of a high-low technically. Pero Tino, really questionable na i-challenge ka kagad dito ang Miniter. Nakakapag-cross si Chris nang hindi niya nga alam na may mga kalaban sa mukha niya. And now Chris finally reads it and gets Eevee sa may kabaong. Skies gets the angle as well over to Tino. Lahat ng sumubok sa LA, SGJ. Wala talagang nag-cash out sa kanila. Wala silang nakokolektang pera dito. Bipolar Jay Hawker now in trouble. Really tough round for SGJ to swallow, and Moment, it looked pretty easy for them.
Yeah, it was just out-aimed. Ang SGJ natin, they just realized, uy, LA tayo dito, nagsilabnan, and it was just brutal at the end of the day. Now, MOMEN Esports has this confidence just keep on pushing towards high mid. Ang bilis, Salvi! Parang ganito yung ginagawa ng SGJ sa MOMEN kanina. Pero this time, it works out! Nahanap ni Chris dito si EV. On the other side, Tino will claim off Skies. Pero pasok na ng B, Salvi. Wala na. SGJ are down by 2. Meanwhile, isa lang ang down player dito ng MOMEN Esports.
Chris, nakaabang. Kaso nga lang, ang tagal kong lumingon ni Tino dito at isa-isa na nga silang natutumban ng pakahirap sikmurahin na SGJ with the level of offense that we saw from them in the first set. Hindi na sila ganun kagising dito sa kanilang angkare, no? For a map really associated para sa kanila, tila wala nga nangyayari sa kanilang pagbabantay nga ng mga site even on the early positions for them to get LA. Wala pa rin silang nakukuha mga magagandang resulta, no? Bipolar. It's really tough to see. Yun lang, napakaganda ng angulo na yun, no? Si Jake Piso na nga lang. Parang wala atang balak bigyan ng Arctic dito si Jake. He's gonna be entering with the EBR. Kahit Piso na nga lang siya.
I mean, good start for SGJ, pero Tino, he might get caught. Yun na nga, naharap agad siya dito ni Chris. Kahit low HP si Jake, makakaharap agad sila ng isang kill. Big retake mula dito sa SGJ. 1 on CA, 3 on A. The CA push mula kay Jayhawker needs to work out. Pero wala, denied by Skies as he holds down the ground. Yobs spots out players stepping away, connects onto 2. He's just too insane. And with the M14, MOMEN claims their 4th round in Ankara.
It's a huge round para sa MOMEN, no? Na parang kahit ano bang mangyari dito kay Jake, basta bigyan mo ng angulo dito si Skies, it would be a really good round for MOMEN. Knowing na how hard it is to entry pag ikaw talaga ang BL side, it kind of looks really easy for MOMEN. Sa magandang boga dito para kay EV as he gets the nade plus the kill and the triple para kay EV. Para nagpapalit pangalan na nga dito si EV kasi walang nakakalampas dito sa LB. Yeah, Jake now gets the kill. Can he get the second one? Yun lang, Jared! Masyado ka atang ambisyoso kaibigan. At dahil nga doon, parang nawawalan na ata ng buwelo dito ang MOMEN. Pero teka lang, paano pa kaya si Tino na nahuli nga din sa kamay ni Yobs? Siya na nga lang ang natitirang 100 HP sa 4 pa natitira sa mapan to. Paano na kaya?
MOMEN playing by the systems here, pero the GR players of SGJ now holding down Market as well as RS. Carefully threading the needle dito ngayon ng MOMEN. Jake. Oh, spots him out. M14. 9 HP lang si Jayhawker pero he's still alive. Oh, the trade comes in. Evie with the fast rotations towards RS. Timeout para dito ngayon sa SGJ as they need to reclaim some kind of momentum, man. That's a 4-3 scoreline na din nila gusto.
So far, no, yung mga conversion naman ng timeout dito for SGJ, at least except with the game that we saw from them in Black Widow, kaya nga naman talaga nilang bawiin no? With the little to adjustments that they need to do kasi nga these parts are very early in GR standards. No? Kung ikaw yung BL, of course, tama lang naman na siguro na pumalag ka ng pumalag as much as possible. That really puts a dent sa retake ng SGJ, lalo't sila nga yung GR. Pero kung ikaw yung BL, okay lang din naman. Since GR naman dito ang SGJ, it really is unoptimal para gawin nga nila yung mga ganong klaseng bagay na bipolar. And I feel like a timeout really recognizes the fact na meron talagang mali sa ginagawa ng SGJ. It's not working. It's not foolproof. They have to rely on that one singular element. Eh kung hindi gumana, di ba? Yun yung nakakalimutan ng mga ibang teams. No? You're always weighing on pag ito talaga nakapwesto kami dito, pwedeng-pwede. Yun na nga no? It's not guaranteed. Oo, most of the time, pwede lang talaga siya. And it's a coin flip of a maneuver para sa SGJ na i-contest lahat from Vince to Yellow, LB to Market, lahat ng yan gustong subukan talaga na SGJ na not banking on strengths no? Ayaw na lang laruin yung HM, ayaw na lang laruin yung second bid. What more pa kaya yung B-slope no? Lahat ng tao na nakikita nga natin, it's really deep angles for SGJ. Now for MOMEN, I feel like they're doing a pretty good job na kahit ganun nga, it's still them being aggressive. Na kaya nga nilang angguluhan tong mga members ng SGJ kasi ilan lang ba yung mga nakatao dyan?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about Salvi, 2 rounds kapag nakuha dito ng SGJ, they'll be having a pretty fun time pagdating dito sa kanilang BL side. And I really like na itong MOMEN Esports natin, they're not really scared pagdating dito sa ating mga executes. They're really just going for set plays, clear mo na neto, clear mo na doon. The previous round lang was really just defeated by the point na it ended up na yung C4 was on Market tapos the players na nag-push up mula dito sa LB or at least from the GR side really made a deep pressure pagdating dito sa respawn. So I mean, Moment, they had a pretty, pretty okay time pagdating dito sa ating BL side, but they need to close this out to another, what, 6-3, 5-4 once again para lang makakuha dito ng clear vision pagdating dito sa ating GR side. But once we go into the game just like this, already seeing same kind of scenario, they're just checking out LA muna, which would be a nice call if they'll just go in quite early kasi si Thurs mag-isa nandito.
Parang bakit ito pa yung oras na isa lang yung nilagay nyo kasi ganito may setup pala
Yun
sila sa
pala.
CA bipolar. But then again, isang tao lang din ang gumawa ng lahat ng yon for the reward of 2 bodies for SGJ. Was a good sign. Then that volatile na bipolar, kung dinoble swingan yung CA doon at talagang dito mama si Tino, pero buti na nga lang nakuha niya yung magandang ikot ng barya. Justin now gets the double of his own. Napakainit ng kamay dito ni Justin, pero inapula kagad to ni Jay Hawker, the fire extinguisher. Now Jay Hawker babalik nga ng bypass na parang walang pakundangan sa sarili niyang buhay. There's going back lower mid. Skies nakikita na nga at napakaliwanag ng bangkay ni Skies. Kasi lumiwanag din yung mata ni Ders dito. 4-4 SGJ gets the timeout and gets the round.
4-4, Salvi. Just from that engagement dito sa may CA natin, the taps away with the HKs was enough for them to just stop itong pinaplano ng MN na mag-A-site agad. Pero iba ang plano on the last round sa ating first half. C4 in the hands of Jake. Diretso sila dito sa may RS towards the high mid position of SGJ. At hindi ba na makakapatas doon si EV. Huling-huli at ngayon, Skies magpapahuli na lang kasi mahanap ni si Tino on fence. That's 2 players down and A-site is free para sa Moment. Pero we know them. Ayaw pa nila pumasok ng site. They still need 1 more kill.
Ang kalat talaga na Moment nga ngayon. No? They want those fights so bad. Jared! Lalabas ng TBA. May firing squad
What a
na nakalabas. And Yobs gets the kill. Grabe nga naman ang setup ng Moment, baiting SGJ in. Sa tagal nga nila nag-entry, SGJ na mismong gumagawa ng paraan para lumaban nga sila. And now Jay Hawker pushes it to a 2v4. Pero men, how many times have you seen SGJ convert a 2v4? Exactly, pre. Sa ngayon, nahihirapan pa rin talaga sila. And now Moment with the numbers advantage, pwede nga nilang sugurin si Ders na mag-isa lang.
Oh, Ders. Siya na ito magpupush. Albi siya daw ang mag-aangas. Pero nandun si Skies for the cover for not, or to not let anyone die dito sa may Moment. They can't plant the bomb pero mag-isa lang dito si Jay Hawker has been a little bit quiet. But he might just be as loud as a horn pag nakuha niya dito yung clutch. Jay Hawker spots out the corner player. Does still have a flash, pero the flash comes in quite early and it's brought to you by MOMEN Esports. A 5-4 scoreline and going into the second half, Salvi, I can definitely say na komportable ang MOMEN Esports.
Honestly, well played. Nothing really significant here for the side of SGJ, but something that we learned from Moment is that they can react really, really fast. No? Pag na-recognize talaga nila that they can entry, they will entry without hesitation. No? Pero pag nahuli nga talaga sila, gusto nilang bawiin kagad, do, pre. May nagawang play nga si Jared, pero ang naisip ng Moment, huwag tayo umentry, pre. Sabayan natin. Hindi tayo pwedeng pumasok ng tayo-tayo lang. Kailangan magre-retake ang SGJ na kulang-kulang din talaga sila ng tao. So, it's Moment trying to leech off of SGJ success by doing the same thing that they did early into the round. So, feeling ko talaga, no, Moment is trying to bank off of the momentum na meron ng SGJ dito para hindi talaga siya maging linear, no? So, it's every single time na kinakancel to ng Moment. I feel like they're doing a pretty good job on that one. Ngayon, sila naman ang dedepensa nga dito with a very hyper-passive mentality that is Chris. Pero yung mga iba niyan talagang makakampi, pre, parang hindi ata mag-aalinsunod doon. Ngayon, the main concern now for Moment is how will they be able to keep up with these kinds of offense na binabato nga nila. Will it be that consistent? Will it be that effective? Tanong pa rin, no, for Moment. Kaya nyo bang laruin yung depensa nang hindi nyo muna nakikita yung kalaban nyo? Hindi ata.
They can. They can definitely just kill these players at the first 20 seconds of the round. Yobs din, diretso na lang din. Salvi, SGJ, talagang hinaharap na lang dito ngayon ng buong Moment. Mag-isa lang si Tino at binarag ang mukha niya given by the bullet of Justin's HK. Moment, MOMEN, grabe kayo, brothers. 2 points up against SGJ, the defending champions, and somehow, it doesn't even feel like a 2-point lead. It feels like a 4-point lead from their sheer potential to even do this kind of strat. 4-3 players
Wait.
going to the hands of SGJ, and they wait patiently para apat ang mapatay. Mag-isa na lang si Skies at mahanap pa siya ni Tino. Pag lumampas siya dito sa may RS, one more shot, a clean ass round para sa SGJ.
How do you even come up with the idea, Bipolar, na hawakan muna yung market, di ba? Hindi kayo magpupush, abangan nyo lang talaga yung angulo. And how did you even come up with the idea na ipupush to ng moment? Good read for SGJ, whatever the hell that round was. Okay na rin yun. Nakuha nga nila yun nang di man lang talaga sila nahirapan because MOMEN really tried. Then again, they just tried. Sumusubok lang talaga sila. Pero problema na nga ngayon, MOMEN now learning from that 2-1 setup na nga lang ang nakikita natin na para dito sa MOMEN Esports Bipolar. 1 minute and 56. Ganyan lang kabilis kung pumesto sa LB ang SGJ. Nakalampas na sila ng market dito, no? And same goes here for Big Door. As Skies, technically he's the only one inside of the site. Siya nga lang ang pwedeng makaangulo dito lang sa may hotel. So mala yung first bullet ni Skies. Here comes the entry.
Big flash, guys. First shot connects. Jared will consider going back, pero Yobs, rotating na agad. Justin is sorted here at makakuha sila ng maramihang kills. The shots connect mula kay EV. Is a one-man army. Killing off 3 people possibly. Pero iikot na lang si Chris para mahanap sa slope. Yung rampa taken by Chris. Clean rounds after clean rounds. MOMEN, 1 more point.
MOMEN, finally, making sure na yung depensa nga nila talaga ang mananaig, walang mag-iinit. Kung sumala man, hindi na magre-re-engage, antayin na lang talaga. Pumasok din ang kulaban at sila naman mismo ang sumala. Yung MOMEN, they're now lining up for the nade sa may vents. Actually, it's a pretty good lineup, no? Pero this is SGJ taking their precious time, reading it off na hindi lang talaga sila basta-basta pupwesto nga ng vents. And once again, Bipolar, very, very rough an entry for SGJ. Walang kayutil-yutil, but theirs is now lining up. Finally, we're now seeing a different SGJ in the making as blind na nga yung mga Room A players. And same goes here, Jayhawker. Very laborious fight pero tumama na nga. EV now on the lurk. Hindi na sila Durs, hindi na sila Jayhawker. But it's EV the veteran going for the lurk. Chris, pwede nga makita ngayon si EV but gets para down by the USP kaya hindi niya nga i-contest to. But instead, Chris forces the fight at nagulat na nga lang si EV. Durs first contact now on exit. Alam nga ba ng MOMEN ang kasagutan ay hindi po. Durs gets the kill. SGJ once again, isa na lang ang lamang na MOMEN.
What a setup on the execution, no, Salvi? 4 players dito sa may A set tapos very, very, very late dito si EV. Na hindi man lang siya nag-hold dun sa may CA ng matagalan. He really just entered mula dito sa may high mid. But Skies does spot out one and I feel like he sees Jared there. Tags him up half HP. Actually, that's from the middle side. Pero there's makakalampas na agad dito sa may highway. Ang dami na naman binibigay na map control dito towards the side of SGJ. And they clean up Chris. Iikot na lang. Magpapa-exit sila. Gusto nila harapin. Pero ipit sa respawn, Salvi. Kailangan umangat dito ni EV. Kaso namatay lang agad. Denied. And they enter B. They clear off Justin. And now it's the retake para sa MOMEN Esports.
Para mukhang madali na nga yung retake dito as nahuli na nga si Jared. Now on the 2v3. Skies. Alam niya nga ba yung angle dito? Nandun nga si Jayhawker but quickly cancels it. Good decision from Skies. There's gets the kill. 2v1. Napapasok na nga ngayon si Skies. Gonna get the spray down at napisuhan lang si Skies. And now MOMEN pushing the lead once again to just 2. My God, MOMEN. The moment na nakuha nga nila si Jared, parang talagang lahat na ng pagkain dito sumarap bigla. For a moment, it was that easy, it was that comforting para nga sa MOMEN, and their defense has been very spectacular. Bipolar, hindi talaga makapiglas dito ang SGJ sa lamang na dalawa ng MOMEN. And much like din yung lamang nila, dalawa na nga lang umahati sa kanila para makuha nila yung Angkara.
Man, Yobs got a double before falling down. And I love na itong MOMEN Esports node talaga binibigla yung high mid, they don't really care. Jake, low in HP. Killed on the boxes, headshot pa nga, not even needed. That's an overkill. And somehow, ngayon pa lang natin may kita dito, malambot ang depensa dito. Ngayon, ang MOMEN Esports. Oy, nakahanap ng dalawa, Chris! Paano mo nagawa yun? Si Jared di man lang alam kung anong nangyari sa kakampi niya. And somehow, mas pwede pa, pero awareness for SGJ to not commit onto A. Libre ang B at doon sila magpaplanta.
Yun lang, pre. The failure of a read para sa SGJ na naman. Pasok sila ng pasok, pre, nang di nga lang nila chinecheck kung ano yung pwedeng mangyari nga sa kanila on a crowded site, pero naging 2v2 pa nga. At sasalubong pala talaga, pre, dito airport. Walang mga kamag-anak dyan. Here comes guys. Natitira na ka lang. Gets another one match point for MOMEN. At nalalasap na nila yung Grand Finals bipolar. And now, MOMEN 9-6. Finally, potentially, pwede nga nilang makuha yung map pick nga nila. And with some amazing plays from Skies, we are that convinced already, bipolar.
Man, ultimately, MOMEN is just winning every round now. Let's disregard the 6 points na nakuha dito ng SGJ. Because MOMEN is in control. Look at this. Gusto nila harapan dito si Tino. And this wide pick mula kay Justin might just be the start.
Tino
na nga. Uy, tumediretso Jake! Nasana pa si EP! Double kill para sa MOMEN! And that's it! This just might be it. 2 players down. SGJ scrambling towards A. Skies missing the shot, but the pistol is not gonna miss this time. They enter A, but with 3 players dead, MOMEN is feeling comfortable.
Lahat na ng milagro, lahat na ng dasal, kinakailangan na nga ng dalawang members dito ng SGJ. Pero si Chris hindi naniniwala sa mga kahit anumang uri ng pawn. Kasi si Durs, siya na nga lang nga natitira. Napisoon pa nga dito si Chris. Potential incoming for Durs to make it a round win para si SGJ. At si Durs hindi pa rin natamaan. Durs, 1 HP. Si Yobs, punong-puno pa ng buhay. Nasa kanya nga yung C4. Grabe nga naman Durs, pag nagawa mo to, lahat ng utak sa mundo mawawala. Kasi hindi kami makapaniwala. And Yobs gets the kill. Kinal sila lahat ng pwedeng maging pangarap ni Durs para mapasa kanyang mundo. 10-6, MOMEN shuts down ang Kara SGJ. The champions. Sila ngayon ang nasa Silya de Electrica. 2-1 match point for the side of MOMEN.
Dehado na ang ating past champion Salvi. Si Durs pumuso a 1v4 that could have been so good to keep them alive, pero hindi. Salvatore, what a bloodshed. You saw that, man. 4 ang tumao. In-expect nila si Tino pupunta doon sa may market towards the B doors. Tapos diretso sila sa may bypass. Nasala pa si Evie. And that point in time, naipit na lang SGJ. They entered towards A. Nakahanap pa ng kill doon with the pistol. Yung sniper natin on the side of MOMEN Esports. And as you can see, they just easily outran and catched off guard itong players natin mula sa ating SGJ. Oh my goodness, ang sakit nun. Not really for SGJ,
Yes.
pero lalo na kay Durs, muntikan na eh. Tapos tinanggalan nilang Salvi. Oh my goodness. Nagka-cat and mouse cheese, pero natalo yung daga. Aray.
Aray, nando na bipolar. Papatayin na
Ayun
lang
eh.
talaga. Imagine kung nagtago na lang siya sa may Kuya Will o kaya
Yun
talagang
na,
pumabor sa kanya yung
batteries,
oras.
pwede rin.
Grabe men, ang daming pwede gawin sana doon ni Durs. Tas yung pinakamalala pa yung nangyari. Nahuli siya. Tas
Ay,
napisuhan
ay.
pa nga siya doon, pre. Ang laki ng puso dito ni Durs. Pero tulad lang din ni Kilua, kinuha yon ni Yobs. And
Yeah.
now, it really feels like it's now winnable, no, para sa side ng MOMEN. After all that hype inside of port, grabe nga naman kung bumaliktad ng ngiti dito ang MOMEN laban sa SGJ. What an Kara by Skies! Pre, nakita mo ba ang gaano kasolid yung second half
Oh,
niya?
yeah.
Nakakatakot nga naman talaga yung Skies na ganito na alam saan iikot ang SGJ at alam niya paano patigilin kung tumakbo to ang SGJ. Kasi man, he is hitting like a madman.
Man, Sky's perfect with the aim every time na nasa second half na tayo. And I would like to say some congratulatories already dito kay Yobs kasi man, this wouldn't be possible if Yobs wasn't online on the first half. I am telling you right now. Kasi siya talaga ang pumupunteriya ng hindi lang isa, kundi dalawa. SGJ, man. What could have been? Pero nakita mo naman, Salvi, the first half didn't really pay well para sa kanila. And it was just easy pickings at the end of the day. Moment, outplaying the past champions. Wala ito sa bingo card ko.
Grabe, men. Di rin ako makapaniwala, pre, no? Pero syempre, ang pinakamagandang kwento talaga dito, bipolar, is kinakain natin lahat ng salita natin. Kasi after all the predictions, after all the data na inallocate nga natin, iba talaga pag dumapo ng playoffs ang mga players, eh, no? At parang alam na alam talaga ng Moment yung pakiramdam na yun. No? When they do hit playoffs, they hit their stride. Back-to-back clutches from Skies. Multiple re-hits para dito kay Jake. And despite the hurdle, the adversity na itamo niya nung unang 2 linggo dito ng Impact Group Stage, talagang meron siyang ibubaga dito sa loob ng ating playoffs. Yun ang pinakamahalagang stage, ang pinakamahalagang entablado na kailangan tayuan ng Moment. Triple positive dito ang Moment with Chris, Yobs, and Skies all combined with a 3 flat KD. No? Napakaganda nga naman for Moment kung yan yung nakikita nga natin. And once again, bipolar, a shutdown of the Holy Trinity ng SGJ, J-Hawker, Jared, and Durs. Tila hindi natin makita, buti pa si Ajax nakita na natin.
Oo, buti pa. Buti pa talaga si Ajax nagpakita na. Pero somehow, isang stint lang pala ang kayang gawin ng Trinity dito ng SGJ man. Somehow, nalock na agad sila sa chest tapos nilagay na sa pinakailalim ng lupa. Moment, you are one insane kind of team na talagang pinapatunayan nyo na predictions can always be bet. Skies with a 1.80 na KD, 1.30 na kill per round, and you are insane, man. Isipin mo yun, gantong kind of Skies ang pumupuntirya ngayon sa isang SGJ na team. Amazing. All I gotta say, Skies, do it once again.
And for Skies to have this kind of fight, no, na bago para nga sa kanya, yes, nakalaban niya na yung Impact Spring, pero but still, in that kind of timeline, napaka-recent pa nun, no? Lahat ng klase ng adjustments kailangan niyang ang gawin dito, pero ngayong playoffs, parang naging mukha ng madali talaga para kay Skies. No? He knows the matchup very well from front to back. Tas ito pa talaga, pre, no? It would be absolutely poetic pag nakuha ng Moment ng series na to sa loob ng Eagle Eye, ang mapang idinesti na dito para sa side ng SGJ. Ang quote-unquote Trailblazers pagkalabas dito ng Eagle Eye, it would be really good for a Moment to get that. Pero mamaya pa nga natin makikita yun, magtutuloy ang laban ni Goku at Vegeta sa loob ng CFSPH Impact Summer 2026. Salvatore Bipolar nga pala, pahinga lang kami. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kung di mo pa alam, lamang na ang serye dito ng Moment laban sa SGJ, as SGJ now has the potential para mag-bomb out papunta ng Battle for Third. The champions of Impact Spring, nasa dihadong pwesto nga ngayon ng series na to sa loob ng CFS.PHT Impact Summer 2026. Salvatore Bipolar pa nga rin, hatid nga sa atin ng Moment at SGJ ang laban na parating sa Eagle Eye 2.0. No? A map very much familiar for SGJ, pero di rin naman bago to para sa mga laruan ng Moment. No? So I feel like it's still that even of a matchup despite the map pick dito ng SGJ.
SGJ has almost perfected this map into their own map pool, pero Moment, alam naman nila paano maglaro dito, especially with the likes na ganito na naglalaro sila Skies, but si Chris, and you have that double TRG na threat pagdating dito sa ating labanan. Again, Jayhawker as well as Jared need to step up pagdating dito sa labanan because they are the forefront of damage para makakuha dito ng easy rounds ang ating players for the side of SGJ. Plus, Tino needs to be able to win these fights up against these snipers, up against whatever kind of site he would want to hold up, especially na mag-start sila dito sa kanilang GR side. Pretty crucial na makaharap agad siya ng opening pick and to not fall down easily, and to be creative on his positions. But man, it is now a possibility na maging 3-1 lang tayo dito sa buong araw natin ngayon at masira lahat ng prediction natin because all of the underdogs right now, somehow, sila ngayon ang mga nanalo at sila ang nagpapakita ng galing sa buong CROSSFIRE.
Very much well said though, Bipolar. No, couldn't agree more with how much itong nag-shape na tong series nga na to. So Eagle Eye 2.0 is a map really familiar for SGJ for all the good reasons, knowing na the influence of Zero to Entino all throughout the league has been felt right now. Team Stallions, nakuha nga nila tong mapa nga na to outside of sub-base. Kita mo nga naman pag walang sub-base sa kanila, Eagle Eye nakukuha nga nila dito after multiple bouts up against SGJ. And as well as Pacific Macta, isa sa mga teams nga din na sumasabay din sa mga oras na SGJ tila talagang pinapagana nga nila yung mapang yun. Pacific Macta has gotten a few wins in their banner, but at the end of the day, hindi Macta yung maaalala nga natin pag nakakita natin yung Eagle Eye. It's definitely SGJ. And now, sabi ko kanina bago tayo magtawag ng break kanina, it would be really fitting for the side of Moment na makuha nga nilang panalo to tulad sa laban nga nila ng mga nakaraan. Kasi imagine if they get this win on a map destined, associated and linked with the name of SGJ, it would really hurt the system ng SGJ dito. And imagine how much momentum yung pwede nga nilang makuha bilang gasolina kasi nag-aantay na doon ang EKISQUAD sa dulo ng lahat ng to.
It would be a heartbreaker, Salvi, if Moment Esports really does take out Eagle Eye 2.0 SGJ dito mismo sa mapa nila. Even if it's a 10-8, if it's overtime, basta matalo dito ng ating Moment Esports, ang ating SGJ, it will really break a lot of hearts. But right now, look at this double TT or double TRG, double T, triple T, double TRG setup for Chris and as well as Skies. Welcome out, pero Jayhawker nakabag na agad dito. Goes towards the dog, has skills of Skies. Peratino, spotted! Yobs nandun agad. And somehow, paano sila nakalampas? They're on the respawn side of Moment Esports. And they're just getting decapitated one by one. Jake on the side of B, mag-isa na lang. And he needs to reclaim some lives for them to be able to go for a 2v2.
Kising na ata dito ang SCJ na parang nabanlian na ata ng mainit na tubig, pero para matulog na lang sila dito kasi si Yobs nakakalason ni Durs, nakapanlasan pa dito si Yobs sa sarili niya kang dapat teritoryo. Now Jayhawker makakababa ng HM dito, pero naka-angulo na nga si Yobs. Nalasong ka na, nilasunan ka pa. Paano tayo nag-inception doon? Moment na nabaliktad pa nila yung round bipolar sa mga di inaasahang pangyayari.
Ang aga naman ng plot twist, Salvi. Unang round pa lang, pinakitaan na tayo ng tide turner. Moment just played well pagdating sa laban na yun. Naipit yung players natin sa tower for SGJ. And it was just easy pickings mula sa last players remaining for Moment Esports. Now, another commencing fight dito sa may LA. Hinaarapan na dito nila Sky sa SGJ. Pero Justin will go out with singular HP. Even Sky still holding this down na. Pwede siya makita dito ni Jayhawker. At nakita na nga, pero mali. Ayun lang, goes for the repick again. And there goes Skies falling down. First blood sa second round.
Played. LA na atake na nga, pero Jared, good contest. Dito lang din sa may LB. Parang di na ata nag-iingat nga dito ang Momen, no? Jake getting cancelled out on his own entry kasi nakita niya nga ang puting ilaw pero hindi yun yung buwan. And now Durs will be getting the kill. 5v2. Durs now. Bit of an HP left in his name. Pero kinokontest nga ito ni Chris at huling-huli nga siya sa may basura. Now Justin left alone sa may hukay pero di siya doon dadalhin ng SGJ. Pero inaantay lang palang dumating dito si Evie, ang sepulturero ng SGJ. 1-1, tie game na nga tayo.
Very, very dirty fights para sa ating mga teams to. Testing LA, testing LB. Tapos lahat sila manggagaling. Pupunta na rin dito sa may mid. Tino! Masyadong maraming kailangang piliin at wala siyang mapapatay doon. SGJ with one player down already. It's not a good sign, Salvi. Lalo na nakikita mo, Moment Esports, no, they're just going ham for ham. Mapapatay din si Jared from an easy flick. What a shot for Justin. Even there's testing the waters, pero mukhang dihado ka pa din dyan, sir. Kasi Justin is on fire on round number 3.
Parang may natututunan talaga tayo, no? Bipolar, habang tumatagal, kahit BL ka, laban ka lang ng laban, huwag kang mahihiya. Kasi kung alam mong meron kang mga anggulo, pwede ka talaga manalo, no? With that raw aim from Momen, alam mo talagang maasahan. It is really fitting for Momen to win all of these fights despite SGJ getting side advantage in the first half. And Bipolar, di man to umuubra ng Masters, pero grabe naman no sa impact. Nagkakaroon ng expose itong Momen. Para sa kanila, ang pagsimula ng BL ay isang malaking biyaya talaga.
Nakakatuwa manood ng impact. Triple TRG, pero nabubuhay pa din yung nag-iisang TRG dito ni Skies. Holy Mother of God! What is happening in the likes of Eagle Eye 2.0 Moment? Anong nangyari sa SGJ? Alam nyo ba yung sagot doon? Kasi kami hindi. They're just getting picked one by one. Nagmumukha silang EKISQUAD man ng group stage. Isa-isa lang lumalapit sa kalaban.
SGJ, hindi ko talaga alam no? How are you able to function with the kind of mentality that says, habang wala pa tayo nang nagagawa sa early game, hindi pwede. Kailangan meron no? Bad trades incoming no for SGJ as they get the 2-for-1, pero pwede nga tumalo to pag nakuha ni Jayhawker. Itong mga pwedeng sumunod for the side of SGJ so far.
Whoa.
It is really foreign to them na matalo nga sila sa gantong klaseng aspeto, and Jayhawker with an amazing crouch peek. Evie, susubok nga ba? But can he clear tower? Nandoon nga si Yobs. Pero action na nga ngayon para kila Jake at nahuli ni Justin si Evie na kanina pa ngang sumusubok sa may door mid. Jayhawker still on the angle ng exit. Kailangan mag-ingat nga ngayon ng Momen. They do have the chance to make it an LA site take. Pero baka hindi na nga lang din. Jayhawker nagraratol gamit ang Arctic. Gets the re-engage. And now on the double. And Jayhawker, 3 kills. Can he make it 4? Yobs now on the flash. Wow. And Jayhawker! Grabe naman na parang Christian Gulang ang pangalan. Jayhawker with the 4K sa pag-Arctic niya sa LA.
Amazing man, Jayhawker. We needed him to pop off, and this might just be the time on Eagle Eye. 8 kills already, 4 with the sniper. Okay, we're seeing some light para dito sa ating SGJ. So, syempre, Moment to, dito magpapa ganun-ganun lang, man. That was just a blip in the system. But can they really recover from that situation, man? 1v1 na yun. That was like a 2v3. Pero all it took was just Jayhawker finding some kills. Now, Tino, on the sikip side of A site, maghahanap. Yobs, tinatapaway lang ang ulo dito ni Tino. At mukhang unti-unti na namang mamamatay ditong SGJ as they enter LA.
Sila pre, no, unti-unti na nga nila. Jayhawker kanina pa nga tumatama pero hindi na sa round na to. And now Evie will be getting the trade in kahit papaano. Pero di naman ibig sabihin doon mahinaan ng loob ang Moment. Bipolar, papasok pa rin sila kahit matao, kahit malamok. At nadedengge na nga ang Moment. Pero na lang kay Yobs. And Yobs gets the triple kill na napakadali lang para sa hulma ni Yobs. My God! Moment! ganyan pala kayo kumuha ng round.
Ay, kung papipiliin kita sa Albi, anong mas gusto mo makita? Jayhawker with a 4K or Yobs with a 3K? Man, ano yun? Just trading blows, but this time on round number 6, 2 players down already, brought to you by the TRGs dito ng SGJ. Pero may naarapan sila dito ngayon nila Jayhawker. Jayhawker daw naglalabas ng lagim as he fights 2. It's all up to Jake. In a 1v5, he gets 1, pero all he gets is Jayhawker. Tino with the pistol kill. And man, what an exciting eagle eye for these two teams.
Grabe yung highs na binabato ni Yobs tsaka ni Jayhawker no? Pero syempre kung gaano kakataas kung lumipad, ganun din kasakit kung babagsak ka. And nothing really much happening.
Uy.
What a flash! Jayhawker na naman! Jayhawker na naman! And he gets the 4K. Jayhawker on the ace! Ganun lang kung kumuha ng 5. Jayhawker uses the force. Gets all 5 Momen. Winalang-yalang kayo ni Jayhawker. Papayag ba kayo?
Man, inisa-isa nyo lang yun. That was basically a 1v5. Jayhawker in round number 8 has 15 kills. Oh my goodness. How? Dude, that flash mula sa may high mid position, Jayhawker just instantly used that to its full potential. At ngayon, mukhang takot na ang MOMEN Esports as they try to reclaim some things dito sa may mid area natin on the side of tower. Pero naman, EV is close by. Nililiko na agad sila dito ulit. Tingnan mo naman, nasa likod na si Durs, pero EV hinarapan na lang sila Justin pati sila Jake. And Durs clearing operation na lang on LA. He finds Yobs, connects with the clip. And Jared nagkabanggaan pa. Is this almost a flawless round for SGJ? Chris, tumatakbo parang nawawalang bata sa high mid. He falls down and SGJ with 5 rounds.
Kung ganun yung mga makukuwang round sa akin ni SGJ Moment, baka pwede na tayo magtawag ng timeout pero parang masyado na atang huli para sa kanila. And we're now 1 round away from getting into the side switch. No bipolar. Chris nakakalampas na naman. Ganto lang. EBR pa man din gamit niya. Parang nakita na natin to. Tino hindi tamawa yung boga. Hindi rin tatama yung USP ni Chris. Yobs gets the trade. Si Durs hindi na na-clear sa hotel. Makakapagpa-checkout na nga siya dito kasi sobra na yung mga ginagawa ng kalaban. Kailangan niya makita first hand. EV now on the rotation. 3v2 na nga lang tayo. Bipolar EV. Setting it up para walang makaikot ng HM. Skies na huli. Piso na nga lang. EV gets the kill. And SGJ finally breaks the curve. Lahat ng pwersa nila gumagana na.
Oh, SGJ now online and shows us the true power of Reborn Gods. SGJ. Grabe yun, man. How are they able to do that? There's no ganda ng play dito sa hotel just to cut off the rotations, pero there's the diretso na lang din on the GR side and on the BL diretso lang, pero napas lang yung dalawa. Chris with 2 pero EV with the train. Holy, gusto ko magsabi ng masasamang words. What is happening on Eagle Eye 2.0? Dala-dalawa at tatlo-tatlo ang kinukuhang buhay ng SGJ.
Crossfire rocks na lang talaga, bipolar. Yun na yung pinakamalapit na pwede natin sabihin. Kasi kung hindi malalagot tayo, tulad na lang din ng Momen, nalalagotan na nga sila ng hininga dito. Kasi kahit anong gawin ni Yobs, kahit anong gawin ni Chris, wala sila. Sa puwersa, sa force ni Jayhawker at ni Evie na nagsani. Puwersa nga naman talaga. Hindi makatao ang ginawa dito ni Justin na pangrarato. Laban nga kay Durs. And now Justin finally nakarmahan na nga ni Jared dito with the golden headshot. Yobs now repositioning, rotating as well. Yung mga kasunod niya nga dito, no? Lalo't malalim na yung mga kinukuha ng mga Momen ng SGJ dito rather. They are on the attacking side. Now goes in for the pop flash. Jayhawker, napakainit kung lumapit na ka. 16 on his name. Chris na with the kill. Hindi pa nga tapos pag-asik dito si Jayhawker pero pwede nga siya mahuli dito. And he does. Nahuli na yung malaking isda ng SGJ. At baka masagana na yung hapunan ng Momen dito pag ganito yung laruan nila. Bipolar 3v1.
Nasarap na dito ng pagkain ng Momen, pero mukhang mapapaasim pa sila dito ngayon kasi Tino kukuha muna ng isa. And looking at it, ang dami pang oras. A minute and 20 seconds on the clock. And Tino is a capable sniper of taking them one by one. Chris, nasa baba ng top A. Jake, nasa may bunker, pero tignan mo, pinapatikim lang nila kung nasan sila ngayon. And moment of breathness mula dito kay Tino. Calm is of the essence. Spotted, 67 HP, spotted sa may bunker, and Jake gets the kill. MOMEN with one more round as they break the streak of SGJ.
Now, timeout now called for MOMEN. Kasi SGJ tila parang ginagamit lang din nila yung mga ginagawa sa kanila ng MOMEN no, sa loob ng Ankara. But knowing that Eagle Eye is also the similar of the essence, no? Parang hindi na ata nakakagulat na ganito kayo nagiging resulta. Pero syempre, kung paano ginagawa sa'yo, that alam mo paano counterin. And MOMEN, hindi nila alam paano counterin yung pwersa dito na Jayhawker at kung paano nga mag-mid round ang SGJ. And I feel like this timeout really fixes that no bipolar. Major lead para dito sa SGJ as we might see new compound in the corner and in the essence of this kind of series na alam naman natin na MOMEN has that kind of momentum. Parang wala na ata, pre. Kasi it's that easy for SGJ to win these fights. Kasi nga, pop flash after pop flash, nakukuha na nga nila yung rounds.
Maisipin mo naman, sinasagasaan lang dito ni Jayhawker yung mga taong may kita niya and full throttle, dire-diretso lang para tayo nanonood ng racing car na talagang walang titigil sa kanya and he's gunning it for the finish line to possibly equalize itong scoreline natin sa buong series. No, 1-2 might just be a 2-2 now because ang layo na ng agawat ng SGJ. Yes, MOMEN did win before the timeout, pero man, layo pa ng kukunin nila dito, and that is the very first time na napitas dito ng MOMEN in the early parts of the round. Dito si Jayhawker, can that happen again? No, that's not an assurance, that's not a guarantee para dito sa MOMEN Esports. So SGJ, looking at it, they can just keep on continuing kasi for now, it's working, and Jayhawker somehow, man, para siyang na-reincarnate into something beautiful kasi he's just gunning at everyone dito sa server natin. Parang nanonood lang ako ng pub ko na rare occurrence sa bootcamp na may Eagle Eye 2.0. Ganun yung nakikita ko ngayon. It's just pretty insane.
Kanina pa natin na sinasabi no bipolar feeling ko gasgas na baka sirang plaka na nga ito no. Sa loob nga ng playoffs pag ganito yung mga nakikita natin nakakapanibago ka talaga Kasi niligawan na nga tayo ng ideya na dapat default lang, bagal-bagal, wala mo ng laban-laban, pero pag may mga ganitong klaseng laban na pop flash, may pop flash pala sa Eagle Eye tas may mga sumusugod na naka-EBR. Gawin nyo yan pagkatapos ng EWC no, pag in-adjust na yung EBR no. Ay, nako nga naman. Imagine, talagang nilulubos na ng mga players bago talaga magbago na yung EBR. Pero sa mga ganitong classic eksena na bipolar, nakaka-excite pa rin naman talaga at nakakapangiti pa rin naman na ganito yung mga laban ng SGJ at ng MOMEN.
Pero somehow, no? After the timeout, SGJ playing very slow as Chris does find the kill on Tino dito sa may high mid. Good starting point para sa MOMEN ngayon to possibly claim their 5th round. Pero syempre, Jayhawker is still alive. Evie is still here. And Chris might be the next dead fish dito sa may high mid. Evie, low in HP, and he sprays. Chris with the shot. 2 kills na para dito kay Chris.
Good shots. Conversion, wala pa naman masyado para sa SGJ. Pero MOMEN, papaldo nga sila with their 2 kills so far. The entry is still imminent, no? Hindi mo talaga mapigilan ang nagbabagang init dito ng SGJ! What is this bipolar? Sinagasaan nila ang 3-man defense ng MOMEN sa loob ng LA. Now, Jared and Jayhawker struggling to get a position, pero si Jayhawker lang yung mahuhuli nga dito. Now, lurk. Actually, a double lurk. So, lurk siya. Bipolar with an S. Now, LA position. Alam nga nilang may tao sa exit, pero may mga manggagaling nga ba ng bunker. Jared rising up. Now, swinging. Jared gets the kill. Jake now sprayed out. Tumatama na nga. Pero nakapag-repossess si Jared. Piso lang siya. Pero hindi yun sapat para mapatumba si Jared dito. 8-4 SGJ. Still alive.
Wala pa rin sagot ang MOMEN Esports sa push, sa pagiging agresibo dito ng SGJ. They cannot find the answer, but can they find it now? Jayhawker! Mukhang makakapatay pa din! Dire-diretso ang pag-abante ng SGJ towards the B side, pero they slow down a little bit. Alam nila na medyo naiipit na dito ang MOMEN Esports. Jayhawker, diretso pa din. Tumatalo na lang! Triple with the USP! Make it a 4K as he kills off Skies. Mag-isa na lang si Justin. Is this a double ace para kay Jayhawker? It is a double
God.
para kay Jayhawker.
Nakakasampu ka na, Jayhawker.
Tigil mo
Dalawang
yan!
ace sa isang laban. Nakaka F11 yung mga ganyan laruan, Jayhawker and Momen. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin silang rebat. Sinabihan ko na sila kanina kung papayag ba sila. Ang tanging sinagot lang sa akin, payag na kami. Jayhawker, ikaw na naman ang pinapaling ng camera dito kasi parang may masamang bala ka ata sa loob nga ng hotel. Paano pa kaya si Yobs na nakatago lang sa likod ng mga usok? Si Tino naka-hardscope si Tino ang mahuhuli. Jayhawker, umi-entry na naman na may malaking bisyo dito sa loob nga ng hotel. Jared now with a kill. Chris now on defense. Chris breakdown, hindi napipigilan pero finally there it is. SGJ dominance sa loob ng Eagle Eye. All 5 sets kailangan nating tapusin. We now head to new compound.
10-4. It feels like kakapasok lang natin ng Eagle Eye pero tinapos agad dito ng SGJ. Jayhawker, the man to talk about dito ngayon sa ating set number 4, no? Double ace and multiple kills at almost at 30 bomb para dito kay Jayhawker, man. And I feel like the right words to say there, Salvatore, is what the hell. That was pretty crazy to see na USP 4K tapos M14 dire-diretso pop flash all around. Wala talagang sagot ang Moment because how can you stop that kind of force? Iba yun mula dito sa SGJ.
And parang it's just feels different. Parang then again, we are being tested with our predictions once again. Bipolar, no? Na the one that we got dealt dito for SGJ was the jack of all trades, no? Kasi si Jayhawker kaya niya nga gawin lahat. Backup, attacker, sniper. Kaya niya nga rin mag-util dito. Kaya niyang pumatay ng 5. Pero kilala ko yan si Jayhawker. Nagmamahal lang din niya ng isa. Pero grabe nga naman kung pumaslang tong si Jayhawker, pre. At buong pwersa talaga ng Moment, hindi talaga nakapalag. I do not believe it, no? Moment, after all that we saw from both Black Widow and as well as Ankara, it really is disheartening to see na lahat nga ng inipan yung pang-counterplay sa SGJ. Eto na pre, wala na. Nahanap na nga ng SGJ yung butas dito.
Yeah, man, parang I don't know, it's pretty crazy, man. I'm out of words pagdating dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0 because wala namang strat-wise, Salvi, wala tayong nakitang kakaiba. It was just really pushes, siguro may iniiwan dito sa may LA side or on the other side of the map kung saan talaga ang tatlong puwersa yung Holy Trinity dito ng ating players mula sa SGJ. There's another player on the other side and that's EV going in for the possible rotations and just to cut off people on the other side of the map. Pero at the end of the day, it was just SGJ gunning it for multiple kills every time, giving Jayhawker a little bit of space, and that's enough. Moment Esports on the first half, nakita natin may sagot naman, nakakapalag because they were the ones making the tempo. Pero nung ender na natin na nainit na ditong SGJ, they just push mid, diretso sa tower, diretso sa arco, ubusin ang play sa may end. Wow. You know, Moment Esports, if I were you, that was a pretty, parang traumatic experience yun kung ikaw yung naglalaro din sa Moment because look at this, man, how the hell did this work out? Jayhawker, dire-diretso, almost a full clip to clear of 5, tapos actually, crazy, no? Salvi, nagsimula siya ng 4K with an M14, inubos siya tinapos siya ng USP. Next is niya, 4K with the USP, tinapos siya naman ng M14. I feel like he just wanted to get 5 kills for both of his weapons. Kulang na lang mag-belly weapon din siya to get a 5A, to get another triple A.
Man, I am just astonished, no? And at the same time, parang dumbfounded din kasi bipolar feeling ko rin, siguro pira-piraso na yung keyboard mo o kaya baka pisat na yung mesa mo pag ganyan kung umentry yung kalaban no, kung paano ginagawa ni Jayhawker kasi hindi pwede yan in a level like this, hindi pwede yung ganyan, pre. Sa larong to, pwede kang mag-tres. Pero pag nasa college ka, pre, bawal na bawal talaga. Pero buti lang nga lang napili ni Jayhawker na maglaro ng Crossfire ngayon. Si Min, 2.88 KD. What a hard carry performance by Jayhawker Parang nakahanap nga talaga ng diamante dito ang SGJ sa ganyan laruan ni Jayhawker.
Yeah man, 2.88 kay Jayhawker, and I feel like hindi lang yung 5 players dito ng Moment yung hindi niya pinalaro, pati si Tino kasi hindi niya na binigyan ng way para makapag-set up si Tino gamit yung TRG niya eh. He just really shutted down every opponent dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0 at pinakita niya kung bakit nga ba hometown or somewhat a home para dito sa SGJ ang Eagle Eye 2.0, and our set MVP, none other than the man himself, Jayhawker. 2.88 and a 1.64 kill per round.
Sabi men, Jayhawker, hindi na nakakagulat yung mga ganyang gameplay no? Na dapat lang naman talaga koronahan bilang MVP. With an insane stat line like that, kailangan talaga piyesta ang binabato dito para kay Jayhawker no? He just overthrew kung ano man ang ginawa ni Skies at ni Justin nung mga nakaraang set bipolar no? With a 2.88 KD. I feel like he just overthrown everyone out of the bus. At ngayon, kailangan na nga natin makita ang new compound kasi hindi natin mapaghiwalay itong mga naka-super glue talaga yung kamao ng Moment at ng SGJ. And finally, no, the decider of all deciders, new compound for set number 5. Dito lang sa CFSPG Impact Summer 2026. Salvatore Bipolar nga pala para sa semifinals ng SGJ at ng Moment. Pahinga lang kami. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, CROSSFIRE Philippines all around the world. It's the final game, SGJ versus MOMEN sa ating semis ng CFSPH Impact Summer 2026. Salvatore Bipolar pa rin ang saksi at tagapagbigay ng aksyon na para nga sa inyo. At kitang-kita nga naman sa mata ng tao na ang laban ng MOMEN at SGJ kailangan talaga magtuos sa pinakahuling set natin ngayong gabi na to.
Why not? Go to the long way, no, Salvi? Go to set number 5. Go to new compound. Pero the question is, can SGJ clinch their way towards the finals para makakuha ulit ng back-to-back championship? Or moment, will they just make it a little bit tasty or make it even more parang sweeter, no? Para matalo dito ang SGJ in their last set pa as a decider. But nonetheless, it's a dangerous game para dito sa ating dalawang teams. SGJ, delikado na to ang Moment Esports natin, lalo na sa new compound na alam, almost similar in a way, no? Na parang they can just keep on pushing itong mid natin position just to clear out these players on the long sides of A, long sides of B kapag nasa BL side dito ng ating players for Moment Esports. But I doubt that will happen, Salvi. Siguro 1 or 2 times it can happen, pero if it happens 3 times in a row or maybe 4 times in a row, Moment, you need to reconsider because that can't happen. What happened in Eagle Eye 2.0 cannot be recreated pagdating dito sa new combat.
Well, parang ibababa na nga nila lahat ng armas dito, no? At kailangan na nga nila magpadala ng mga panibago bipolar, no? Kasi lahat ng nakita nga natin na material sa loob ng port, pati na nga rin ang angkaran, no? And all of the maps that we played tonight sa series nga na to, no? Parang panibagong klaseng Moment at SGJ na yung kailangan natin makita. Kasi basang-basa na parang libro ito nga Moment tsaka SGJ. Kung makikita pa rin namin yung ganong klaseng laruan ng dalawang teams nga na to, might as well, no, put SGJ and Moment in a very bad spot. Pero ngayon, pre, final countdown, Moment and SGJ, bilang na nga lang oras sa mundo para makoronahan na nga natin ang susunod na grand finalist ng Impact Summer 2026, SGJ versus Moment inside of New Compound.
Let's see. Pillars push para dito ngayon sa Moment, established na, pero there's just on the pillar bago magpintuan dito ng store B. Just waiting for things to happen. Sky slow with HP, pero Thurs peeks out at the right time to kill off 2 players. That's 2 down, and that's SGJ with a good advantage in the first round. At mo dediretso pa si Jan dito, pop flash para kay Chris, pero tatama naman ang USP. 3 players at dire-diretso na ang arangkada ng SGJ.
Justin spray down, naghahanap ng bawi, pero mas malakas lang talaga yung pwersa ng SGJ. Sagasa kung sagasa, daan kung daan, pero hindi kayo pwedeng luminya laban sa SGJ, and they get the rounds. Moment really tried, pre. I saw the effort, it was very much commendable, pero hindi dapat ganun, Moment.
SGJ just owning the battlefield of New Compound. Tino testing, but will miss the shot.
Right?
So, delikado pa rin. 30 players naman ang pillars, no, para sa Moment.
Hawker getting the defense in, pero may buwelo na nga ngayon ng Moment. It's a very good call para makapag-LB nga sila. Since dalawa lang naman sila nandito, no? Ang turo nga sa atin ay 3 ay mas maganda laban sa 2. Pero ang isa sa isa, hindi mo alam kung sino mas mapuwersa. And now Yobs gets a trade para maging 1-for-1 na itong laban nga na to. 2 pa rin nakabuelo sa loob nga ng LB. Tila nang wala na nga dito ang isang miyembro ng Moment. It's really hard for now us to tell that Moment can get access now on store. Now Chris gets the clear over to Durs. Napakaaga kong pumik! It was a bad habit para kay Durs and Jared. It was trusted to them. Tas nasira ang tiwala ng ganun-ganun lang. Hawker and Evie, the 2 leading fraggers ng Eagle Eye. Kailangan nga nilang gawin to sa loob ng New Compound. Potential retake incoming. 2v4 at pwedeng mahuli si Skies.
Skies on tower needs to back off. Hawker though, trying to rush in to possibly get 1 kill before they go for a retake. Di pa naman nakaplanta ang bomba. Ngayon pala mapaplanta ng ating players mula sa Moment Esports. Perdelix, 4 ang nakabantay dito sa may EB side. And no more util na pwedeng gamitin dito ang ating boats. It's just a frag and as well as a flash mula dito kay Hawker. And he needs to find an M14. Reloads, just a clip and a half ang natitira na lang doon. Look at Yobs. First frag is there. Second one going towards Jake. Moment answering back and showing SGJ that they can bounce back from a defeat mula sa Eagle Eye.
It's definitely SGJ that really has something to work around no? Parang hindi sa lahat talaga ng oras kailangan nilang sumandal sa mga pop-off na mga members nga nila. They also have to get an amazing setup. Dapat okay lang talaga, no? Okay lang din talaga yung timpla. Now, here comes Moment. With a bit of an offense already on pillars. Tino Enders really wants to make a push, no? Napakadelikado nga naman ito. And here comes the contest. Jake now re-engaging. Tila hindi pa rin siya natatakot sa mga posibleng ang mangyari sa kanya. And he gets the timing. And as well as the double kill. Well played for MOMEN. Tino bumabawi nga. Pero may bawi nga ba? May arit pa nga ba dito si El Capitan Boss Tino? And he gets the double and the triple kill for Tino. El 4 matar para dito kay Tino. And now si Yobs na lang ang natitira. The second member of SGJ to get the ace. Tino gets all 5. Once again, SGJ with the ace.
What showing who is the best in the server? Sino ba nagsabi? Sino ba nag-doubt kay Tino at pinakitaan niya kayo ng ace with the TRG? God damn! Salvi, tigil na natin to, man. Naglolokohan lang
Wag
tayo.
na.
Tigil
Awat
natin
na.
to. Diyos ko,
Di na kaya
day.
ni Bipolar. SGJ, sumasobra na kayo. Dumadalawang ace si J-Hawker. Tas si Tino, ganun din para sa kanya. Grabe, man, hindi ko ma-imagine na ang tanging paraan para ang SGJ makakuha ng round ay puro pop-off talaga, Bipolar. It's not the setups. It's not the strength na meron sila pa dumadalawa pag tumatakbo sila. It's the skill of the individual players talaga, Polar, no? I feel like that has been the reoccurring theme ng Impact talaga.
Napakatindi, Salvi. Impact is better than Masters, man. I have to say it right now. Kung nasa ng SGJ, bagong team na ang babayasin ni Bipolar, man. SGJ. Kung nasaan si Tino pati si J-Hawker. Pero MOMEN, talunin niyo ang past champions with this execution on B. That's theirs down. Pero si Jared, nakatago lang, man. Pero hindi mag-execute pa dito ang ating MOMEN. They just wanted Storby. They just wanted the entrance para dito sa may basic. Pero Tino, in dire situations, the heart of these guys as he turns his back around. The backstab dito si Tino. Pero 45 seconds, kailangan ng pumasok dito ng MOMEN. Pero maganda ang depensa. Jared still waiting for the right opportunity, Salvi. At ngayon, mukhang papasok na ang MOMEN.
Kinakailangan talaga, pre, no? May oras pa naman sila para makapag-A-side, pero desidido na nga sila. Bipolar, di sila nakatingin ng B-wall. And J-Hawker and Jared gets the kills! Walang nagkiklear ng B-wall! J-Hawker with an amazing high-low kasama dito ni Jared. At naubos ang moment, Bipolar! Naniniwala ka ba sa 3v5 ng SGJ? Wala na silang magawa ka ngayon. Si Skies ang tagapagsalba. Kaya nga ba nandalin sa langit nga to? Hindi talaga, pre! What a setup! J-Hawker and Jared defy the odds! And SGJ pushes it 3-1.
I'm just so surprised na di sila
Yun.
makapasok. MOMEN looking like EKISQUAD themselves as well. Isa-isa ang pumasok to their own demise. J-Hawker low in HP already, but I feel like he doesn't even care. Tingnan mo, after 1 minute, magpupush yan. 10 na naman mapapatay ng baliw na yan, man. It's pretty crazy to see. Pero MOMEN can't really get a great advantage in these rounds.
Are you not entertained? Tanging manonood ngayon na nakasubaybay sa unang segundo ng Impact hanggang sa mga oras ngayon. Are you not entertained? Hindi ka ba natutuwa sa mga nakikita mo? Kasi kami ni Bipolar, awat na kami. Parang hindi talaga nawawala yung lows. Puro
Busog
highs
na
lang
kami.
talaga. Sabi, men. Now, SGJ, attempt of a defense. Walang nagkiklear na naman. MOMEN, kaliwat kanan man lang. Hindi ba tayo natututo pag may mga pedestrian lane sa kalsada? And Jared, sinagasaan ng dalawa. Evie makakaisa din. Everyone on SGJ has God's hand pagdating sa tutok. And now Durst gets the spray down. A flawless round. SGJ MOMEN. Parang oras na ata para mamahinga muna tayo. Sobra-sobra na yung binibigay ng SGJ sa pagkainan.
Sa wakas, kinailangan na dito muna magpahinga ng ating MOMEN because I feel like kailangan muna nila magdasal, Salvatore. Iba ang pinapakita dito ng SGJ. Diablo na galawan ang pinapakita na. Imagine that. Every time, alam na ng SGJ, maramihang tao dito, pero dalawa lang minsan ang pinapadala sa Storby para labanan yun. And somehow, that keeps on working. It's just pretty insane to see na a setup dito ng ating players mula sa Moment Esports. Isa sa may pillar, isa magpo-push, isa dun sa may box, papunta sa may CB. It doesn't work out. Somehow, the pre-aims mula dito kay Jared, or at least for the entire of SGJ, always hits the head of these players mula sa side ng Moment Esports. At nakita mo naman yun, they wanted to at least make something happen dito sa may exit side, pero kahit yun, sarado! Moment cannot get a breather in this series. It's just pretty insane.
And yun yung masaklap nga doon Bipolar. They needed that mid-round adjustment. They can get the kills. Pero kasi kung usapang adjustment para makuha nila yung mid-round plus the entry, it's really hard for them, no? And I couldn't imagine na nahuli na si Evie at lahat, nahuli na nga si Tino, there's already information that there are people inside of B. Especially with the given scenario. Pero, man, like, Momen, we are playing like atras nung nasa loob nga sila ng Impact at gantong-ganta din sila natalo Bipolar, no? SGJ found the expose, nahanap nga nila yung Achilles heel ng kalaban at dahil doon hindi na nga nakakakilos ang kanilang mga puwersa, no? And sad to say na nauulit ang tradisyon dito, no, for Moment. Lahat ng mga naging kalaban talaga ng SGJ, tinuruan talaga ng SGJ na, pre, dapat ganito kayo maglaro. Kasi kung hindi, yari talaga kayo dito kaya Jayhawker at Jared, dahil marunong pa naman din sila mag-punish, no? And I feel like SGJ, they needed that loss. They needed those two losses talaga. Kasi doon natuto si Jayhawker at Jared na yung buhay nga nila ay isang malaking asset, no, for SGJ. The moment that they can get a defensive play, it's really a golden round for SGJ left and right. They are the hand of Midas talaga, Bipolar. Everything they touch seemingly turns to gold. At pag di nila nakuha yun, magiging masama to for SGJ.
Plus, they have the hand of God. In that exchange though, napapas lang dito ang apat mula sa SGJ. Tapos na ang delubyo ng Moment as they were expecting a big mid push after the timeout dito ng ating Moment Esports. Tino, nakalima kanina. Pero ngayon, can he get 3? Shots will be made. Loudness will be heard dito sa may mid. And the CR control given towards Tino ngayon. Pero nakita ata ni Chris, they're just holding. Kita ang ulo, pero the pistol comes out to not even kill off anyone. SGJ will give a round towards Moment.
Sakit nun for side of SGJ, you know, after a very, very good sign na pwede nga silang bumaba ng con-mid dito. Ang problema nga lang, Moment had the same idea. And Moment had the better offense, kaya well played nga para ka sa kanila. Yun lang ang napakasaklap dito para kay Skies. Hindi nga siya Arctic player, kaya kailangan niya mag-ingat-ingat dito. Justin, mga mala Mario, papuntang ang CB dito. And seemingly dodges all of the bullets na sana dumapo nga sa kanya. And 2 will follow suit sa pwesto nga ng CB, meaning there is going to be a stack. Pero kinansela lahat nila yun. Wala nang mga tao sa CB. They want a mid-entry, Bipolar.
Mid-entry ang gusto nila, pero tower has been compromised ngayon as Chris is already there. Mapapaback off dito ang ating SGJ. Mabibigay ang mid, mabibigay ang curve, mabibigay ang EA. Pero sa A-side sila pupunta, harapan nila si Tino. And Tino, flashed up, walang mapitas. Kailangan mag-C1, the tags up is there, pero nagkabanggaan pa. Somehow, Moment, makakakuha ng 3. And they clear up A-side, they can plant the bomb. Pero buhay pa si Jared, buhay pa si Durs, and the shots now are flying by.
And now there's flying by, drive by, Jared, clearing, janitorial duty. Pero wala na, under time daw si Jared dito. Kailangan niya na umuwi na maaga. And now Chris nagpapahuli. Skies gets the right timing. Laban dito kay Durs. 2 rounds straight para sa Moment. SGJ couldn't get any offense sa loob ng A-site.
At this point man, masasabi mong sulit na agad ang timeout dito ng Moment because na-refresh na ang utak ng Moment. Wala na silang traumatic experience mula doon sa mga push ng SGJ, pero mukhang tutuloy pa din naman ang nightmares dito sa mukha ni Chris as Tino finds him on the pillar side of B. And they establish, wala na, sarado ang store B. Hindi na to option para sa Moment Esports. But look at that mid-control mula sa SGJ. Dalawa sa baba ng tower, isa sa may EA. Nothing is open para sa Moment.
Nothing is guaranteed. Walang inaabot para ka sa Moment. And oh my God, EB, ikaw pa nga ang natalo doon. Si Yobs yung kailangan manadya. Siya pa yung naging makasalanan doon. Yun ako, masaklap. For the side of EVT, nagdakaw ng buhay dito si Yobs, and Chris will be the sacrificial lamb. Now, 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. Very good signs here for Moment, for them to be that consistent of a team to set up a pretty good mid-round. Pero masyado pa rin malabo para sabihin na they will be able to gain access on exit. Tama lang siguro na si Yobs lang ang nandyan to put that unpredictable factor in them. Here comes the split. EA and then exit bipolar. J. Hawker misses the flash. Pero kailangan niya nga ba talaga? Kinakailangan niya sana, pre. Yobs now with the entry. And Yobs gets it done over to Durs. 2v3 na nga lang tayo. Split now on Tino. Kasama nga si Jared. Tino on 2F duty si Jake. Hindi niya alam kung EA nga ba. Jared gets taken down. And Tino hindi nga tumatama. Gets the headshot. But Justin now with a double kill. And Moment breaks free from the chains. 4 laban sa 4. And now Moment ties the game.
Nakawala na at makakalaya ba ang ating Moment if they claim the lead sa ating first half? They might just have a very fun GR side. But it looks like magseseryoso muna dito ang ating SGJ and play very far back from their usual positions. Damn, man, look at this Moment playing with fire now. Just waiting for offenses na gagawin sana dito ng ating GR side. Let's see. It's pretty impressive, no? Na SGJ can flip the switch anytime. But does it work out? Yan ang tanong.
Very significant ang naging process dito, no, ng Moment for them to be able to get those 2 rounds. Then again, it will be a test para makuha nga nila yung isa pa dito, no, para makuha nila yung first half. Is it really Moment na may pabor pagdating sa kanilang BL? Or is it really SGJ is having bad presence sa kanilang mga depensa? Pop flash now on curve para mabulag nga din yung EA. Good lineups now for Moment. Yobs, Pebuelo na nga ba? EV now on first contact. Dito lang sa may exit. And si EV nahuli na naman sa kamay ni Yobs. Na parang nanonood tayo ng replay lang. Bipolar trade incoming. Tino, napalitan na nga dito si EV. As El Capitan makes it happen. Durs, dumating na nga. Nandito na nga si Durs. Ang pulis pang kalawakan para sa SGJ. Justin na nga lang natitira. It's definitely winnable. Lalo't hiwa-hiwala yung members ng SGJ dito. Justin now. Makikita na nga potentially ang C1. Tino. Oh my God, the discipline of Justin. Ilabas mo yung number 3. Pero hindi dapat, kailangan sigurado. Naisumbong na nga Justin. Playing around A site. Mahanap yung C4. Jared picking. Jared din nakikita but finally gets the adjustment. SGJ. After so many rounds, tsaka lang sila nakakuha for them to have the lead sa first half.
Man, nakita mo naman, no, SGJ doesn't even wanna, give a little bit of lifeline para dito sa ating Moment. Yes, naka-break free sila sa chains pero hindi pa sila malaya sa delubyo na binibigay ng ating SGJ. Tapos fast rotations mula kay Durs. Nakapunta agad siya sa may RS, dumaas agad siya sa may 2F before the bomb plant even happened. Before Tino fell down, nandun na agad si Durs, and that was basically a great play para dito sa ating players mula sa SGJ. Despite EV falling down kay Yobs, nandun si Tino for the trade immediately and catching them off guard. So, good rotations mula sa SGJ kasi yun yung hindi natin nakita beforehand nung nag-A-spam dito ang ating player for Moment Esports after getting this mid coverage and EA side na parang mag-hold muna sila ng B pero nakaramdam na si Durs na, oh wait lang, di na to mag-split, di na to gagawa ng mga kababalaghan sa may B side or even dito sa curve. Diretso na lang ako sa may 2F. I don't care what happens. I want to stop them from even planting the bomb. At yun ang nakita natin sa Alvi. 5-4 scoreline. At this point, again, it's anybody's game.
It's anyone's game talaga, no? And you cannot argue na it's going to be a game for Moment or going to be a game for SGJ if ganito yung palitan kasi, bipolar. It's the idea of SGJ taking offense and then bigla na lang babaliktad to because MOMEN will be able to get that plot twist of a defense din. Now, MOMEN, speaking of defense, sila na nga ngayon magiging GR, which is a very, very nice touch of detail. Kasi at least dito na may highlight yung halaga ni Skies no? Hindi lang dapat si Skies, honestly. Pero it's that kind of pressure to him na ang maalala natin, when MOMEN reaches GR, it's going to be Skies. Yun yung binigay na idea at narrative sa atin no? Na sa loob ng Ankara, sa loob ng Black Widow, it was definitely Skies. Kinakailangan pa rin siya sa loob ng new compound. No? So, if you're Yobs, if you're Justin, the potential of lurk is there. Sa tagal kong mag-setup ng SGJ, you are bound to see any single member ng SGJ na nagsisetup ng util. Justin, very bad spot. Pwede siya mahuli ng tower dito unless Tino gets the angle in. At napaka-delikado nga naman talaga si Justin. Hindi mo alam kung saan siya pwedeng tumungo ng attention. 1 minute and 27 left on the clock. Tino, walang may kita. Baka pag-setup na nga lang talaga, yun ang nakita niya, bala sa ulo. And now Justin gets the angle as well. 2 kills already para kay MOMEN.
Oh, good flash pa para ma-delay dito yung push ni Jared. Looking for the trade. But Justin will wide pick this and he finds the C4 and he finds another. That's Justin with multiple kills dito sa may mid. It's all up to EV na kanina pang napapatay dito ni Yobs. Can he possibly get at least a couple of kills? Mukhang hindi because all across the map, there goes Skies for the backstab and the headshot with the USP. Tie game once again for SGJ and MOMEN.
Malala, masaklap, masakit. At MOMEN really had the number sa pagpwesto nga ng EA at Curve. It always ends up really bad bipolar. If you go down into the position of mid, nang walang kayutil-yutil, not even a smoke to handle EA, it will be really bad for the BL side. At nakita naman natin gaano kasaklap ang dinanas dito na SGJ sa loob na ng mapa na yun. So, bad signs for SGJ so far. The first impression has been really bad. No conversions, para nga sa kanila not even a kill. So, ibig sabihin, ang naging tanging sagot lang talaga ng MOMEN was just defense.
Where do you go though, no? For if you're SGJ B site na lang. Pero I feel like they don't want to commit, no? I feel like they, at least if you want to go B up against MOMEN, kailangan mo kunin yung curve para makapunta ng EB to pinch these players sa may loob ng site. But feels like it's not gonna be an option this time para sa SGJ. They will group up papunta dito sa may store B. Tapos EV na lang may E1 towards CB actually. Possibly stay in stop rotations, pero ito na. Priming up the execution towards B side. Noises papunta sa may A para lang malumambot lalo dito ang B side, pero walang kumakagat ngayon dito sa may MOMEN. SGJ now, waiting for the smoke to dissipate.
48 seconds, SGJ. They do have a lot of time bago mawala dito yung smoke. Ang tanong, i-clear nga ba nila si Jake? So far, wala pa nga. Here comes the flash para mawala yung attention ng mga ibang members ng SGJ. Wow. And Jake, it's a double kill. EV now will be handling at least one. Pero napakalala nga naman nun kumpara sa mga nakuha dito ng MOMEN. What a defense once again, MOMEN! And they get the lead once again. MOMEN Esports, clearly, inaantay lang talaga nila yung second half bipolar bago sila mag-cash out kasi lahat ng inipon nila ngayon pumapabor na para sa kanila.
Playing pretty well. Itong MOMEN natin, they're getting power positions na hindi mapitas dito ng ating SGJ except for that one. Yun na nga, napas lang dito si Chris, pero mukhang susunod pa si Skies. The nade will fly by, not connecting, not killing him off, pero Jayhawker confirms the kill. They go in towards A. They will stop in. Big grenade, big flash possible, pero wala. Sabay-sabay silang lalabas, Jayhawker. Kinain lahat ng nasa MOMEN, pero nag-line up para kay Jake. Tatlo ang binigay na buhay. Pero nandun pa rin naman si Tino for the guarantee. Back to a tie game in new compound.
I can guarantee you, Bipolar, pag nakita mo yung replay na yon, it was SGJ doing absolutely nothing. Paano mo masasabi sa akin na set play yun? Pag pumunta ka ng tower, tas exit, wala. Walang util, no flashes, nades lang. Makakuha ng isa si Tino kasi off timing yung nakuha niyang kill doon. How can you even design this play, SGJ? Na parang Stallions lang ang laruan. Pasok na ka sila dito. Pero tulad lang din ng Stallions, pwede nga silang mapilas dito pa isa-isa. Lalo't alanganin nga ipagpasok ka nila. Yobs, Nuggets, Tino, Durs. What a swing by Durs! Pero napakalanganin naman ang ginawa dito. Susunod na ng pasyete si Jared. And now a 2v1 all of a sudden. Grabe nga naman, Bicot lacking di nakita si Jake. And now MOMEN 7-6, they get the lead back to them. Talagang ang hirap piglasin ng away na to.
Man, 3 points away na lang ang MOMEN. And it feels like this is a show that you should be watching every day. MOMEN and SGJ fighting blood for blood. And brutality is what we're seeing. Insight na naman from the exit side. Oh, they're gonna try once again. Pero tignan mo naman, Skies. Di pa makaangat dito sa box. And he finally gets it at the right time. Pero can they get the kills? Is this power position enough? It is enough to get 1 kill. Pero there's no trade. Wala man lang pangalawa. Mag-hold back si Justin doon. And he goes in, peek towards SA. Justin falls down. That's not a good trade. And as you can see, SGJ holds down the fort in Story.
Unti-unti lang. No, baby steps, kumbaga. Thing is, they can take a leap of faith at ipush na nga lang to or still play the position, and they play the position.
Boom!
J. Hawker! Nasa Shansi ka ba? Nasa new compound ka, kaibigan? Patalon-talon ka. And now Jared gets the headshot in. Has to be a timeout, no? And there it is. Timeout now for SGJ with that kind of play by Polar. Definitely, kailangan natin yung timeout nga na yun. It was very much well played for J. Hawker, but I'm afraid it's going to be a momentum stopper para si SGJ. 7-7 match bipolar. Parang isa lang ata yung pwedeng maging direksyon ng gantong klaseng laban pagdikit.
Yeah. Feeling ko overtime, no, is due para dito sa ating dalawang teams. Golden round din siguro. Pwede natin makuha dito sa ating dalawang teams. But man, J. Hawker, before we go into a timeout, double shots for the TRGs was able to give them the round win. Imagine that. And that was pretty crazy. No? Ang ganda sana ng setup dito ng MOMEN. They were good for like immediate big fights, pero parang nag-isip pa dito yung other plays natin for MOMEN. Uy, back off na lang ako. Tapos saka magpipick. That was not good. I believe that was Justin actually. Na parang, trying to go for a delayed tactic, pero it doesn't work out that way. Kasi they had power positions para makakuha ng at least 2 or 3 people, pero binigay lang talaga ng advantage niya. Now, we go into a game wherein these two teams are in a dangerous battlefield once again. Akala natin nakawala na ditong SGJ nung first half, pero nakakabalik ang ating MOMEN Esports from their amazing defense, except for that recent time, no, from the previous round, bago tayo mag-timeout. But man, somehow, nagigising ulit dito ang mga demonyo natin mula sa SGG, and you love to see it because MOMEN now, you're biting a little bit more bullets than we would expect.
Pretty much summarizes every round, no, bipolar, no, na lahat talaga sila kumahagat ng bala dito kasi the offense is at an all-time high, no? Kung tingin mo talaga yung nakita natin sa loob ng Angkara at pati Port A, yun yung pinakamataas na level ng opensa kasi nga lahat ng members ng lobby nga na to ay napaka-aggressive. Man, wait till you see itong new compound nga natin for a map designed bipolar to be played defensively kasi napakaganda ng pwesto sa LB. Tingnan mo, pwede kang mag-crossfire sa EA at Curve. Yung CA, pwede mo nga makuha kahit ikaw yung GR kasi pwedeng i-cancela yung lahat ng mga members ng BL kasi pinapaboran nila yung CB. It's still a map na parang dire-diretso lang, no? Ang SGJ at MOMEN sa isa't isa. Clearly, no, pre. Wala namang bad blood pero parang ganun yung nakikita natin.
Let's see, Salvi. Round 15. No A-side push muna for now para sa SGJ as they try to create chaos dito sa may mid. Wala pa. Storby lang, pinaka-forward approach ngayon ng SGJ. Even for MOMEN, no, pinaka-forward lang nila is this mid-push or mid-hold mula sa baba ng tower ng EA. Pero wala pang action. Set up muna ng ating dalawang teams.
Ang mga dyan, bipolar, definitely right on the setup, no? Kasi I feel like SGJ, parang napatimeout din sila, no? Na it's no longer the timeout na kailangan nating taasan yung opensa. they really need to play the mid round. That was their realization. Kasi they're only good for 1 round in terms of aggression. Pero they can at least get more pag natutunan nga nilang mag-default nila. No? Parang give a man a fish. He can eat for a day. You know? Yun lang yung parang nagiging simbolo ng pag-atake nga nila, ng pagiging aggressive. Pero dahil naturuan nga nila yung sarili nga nila na makapag-default tulad neto na isa-isahin ng lahat ng pwesto ng mapa, pwede silang mabusog habang buhay. Now, Yobs, with a bit of an overextension dito para kay Tino. Yobs gets that kill easily, no? Pero si Eevee maapektuhan nga din ng pop flash. Little to no offense now for MOMEN to cancel any sort of pushes para kay Eevee. Pero inaantay talaga nila, pre. Hindi makakross si Eevee. Napakahirap i-cancel ng crossfire nito nang siya nga lang mag-isa. He has to join itong entry ng SGJ sa Store B.
Yeah, 4-man push na lang. Wala si Store B, pero Chris awaiting for the big flash to commence para matulungan si Jake. Here comes it. Nabato nga, pero hindi naman pulag dito ang SGJ. Nakaharap ng dalawa and they close down the doors of EB. Justin, naghaharap ng trade, pero lahat sila nakatago. Jayhawker, another flash, and he peeks wide. One more for Jayhawker as he gets 3. That's the 8th point for SGJ. Onti na lang at mukhang meron na tayong finals, second finalist dito sa ating Impact.
You know, napakasaklap nga nito, Bipolar, though, considering na SGJ and MOMEN no longer has any timeouts. Kailangan nga nilang humarap sa isa't isa na meron na nga talaga silang intention maging grand finalist ng Impact. No? It's still that intense. Alam mo, mabigat pa rin yung dahilan kung paano nga nila ipapanalo to, Bipolar. Kasi hindi lang to basta magcha-champion sila eh, no? Ito kasi yung laban na alam mo talagang kailangan nga nilang patunayan na pagdating nga ng regionals, malaki yung binubuhat nga nilang pangalan mo yun. And if SGJ wins this, it will be amplified. And what more pa kaya sa MOMEN eh, no? Backs against the wall, all the pressure in them. Para lumabas nga sila sa series nga na to na panalo nga sila. So, here goes the setup. 2-1 for SGJ. Same goes para dito kay MOMEN, eh, no? Parang nakatingin lang tayo sa salamin, eh, no? Bipolar. It's a very good attempt para sa MOMEN na unti-untiin nga yung mga depensa nga dito to play for retakes. But then again, it has been really, really bad for MOMEN pag hawak nga nila yung batteries. Little to no angles para sa EB. It's just them playing inside of batteries.
Waiting lang ulit. MOMEN, they bank on this kind of defense every time kasi alam namin nila it works 80% of the time. Pero ang problema sa Alvi, ubus na ang util dito ng MOMEN. All they have is smokes and flashes that are very much not plenty. SGJ nakalampas towards curve, undetected, and they can surprise itong si Chris on the respawn side. Jayhawker, masyado maingay ang paa, pero diretso pa din. Nahanap ni Jayhawker si Jake at susunod na doon si Chris pati si Obs. Skies, medyo matagal ang trade. Pero now with the bomb planted, kailangan mag-retake ng dalawang players natin from MOMEN. Just a flash, just an aid, and they go in simultaneously. Tino, blinded pero still hits the shot. Justin hindi nakapasok pa din. Nabangga dun sa may doorway. And now Jayhawker ang bilis tumakbo. Diyos ko po, nakakatakot yun. Trying to go in for the kill. And he needs to calm down because the bomb will explode in 10 seconds. Justin hindi na subok pa. Nag-iinit. Jayhawker will fall. And it comes in to a stalemate wherein the bomb doesn't even explode. SGJ 9-7. And we might see our last grand finalist.
Definitely right on that one, Bipolar. If MOMEN does not get anything sa setup nga nilang ginagawa nga nila ngayon, kailangan na nga nilang magsayonara sa pangarap nga nilang Grand Finals. Pero buti na nga lang may nangyayari pa, Bipolar, sa larangan nilang laro ng MOMEN. Jared, sinagasaan si Jake gamit ang USP. And Eevee, makakapasok nga ng A-site ng walang pag-aalinlangan, libreng-libre, kumbaga. Now Eevee, with the lurk of his lifetime, possible na magiging maganda nga ito. He gets the one, now on the second. Si Justin na nga lang ang harang sa pangarap ng SGJ. Mag-back-to-back. EKISQUAD, handa na ba kayo para sa laruang ginto ng SGJ? 27 seconds left. Justin, inuunti-unti ngayon si Eevee. Eevee gets Gets the spray down! SGJ cancels the reverse sweep! And SGJ meets Destiny once again sa Grand Finals!
Oh, SGJ! One more chance to possibly go in for another title and they say goodbye and good night dito sa ating Moment Esports. Doon muna kayo sa third placer matchup natin and meet Alliance Gaming. But man, SGJ, pinakitaan tayo, Salvi, kung ano nga ba ang tunay na impact na laruan. Push kung push, talagang all in kung all in, wala man lang katakot-takot. 4-man push on B every time, execute back on EV, trying to go in towards this exit side and backstab this place mula sa may respawn ng ating moment on the GR side. But man, amazingness though. I have to give it still for Moment. Talagang they made it almost equal. Pagdating dito sa ating last round of the first half, tapos first round dito sa ating second half, it was pretty close. We saw a 7-7, we saw a 5-5, we saw a 6-6, but at the end of the day, the champions really do prevail at ngayon sila ang lalaban up against EKISQUAD.
Champion's mind and champion's heart. Kompletong-kompleto talaga ang SGJ. No? Pre, it was right there. The reverse sweep na andun Pero ginanon lang talaga sila ng Moment dito. No? And I can't believe it happened like that in a whim. Because everything that happened from the start, because we all doubted SGJ's prowess, no, na hindi talaga to series para kay There's not a series para kay Jay Hawker, but they surprised us with an eagle eye and they surprised us with an amazing new compound, pre, na lumelevel talaga kumbaga sa galit ng mga teams pa naglalaro sila ng compound in a Masters aspect. No? So once again, congratulations to SGJ, pero Moment Esports will be seeing you guys in the battle for third at nakaabang doon ang Alliance. Meanwhile naman dito sa side ng SGJ, si Boss Tino, pagtatapatin natin, ano to,
Ganda.
2023? Parang
Ang
nakita na
ganda.
natin to, bipolar! Impact ba talaga tong pinapanood natin?
Hindi ata, Salvi. Ako po, blast from the past. Yan ang headline natin tomorrow. Kakaiba ang labanan natin, Salvatore. And just looking at the highlights, no, you can definitely see the prowess and the capabilities of SGJ to do these kinds of unthinkable things, man. From Tino to Jared and Jay Hawkers, hold down on B, to multiple side takes mula dito kay Ders and the fast rotations as well. Despite EV not really winning the fight dito sa may LA side natin, sa may exit side, it was still enough to give them a little bit of delay. And at the end of the day, man, Moment, binigyan tayo ng magandang laban pero kinulang din talaga dito in terms of mindset na kaya pa rin nila lumaban up against this kind of roster that we have for SGJ. Justin, we saw him set number 2, set number 1, set number 3, pinakitaan tayo ng mga gandang plays pero it was still not enough. Moment, good try, pero at this time all you can hope for is a bronze finish up against Alliance Game.
Eventually, no, it's still something to look forward to. But at the end of the day, if your Alliance, if your Moment treated as if Grand Finals pa rin talaga siya, no? Kasi pinaglalaban mo pa rin kung paano ka papasok dun sa Battle for Third na yun. No? Are you prepared? Are you mentally ready para sa mga ibang klaseng buy? Kasi kung hindi, we will be not expecting much para sa mga susunod yung pang BO5. Pero ito talaga, no, the true test of will para talaga sa SGJ is for them to have something in front of them, no? Tapos tinaboy lang nila bipolar, and they got the last two important sets. Hindi lang to basta kasi nakakahabol yung Moment. Yun talaga yung set na kailangan ipanalo ng SGJ, and for them to get 10-4 sa Eagle Eye, tas 10-7 pa at pinako nga nila sa 3 rounds lang sa second half ang Moment. It's still very an incredible feat, no, para sa SGJ. 2.5 para kay Jay Hawker. This man does not know how to miss, no, pre. Parang lahat ng ginagawa niya talaga nagiging ginto. And Jay Hawker, hindi na nakakagulat, siya nga ang nasa entablado ngayon bilang set MVP.
Yeah, and Jay Hawker will meet again EKISQUAD tomorrow, and hopefully he does this kind of things once again. 2.50 in terms of KD, a 0.53 in headshot, and a 0.88 in a kill per round. But that's survival rating, man. 0.65. That might just be one of the highest pagdating dito sa impact. Jay Hawker, You are one crazy player. And now looking at our match results, Salvatore, may kita natin dito kung ano nga bang hinatak or journey ng ating mga teams now. From Port at 10-4, Black
Grabe.
Widow 6-10, together with Ankara, same thing. And Eagle Eye, just another rerun ng ginawa dito ng SGJ support ng ating Moment Esports, pero a new compound. 10-7. Pantay kung pantay on round number 14, pero yung breakthrough sa round number 15, Salvatore, doon na sinabi dito ng ating SGJ, tama na, tigil na natin to. Ito ang susunod na back-to-back Impact Champions.
No, it was SGJ definitely na sila talaga yung nasa pressure point no? Kasi it was very much a difficult play to understand na kaya gawin ni Tino yon bipolar. No? Rumekta lang ng tower, makakakuha ng isa at lahat ng miyembro ng SGJ na nasa exit ng ano. Paano mo gagawin yun sa punto na dalawa yung lamang ng kalaban mo? No? Alam mo, onti na nga lang may papanalo na nga nila yung buong serye. No? But nonetheless, we'll be congratulating still itong SGJ rather, no? Not STS. J-Hawker! Our match MVP bipolar. Sinong nagulat? Parang wala naman ata.
Wala.
Because this man lives, breeds, and dies of SGJ. Pati na nga rin ng Crossfire in general. No? Si Mr. Lan Gamer on his route to become one of the few players na magiging back-to-back Impact Champion. Kasabay dyan sila Nice Katol at sila Bembem. And my goodness, J-Hawker in his debut season ng paglalaro dito ng Impact, I can't believe na he is that of a player na marunong talaga dumiskarte sa playoff stage.
Yeah, you are insane, J-Hawker. And man, I just can't wait, no, Salvi? Ganda ng laban natin tomorrow. Even in yung third placer matchup natin, you have MOMEN versus Alliance Gaming. This again, you have this kind of match MVPs from the first series up until the second series natin today na maglalaban-laban ulit. It's just gonna be insane. Abangan nyo yan tomorrow, guys, because tomorrow is gonna be a new day and tomorrow is where we crown our champion, Salvatore. Looking at the MVP highlights from Port, pinakitaan tayo dito ni J-Hawker na kaya niyang idomina yung LA side natin, and even pagdating dito sa ating Black Widow, he can easily just push on throughout. Yes, this was a very bad defeat para sa kanila, pero pinakita niya na he is very much fearless. And now, going to Ankara, look at that. J-Hawker, man. No one can stop this man. And especially, no one can, no one cannot remember itong ginawa niyang pambabalastugan or kabalastugan dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. A double ace para kay J-Hawker. Start off with the M14, end off with the USP. Start off with the USP and end off with the M14. A back-to-back ace. Yan ang pinakita ni J-Hawker, and you should be ready for more.
How do you even fathom kung ikaw ang moment dito sa mga oras na to, na ginagawa lang to sa inyo ni J-Hawker? Not in group stage, not in play-ins, not in phase 2, not in open qualifiers, hindi sa pub game, hindi sa 8v8, kundi sa mga pinakamahalagang pwesto sa ating Impact Summer. That is the playoffs. Yes. And J-Hawker getting 2 aces, amazing 4Ks, 3Ks, clutches, lahat ng yan ginawa talaga ni J-Hawker habang pasan niya ang buong mundo. Is definitely something na worthy of an MVP conversation. Baka maging finals MVP caliber pa nga talaga si J-Hawker sa ganito klaseng laruan. Kaya EKISQUAD, staying magandahan at magsulat-sulat na nga kayo. Siguraduhin yung balanse na lahat ng mga armas nyo kasi ready na talaga ang SGJ. And speaking of SGJ and EKISQUAD, let's take a look at the bracket one last time bago natin tapusin tong araw nga na to. Bipolar kasi ito na nga ang hulma ng mga nangyari sa araw na to, with EKISQUAD seemingly getting the job done laban sa Alliance Gaming. Makakalaban nga nila ang SGJ dito sa ating Grand Finals. Meanwhile, ang battle for third naman natin is Alliance Gaming versus MOMEN Esports. But nonetheless, this is all formalities, but still, it's not important para makuha pa rin nila yung mga panalo nga dito kasi seeding ng regionals ang pinaglalaban ng 4 na teams na to.
Yun na nga eh. I mean, Alliance Gaming and MOMEN Esports is a banger of a match tomorrow. And meron din naman tayong finals again, just like what sabi sa EKISQUAD, isang reborn team na talagang from the group stage, nag-iba sila pagdating sa playoffs and up against SGJ that is gonna be dominating and trying to go for that seeding para dito sa ating regionals. Very, very nice. Magsisimula tayo at 1600 and 1930 naman tayo magsisimula for our finals. Another set of best of fives. The last day of the playoffs tutukan nyo na yan because this is the last one before tayo dumako or pumunta sa EWC Salvi. Ito na yung huli nating torneo bago tayo mag-Esports World Cup.
Grabe, no, pre, para sa iba off-season, pero para sa ating hayok na hayok sa Crossfire, pre, hindi matatapos ang panonood at ang pagtututok dito lang sa Crossfire, no? Kasi, guys, after nito, sabi nga ni Bipolar, meron pa tayong EWC. Itatak nyo na sa kalendaryo, August 18 to 23. Pinangunahan ko na kagad kayo, guys, sa August 18. Ayan na, guys, no? Pinangunahan ko na kagad kayo. Nakaka-excite nga naman talaga ng EWC nga natin. Already laid out na nga yung schedule sa mga pages ni Esports World Cup, kaya puntaan nyo na nga lang doon para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon. And paano pa kaya, no, pag CROSSFIRE Philippines ang nagsabi ng mga update, syempre i-follow nyo na nga rin kasi di sila nawawalan ng mga VIP giveaways, e-coins, updates tungkol sa CFS, kaya i-follow nyo na nga rin si CROSSFIRE Philippines. Pero yun, no, bago ang lahat, no, pinapasalamatan ko nga pala si TNC Production and si TNC Events para sa malupit na pagtaguyod ng araw nga na to, no, and as well to our TNC Production members nga dyan, no, from the producers to the game observers to the league operations, lahat-lahat na maraming salamat to my co-talents para sa araw nga na to, and especially sa community na nanonood, no? Sa ating mga bossing dyan, Boss Alex, Boss Mark, maraming salamat sa pagtutok. Bipolar, baka may gusto ko pang sabihin dyan bago tayo umoutro.
Ako, big shoutouts lang sa inyo. This is my last cast of the entire season, no, bago tayo mag-EWC. So I was pretty much happy and big shoutouts to you guys. Oh, honestly, it's been pretty nice at sana abangan nyo ang ating finals day para bukas in Salvatore. EWC, malapit na yan. So, abangan nyo lang. Marami pang fire burning ang maaasahan natin dito sa CROSSFIRE.
Maaasahan mo talaga yan, Bipolar. Kita-kits tayo bukas kasi it's now the final countdown, the ultimatum ng Impact Summer 2026. Sana sabayan ako ng production nito, guys. Kita-kits bukas para sa mga pagpatuloy pa ng aksyon ng CROSSFIRE dito lang sa Impact Summer 2026. Good. Bye and good night.